Cultivation. My augmented statuses have unlimited duration. Chapter 651, 3 Treasures Mystic Flower, 3. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Blood King Palace had a heaven-rank artifact, the City God's Hall. It was even to the extent that even the current Zhongli was unable to fly in the netherworld. Although the speed was a little slow, as long as he grasped the exact location, he could always slowly fly over. He had the help of the 7 dragon pythons, a small number of remaining tragic death experts, and a heaven-rank artifact. These forces gave him enough confidence. Although the unknown energy could severely counter the power of the Son of Heaven, its true power was only at the level of an ordinary earth immortal. It was impossible to break through the City God's Hall. He had a good plan in his mind. It would be even better if he could deal with that strange cultivator while finding the corpse. After the City God's Hall arrived at the netherworld fragment, their flight was no longer restricted, and their speed immediately increased. On the other side, Zhongli had a thought as well. He utilized some of the backup plans left behind on that piece of land and started to monitor the Blood King's actions at all times. The true Dragon Python King's corpse swayed its tail and hurriedly ran back to the Baekhyun mountain. However, the City God's Hall did not rush in the direction of the bloodline connection. Instead, they found the dragon imprisoning lock that connected the 2 pieces of the netherworld. Humph, what wishful thinking! With the strength of the experts on both sides, they could already see the other party from afar. However, they had already arrived at the Blood King Palace in the netherworld where the Baekhyun mountain was located. This time, they undoubtedly had the initiative. The stone ball in the stone lion's mouth erupted with light again. It struck the dragon imprisoning lock. Clang! The 2 stone balls only collided once. The thick chain was originally taut under the power of tens of millions of people. When such a chain was suddenly attacked, it would definitely suffer the most damage. If the quality was slightly inferior, this chain would have shattered. Fortunately, the first artifact that his master gave Zhongli was truly of sufficiently hard quality. It was an immortal artifact that had once sealed an ancient true dragon. Under the impact of the cultivationless age, the spiritual chi had completely disappeared and its grade was gone. However, because of the special material, it could still be sturdy even after tens of thousands of years. In the current power, there was almost no power that could destroy it. Even the power of a heaven-rank artifact did not succeed. The dragon imprisoning lock did not disappoint Zhongli, but the enormous force would not disappear just like that. Under the bombardment of the heaven-rank artifact, the chain suddenly shook, and 2 terrifying shock waves spread out. The downward shock wave immediately entered the ground, causing it to crack and trigger an earthquake that spread for 1,000 miles. Another shock wave was sent over. Be careful! Zhongli's figure instantly vanished on the spot. Without his strength, the speed of the chains immediately slowed down. However, no one blamed him. This was because the other experts also attacked immediately. Zhongli pressed his hands on the chain, and a large amount of frost spread out, forming 13 ice mountains that enveloped the dragon imprisoning lock. This was the power he had obtained from the ice plains in the north. Although he did not use it often, it was undoubtedly a terrifying power that had reached the earth immortal realm. The other experts also attacked, stopping the chains to dissipate the power. However, the shock wave came too quickly. The 13 ice mountains were instantly shattered. Even if other experts took action to resolve it, and the shock wave crossed a continuous distance, the destructive power would be eliminated. However, the more than 300 nearby winches were still sent flying by the remaining force and were completely destroyed. Chapter 652, Absorbing a Heaven-rank Artifact, 1. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The sudden impact sent thousands of people flying and injured. Fortunately, Zhongli and the others attacked in time and did not allow any greater damage. However, the expressions of the experts standing at the edge of the cliff were still quite ugly. A few of the more anxious ones stepped on the chains of the cage and rushed towards the netherworld. When they got closer, they saw the city god's hall that they had seen once and would never forget. Blood King! You actually dare to appear here! Zhao Ming shouted angrily into the distance. In the previous attack, the Blood King Palace had directly caused more than 30% of the Inkscar Academy's elites to die. Now, they had gathered more than 100 million people and consumed a large amount of supplies for more than a month. This group of guys who were hiding in the shadows was actually one step ahead of them. As the Dean, how could he not be angry? Unfortunately, his roar did not have the ability to kill, so all he received was the other party's sharp attacks. The resentment cloud was still entrenched there, blocking their path. The Divine Judgment Hall could only maintain a straight line and attach themselves to the chains. They would undoubtedly become immobile targets. After displaying their abilities and hurriedly blocking a few waves of long-range attacks, these higher UPS retreated to Fengdu City. Those guys actually appeared at this time. How did they do it? They clearly didn't appear in the netherworld. Why can they reach there directly? It must be the heaven rank artifact. Everyone had seen it before. That artifact directly teleported through overlapping space. Later on, after the Blood King Palace collapsed, it took the initiative to fall into the void and escape. Presumably, that heaven rank artifact definitely had the ability to fly in the void. We definitely can't let him obtain the Dragon Python King's corpse. Let all the cultivators take turns. Distribute the medicinal pills and pull that netherworld over in the shortest time. They were clearly about to succeed, but such a change suddenly happened, and they could not do anything about it. Under such circumstances, even the higher UPS of the 12 high-grade Divine Judgment factions, who had lived for thousands of years, felt angry and anxious. The only solution now was to pull the two pieces of the netherworld together as soon as possible. They really did not dare to imagine how terrifying the Blood King who had combined the power of the 9 kings would be. Ship after ship of recovery-type explosive medicinal pills was distributed in large numbers. A large number of cultivators who were originally resting and waiting for a turn were also mobilized and joined in to push the winch with all their might. Under the premise that they did not care about the expenditure of manpower, the speed at which the chains were pulled increased again, roughly 3 times the original speed. Such an explosion would definitely not last long, so they could only use a large number of medicinal pills to increase the time those cultivators could last. As long as they could pull the netherworld to within 100,000 feet before the Blood King Palace obtained the last corpse of the Dragon King, they were confident that they could directly bypass the resentment clouds and cross over. Now, they could only pray that the Blood King Palace did not find the Dragon Python so quickly. They, who were staring intently at the Blood King Palace, did not notice that the city lord of Fengdu City had already disappeared. Zhang Li, who had quietly crossed over through the gate of hell, glanced at the palace flying in the air from afar. After thinking for a moment, he did not attack directly. Instead, he entered the ground and returned to his Baekyan mountain. This was his territory. It was one thing if they did not come. As the host, how could Zhang Li not entertain them properly? On the floating city god's hall where the Baekyan mountain was, the vermilion door opened again. A figure that seemed to be formed from flowing blood and wore a blood crown stood at the door. The Blood King was surprised to discover that the chain was actually not damaged at all under the collision of the 2 stone balls. One had to know that he did not hold back. The power of a heaven rank artifact was something that even the group of Divine Judgment Hall experts had to retreat from. However, it could not damage a chain. There were not many spiritual chi fluctuations on this chain. However, just this exaggerated toughness could allow it to have many uses. The Blood King had the intention to take the treasure. After taking away this chain, not only could he obtain a decent artifact, he could also completely destroy the Divine Judgment Hall's plan and prevent them from causing trouble again. With a wave of his hand, 17 tragic death experts walked out from behind him. They were all people who had exhausted their lifespan and relied on the isolation of the city god's hall to dodge the summoning of tragic death city. Now, once they left the protection of the city god's hall, they would be summoned back by tragic Death City and buried underground, becoming a member of the Black Ghost devouring worms. Therefore, they were also the group of people who firmly supported the Blood King Palace in tragic Death City. They attacked, shooting out spiritual lights that bombarded the place where the chains were planted in the ground. The power of incense was severely exhausted, and it was not convenient to replenish it in the current situation. Sometimes, it was better to save some. The power of these powerful earth immortals was enough to move mountains and fill seas. The Blood King's idea was that since he could not break the chain, he might as well pull out the other end. However, the toughness of the netherworld was beyond their imagination. The speed at which they dug was less than a tenth of what the rest did in the outside world. Moreover, the deeper he went, the harder it was to dig. As for the dragon imprisoning lock, it was personally pulled by Zhongli and stuffed into the earth vein core. Unless they could destroy the entire netherworld fragment and the Baekhyun mountain, they could not dig out the dragon imprisoning lock. Chapter 653, Absorbing a Heaven Rank Artifact, 2. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. But how could that be possible? After trying for half an hour, they still could not dig to the bottom of the chain. They felt that the power of the chain was increasing, and the two territories were approaching faster and faster. There was not much time left. The Blood King gave up on this chain that clearly had an extraordinary background. Instead, he drove towards the huge mountain range that was cut off from the entire netherworld fragment. Following the power of the bloodline, the Blood King could clearly sense that his brother was there. However, that corpse was controlled by another force and rejected his summoning. Soon, they arrived at the city god's hall. In front of the mountain of the Baekhyun mountain, they stopped in front of the sharp stalagmite forest. After passing through the stalagmite forest, they could see the strange mountain range opposite. The Blood King did not have the time to admire this magnificent and strange scene. At this moment, a long white shadow was entrenched at the foot of the mountain. It was the dragon python formed by the only missing member of the 9 kings, the Polar Mountain King. The Blood King looked at the dragon python with lively eyes and felt a little puzzled. Is it possession? In the corpse of the Polar Mountain King, there was a trace of the Son of Heaven's dragon chi that he had sent over. He could sense that the dragon chi was still there and had not disappeared. The dragon chi had a high resistance to spells. Logically speaking, no ghost should be able to withstand the dragon chi and invade his body. Ordinary corpse manipulation techniques should not be effective. However, there was clearly a problem now. This was because there was actually a person standing on the dragon python's head. Although that person had restrained his aura, the Blood King was certain that he was the masked man who had caused trouble in the Blood King Palace and caused his originally good situation to become a situation where both sides suffered losses. We meet again, you cowardly rat. What did you do to my brother's body? You will not have a good ending for desecrating the body of the royal family's descendant. Hand over the corpse of the Polar Mountain King, or else I'll definitely find your family and friends. I'll kill them all. The Blood King was right. This person was Zhongli. For some reason, the Fengde city lord suddenly felt that this Blood King's personality seemed to have become much more irritable. He always cursed and threatened to kill. It was incompatible with his usual gentle and elegant impression. Perhaps it was because the destruction of the Blood King Palace last time had given him some stimulation. When enemies met, it was normal to say a few harsh words. Zhongli ignored the other party's words and only waved at him from afar, gesturing provocatively. This angry Blood King indeed could not withstand mockery. Brother Blood, forgive me. After the Blood King gritted his teeth and muttered, he reached out and took out a token from the tube. Every single token here was condensed from the incense offerings of the people during the golden age of the dynasty. These tokens were also necessary when using the heaven rank artifact, City God's Hall. After throwing out the token, the 2 stone lions at the entrance of the City God's Hall erupted with light again. The two balls shot towards the dragon python in the mountain at a speed that no one could react to. They only left two cylindrical airwaves and white light tracks that did not dissipate for a long time in the air. However, this time, the white light did not have an invincible might that penetrated everything. What blocked the two stone balls was not even this ancient divine mountain. The collision did not happen at all. One of the two stone balls was aimed at Zhongli's head, and the other at the dragon python's head. However, at this moment, they stopped before they could even approach their target. After the two light tracks entered the domain of the Baekhyun mountain, they only advanced for 10,000 feet before stopping. At the end of the light track, two stone balls were suspended there, as if they had fallen into a swamp and could not free themselves. Tisk tisk, a heaven rank artifact is really powerful. It was unknown if Zhongli was sincere or not. If it was a normal rock throw and most of the straight line attacks, they would be reflected the moment they came into contact with the inverted domain. However, it was just like when Zhongli had just grasped the inverted domain back then. The inverted domain could only reverse a portion of the power of the Earth Immortal's attack. It could only play around and not completely stop. The inverted domain outside the Baekhyun mountain was undoubtedly the weakest. The twisting force did not send the two stone balls flying at first. It only used the enemy's own strength against them, causing the two to become slower and slower. After flying for 10,000 feet, even the attack power of a heaven rank artifact was exhausted. It could only stop at the end of the light track and could not advance any further. At this moment, its strength was exhausted. The city god's hall wanted to summon the two stone balls back, but it discovered that no matter how it summoned them, it could not succeed. Instead, the two stones flew deeper and deeper. With two bangs, the two stone balls were easily caught by Zhongli. The last time he faced this stone ball, he wanted to take something. However, he did not have such an ability at that time. Now, with the help of the reversal rules of the Baekhyun mountain, he easily caught the stone balls that had walked into the trap. The Blood King, who was at the entrance of the city god's hall, had an abnormally ugly expression. He controlled the city god's hall to retrieve the stone balls. However, the only effect was that the stone balls only trembled a few times in Zhongli's palm. On the other hand, Zhongli looked at the stone balls in his hand with interest. I wonder what the spiritual chi of a heaven rank artifact tastes like. Chapter 654, Absorbing a Heaven Rank Artifact, 3. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The fingers of his hands slowly turned pitch black, and 10 needles slowly grew out from them and stabbed into the stone ball in his hands. In the next moment, a white stream flowed into his body through the needle. What a wonderful feeling! It was like a desert traveler who was about to die of thirst drinking sweet and clear spring water. After the pure spiritual chi surged into his body, it nourished everything. This was the first time Zhongli had used the spirit essence absorption ability with his main body. This wonderful feeling was indeed irresistible. It was no wonder that the broken-wing black mosquito had absorbed everything it saw. The spirit essence absorption skill was really addictive. Fortunately, there was a buffer period previously, allowing him to be mentally prepared. Zhongli quickly guarded his mind and was not swayed by that feeling. For the sake of his future path to immortality, it was best if he only sucked in good things. This was because his Dao body's foundation was too outstanding. A slightly inferior spirit essence could only be considered pollution to him and might affect his future cultivation. However, a heaven rank artifact was good enough for him to absorb the spirit essence. That guy! He deserves to die. His flowing face twisted in anger. This Blood King controlled the city god's hall to rush into the domain of the Baekhyun mountain. Fortunately, the surrounding earth immortals were still rational and stopped him. The mountain ahead was clearly not ordinary. If the entire city god's hall was trapped inside, all the incense tokens would be exhausted. Not to mention anything else, without the protection of the city god's hall, they would only be dragged back to tragic Death City and become worms. There's something strange about this place. A very powerful domain covers this place. The people inside were all experts. As long as they took a few more glances, they could see that there was something wrong ahead. They all cast spell techniques to probe and quickly understood the characteristics of the Baekhyun mountain. The direction is completely reversed. It's not an artificial domain rule. It's more like the natural law of heaven and earth. We can't break the rules of heaven and earth. If we want to enter there, perhaps we can use other domains to cover and counteract the influence of that rule. The Blood King examined the mountain in front of him that could not be seen. He suddenly turned to look at an expert beside him who had reached the peak of the 3 flowers when he was alive. Dao Master Vast Sea, are you willing to be the city god's general and kill this thief for me? The Blood King crown above his head flickered with a red light, reflecting the conflicted expression of Dao Master Vast Sea. Forget it, I'll make a trip for the Blood King. After becoming the city god's general, even if it was only temporary, the Blood King promised to return his freedom after this. It would also cause great damage to him. However, Dao Master Vast Sea, who had no way out, could only risk his life. The Blood King crown on the Blood King's head erupted with red light and enveloped the other party's body, adding a set of blood armor and blood weapon. In the armor and weapon, there were at least 10 million vengeful spirits of the dead. They were once ordinary citizens under the Blood King. The Blood King took out a total of 5 tokens from the tube and threw them forward, turning them into 5 small flags that stabbed into the back of Dao Master Vast Sea. The expert who had obtained the enhancement stepped out of the city god's hall and instantly stepped on the ground of the Baekhyun mountain. The 5 small flags behind him emitted a light that actually blocked the inverted domain of the Baekhyun mountain, allowing him to move freely inside. Sinner, surrender. Chapter 655, Blood Sea, 1. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The current cultivators might not have heard of the name Dao Master Vast Sea, and they would think that he was simply arrogant to dare to name himself that. However, 2000 years ago, he was definitely a famous figure. Just from his name, one could tell that he was definitely an expert who stood on the sea. Zhang Li had only seen this name when he was reading the records of the Dragon Transformation Island. One had to know that the Divine Judgment Hall 2000 years ago actually had 13 high-grade Divine Judgment factions. This Dao Master Vast Sea was the leader of the 13th high-grade Divine Judgment Mirage. It was originally a large fleet that helped the previous Qin emperors pluck the spiritual herbs on the sea. Every large ship had a city in it. The people inside were good at finding treasures, picking herbs, cultivating, and refining pills. All of them could be said to be carefully selected talents from the dynasty. Coupled with the fact that they were wandering overseas without anyone governing them, the many years of pocketing had allowed them to accumulate considerable strength before the dynasty collapsed. Its wealth was ranked at the top among the high-grade Divine Judgment factions. As for the reason for its destruction, the Divine Judgment Hall officials said that they had been attacked by the armored trolls and had performed very heroically in the end. However, there were also people who said that the Mirage had tried to challenge the Sea Palace, one of the 3 divine pillars, but was ultimately destroyed. From the other party's firm stance on the Blood King Palace, the latter was more likely. In short, even though the other party was dressed like an opera singer, the strength he possessed was absolutely worthy of Zhang Li treating him seriously and going all out. The Qin dynasty has already been destroyed for more than 5,000 years. Why do you have to be a lackey of a dead person? It's better for you to abandon the darkness and join the light. Not to mention reviving, our Fengde city also has the ability to block the power of tragic Death City. Zhang Li was still holding the 2 stone balls in his hands. Under the spirit essence absorption that he executed with all his might, the luster on the surface of the stone balls was quickly dimming. He, who had yet to free his hands, was trying to use soft tactics to move the other party. Are all the juniors nowadays so shameless? Or do you also have a heaven rank artifact? You destroyed the Blood King Palace and ruined our path to resurrection. Use your life to atone for your sins. Zhang Li's gentle words did not have any effect. As expected, this kind of thing could not be believed with just a few words. If not for Chu Shui's public performance in Tragic Death City, it would not have been so easy to subdue those who died. Now that Chu Shui was not around, and the cliffless sword head was not around, the credibility of his words was naturally greatly reduced. Not to mention such an expert, even if he pulled out a chi refinement cultivator from Tragic Death City, he would not believe it. While the two of them were chatting, a sea fog unknowingly enveloped over and gradually blocked Zhang Li's entire vision. To be able to cover the Bakyan mountain with sea fog, the other party was indeed not simple. It was still so troublesome after 2,000 years. Zhang Li was not in a hurry to attack. While he observed his surroundings warily, he used his full strength to execute the spirit essence absorption. In just a few breaths, the two parts of the heaven rank artifact were already covered in cracks. As Zhang Li exerted strength with his hand, the stone ball turned into two balls of powder that scattered with the cold wind. Feeling the spiritual qi absorbed into his body, he quickly gained some understanding and knew how to use them. He clenched his fists tightly, and two balls of light quickly appeared above. He could sense that his fist had become much heavier after absorbing the two balls of spirit essence. The heaven rank artifact is indeed delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. Before he could rejoice, clear footsteps approached. Through the cover of the thick fog, he could see a faint red figure ahead. However, Zhang Li paid no attention to the red figure. Instead, he suddenly raised his hand and smashed it to the side. The mirage was good at illusions, so what he saw might not be true. A coral spear that was silently stabbing was shattered by his fist. The force of the fist did not disappear. After breaking the spear, it landed on the figure holding the spear behind. Swoosh! Following the direction Zhang Li's fist smashed out, the white pillar of light spread out for 1,000 miles before slowly dissipating. The upper half of the figure that was struck by his punch had already been shattered, leaving only a rotting fishtail on the ground. Zhang Li recognized that it was the tail of the merman race. However, from the shape of the scale at the end of the tail, this merman's bloodline was even more ancient and noble. They had greater strength than the mermen under Zhang Li. Young man, harming the spirits in the deep sea will cause you to be cursed by the sea. In the sea fog, Dao Master Vast Sea's voice sounded again. At the same time, Zhang Li suddenly felt a burning sensation on his right arm. His clothes quickly turned charred as if they had been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. At the same time, white smoke rose. When he shattered the merman just now, a strange force took the opportunity to taint his body. At this moment, it was trying to invade his body from his right arm. However, this curse only destroyed Zhang Li's right sleeve. Under his smoking sleeve, the curse of the sea was useless like a drop in the ocean. How powerful was Zhang Li's Dao body? Moreover, he had the status of the Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder. Unless one's power reached the immortal realm, it was impossible to affect him at all. Chapter 656, Blood Sea, 2. However, that was clearly only the appetizer. A noisy song sounded around him, bringing with it the stench of the sea. There were at least thousands of rotting mermen swimming around him in the thick fog, stirring the air and forming a huge vortex. It was hard to imagine that the song of the merman could be heard to this extent. Zhang Li did not stand on ceremony and smashed his fists at the dense swimming mermen. Fist pillars easily shattered the rotting mermen. Although he did not directly touch them, the curse of the sea still landed on him. This was the other party's probing. He probably wanted to figure out the strength of Zhang Li's Dao body and weaken it with a curse. This was a conventional tactic when their strength was not much different. However, these methods were useless against Zhang Li. They're all merman zombies. You collect the strength of the dead. It seems that you and the Blood King are birds of a feather. I was wrong earlier. You're very suitable to be his lackey. Zhang Li retracted his fist and focused for a moment. Then, the pressure of the Four Seas dragon race seeped out of his body. The thousands of merman zombies around him were instantly turned to ash, and the surrounding thick fog dissipated. It revealed Dao Master Vast Sea, who was standing not far away. In terms of controlling the power of the sea, the dragon race was not inferior to anyone. A true dragon blood descendant. There's actually a true dragon blood descendant here. Your dragon blood is actually so noble. Good, this is great. It seems that I can obtain an excellent body this time. When I return to the living world, I won't need to use those mediocre people to make up the numbers. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. Old antiques like this who had died would always think about possession. Facing an outstanding body like Zhang Li's, it was very normal for him to be unable to control himself. In fact, Zhang Li hoped that the other party would quickly run over and possess him. That would save him a lot of trouble. After his soul transformed into an essence soul, who knew what kind of dangerous place his mental world had become. The sea fog was blown away by the dragon's might, and Zhang Li saw an illusion of a vast sea floating behind Dao Master Vast Sea. In the waves, merman sea beasts emerged from the water from time to time. If he was not wrong, the sea fog and merman had run out of the illusion. It was an illusion, but the sea inside was clearly real. Zhang Li had seen similar methods not long ago. Qin Shuman used the Shu Mountain secret technique and the Two Mountain illusion technique to successfully turn a large number of Yin burial ghost soldiers into illusions and put them into her dress. However, that was under the condition that the Yin burial ghost soldiers took the initiative to cooperate. The person in front of him actually used an illusion technique to directly absorb an ocean. How domineering was that illusion technique? Look how beautiful this sea is. It's filled with corruption and death. If I add some despair, it will definitely be more perfect. Dao Master Vast Sea looked at his illusion sea in a daze. He raised his hand and actually removed the blood armor and blood weapon on his body, throwing them into the illusion of the sea. The two blood-colored artifacts entered the sea. The azure sea water quickly spread out a dense blood color. The tens of millions of vengeful spirits that were originally residing in the blood soldiers and blood armor were also released. They struggled in the vast sea like drowning people. Zhang Li guessed what the other party wanted to do. He jumped off the dragon python's head and pounced towards the other party. As the fist landed, Dao Master Vast Sea exploded. However, countless coral fragments flew everywhere. These coral fragments grew as soon as they landed. Every fragment could grow a new coral. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Zhang Li. Every time he shattered it, more coral would grow. Zhang Li's fists transformed into afterimages as he bombarded continuously, and he even released the 9 nether roots to crush the coral together. It took him 10 breaths to break out of these corals. At this moment, it was already a step too late. The illusion of the sea was already completely covered in blood. In the next moment, a monstrous sea of blood poured out from the illusion and poured on Zhang Li. Countless blood-colored ghosts struggled in the sea. Wave after wave of blood-colored tsunamis surged over, instantly drowning Zhang Li and the dragon python behind him. This was indeed a real sea. Facing the endless sea-water impact, Zhang Li relied on his brute force to barely endure it. He exerted strength in his feet and leaped up, about to make himself bleed. However, his head had just surfaced from the sea. He felt countless hands grabbing him underwater. Looking down, he saw more than 100 resentful souls and blood people pulling at his clothes and feet, desperately dragging him. Then, more vengeful spirits condensed from the sea and continuously hung behind, causing the pulling force to increase. In the sea of blood, the power of these ghosts was extremely great. Even he could not break free for a time without any strength. Zhang Li was just about to erupt with strength and forcefully break through when he felt a sense of danger above his head. He raised his hand to block, and a bracelet made of bones was worn on his hand. Dao Master Vast Sea's sinister voice entered his ears. This is an ocean bracelet forged from the bones of an earth immortal level merman princess. The person wearing it will forever fall into the deep sea. Sink into the sea, sinner. The curse of the bone ring was still unable to invade Zhang Li's body. However, this bone ring seemed to be heavier than a mountain. It grabbed his wrist tightly and dragged him down. His feet were already dragged by the ghosts and blood humans, so Zhang Li was finally unable to resist and was dragged into the sea of blood by the bracelet and tens of thousands of ghosts. The terrifying rotting sea monster surrounded him. Every 10 feet he sank, the pressure on his body doubled. No matter how powerful he was still pressed under the deep sea and could not turn around. Sink in the sea forever. Dao Master Vast Sea stood on the sea, stirring up raging waves that did not give Zhang Li any chance to catch his breath. In a wave, the dragon python that had been washed away was suddenly pushed out by the wave. Dao Master Vast Sea raised his hand and beckoned. A large amount of blood-colored seawater poured back, about to put the dragon python into the illusion sea behind him. As long as one entered his illusion world, there was no precedent of escaping. If Zhang Li, who had fallen into the sea of blood, was unable to escape, in the end, he would be recalled into the illusion along with the sea of blood and be soaked in the rotting seawater forever. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Just as the dragon python was about to be taken away by the illusion, a powerful slash suddenly blossomed like a shattered star, instantly splitting the sea of blood. Zhang Li stood at the bottom of the sea holding the human emperor's battle halberd. The bone ring on his hand was forcefully torn off. He casually threw it to the side and shattered it into a few pieces. Another 9-headed snake formed from pure white flames darted out of his body. It spat out the ghost lantern cold flame and easily burned the ghosts to ashes. That's all. Looks like the dead are dead. You're already far inferior to the other high-grade divine judgment factions. In fact, that was the case. When a person died, the lamp of life would be extinguished. Among the 3 flowers of essence, qi, and spirit, the latter 2 were easy to deal with. However, the essence flower that represented the body would wither with death. Although the current Dao Master Vast Sea's realm was still there, if he really fought with experts of the same level, he would quickly fall into a disadvantage. The human emperor's battle halberd in his hand waved, and the sea of blood was cut into a few pieces like tofu that could not heal for a long time. The other party had already used all 3 of his axes. He was now a dead person who looked strong but was actually weak. Moreover, he had used his strongest human emperor's battle halberd. Zhang Li took a step across the blood sea. An endless stream of power came from the human threads behind him. Without any delay, he slashed out again. This halberd tore apart the illusion on the spot and sent Dao Master Vast Sea, who had been hiding behind, flying. However, after running to the blood sea and seeing the surrounding situation, Zhang Li could not help but shake his head and sneer. It turned out that he had been tricked. I was careless. So that's what you were planning. This was because Zhang Li had actually left the range of the Baekyan mountain at some point in time. Around him, there were 16 Earth Immortal experts surrounding him. The city god's hall not far away had already changed its direction and blocked his escape route back to the Baekyan mountain. Chapter 657, No Escape Route. Hand over the king's corpse and submit to me. I can spare your life. The Blood King, who was blocking his escape route, persuaded him to surrender. The surrounding 16 Earth Immortals and Dao Master Vast Sea, who had an additional wound on his body and had flown back, firmly surrounded Zhang Li. As long as he made any abnormal movements, he would be attacked. With a heaven rank artifact by his side and being surrounded like this, it was really a terrible situation. Zhang Li shook his head and laughed. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the people of the world. He had just broken through to the soul formation realm and obtained strength that was close to the peak of the cultivation world of the eastern region. It indeed made his actions more reckless. It turned out that the anger, contempt, and madness displayed by the Blood King and Dao Master Vast Sea were all fake. It was only to lower his guard and take advantage of the opportunity to cover Zhang Li with the Blood Sea to bring him and the Dragon Python out of the range of the Baekyan mountain. Then, there was the current siege. Because in the domain of the Baekhyun mountain, they were unable to defeat Zhongli no matter what. Even if he used the city god's token to temporarily let Dao Master Vast Sea enter the range of the Baekhyun mountain, it could only last for 2 to 4 hours. The last time they met, Zhongli only had the strength of an ordinary earth immortal, so he did not reveal his strength immediately. However, the Blood King also knew that he still had a terrifying halberd that he had not used. It was naturally best if he could defeat Zhongli and capture him and the dragon python in such a short period of time. However, if that did not work, they would try their best to drag him out of the strange mountain. That was why he used the Blood Sea to pull him out of the Baekhyun mountain. It had to be said that their idea was very successful. Even the current him would find it difficult to face Dao Master Vast Sea and the 16 Earth Immortals. Not to mention that there was also a heaven rank artifact, the City God's Hall. Although they could not kill him, they could still put him in danger. However, Zhongli did not look nervous at all. Even if he was facing a former high-grade Divine Judgment leader, 16 Earth Immortals, and a heaven rank artifact controlled by the Blood King. A smile gradually hung on Zhongli's face as he raised the human emperor's battle halberd and pointed it at the Blood King. You're right. Then, since the Blood King Palace has offended the people, you should be punished for starting the war in the eastern region and causing chaos to all living beings. You're already surrounded. There's no way out behind you. Surrender now. City Lord Zhang returned their words as usual. He flipped his hand and took out a cloud shell bead, crushing it in his hand. It was just like the day the Blood King Palace was destroyed. The exact same scene appeared again. As the spiral cloud appeared, the first thing to appear was the otherworldly figure of concubine Yun. She saw the familiar palace at a glance. Then, the 3 divine pillars, the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces, and hundreds of Earth Immortals crossed space to come here. With this, the number of people and the situation instantly reversed. Behind the city god's hall was the Baekhyun mountain, and in the front was the top combat strength of the Divine Judgment Hall. Now, they were surrounded. Moreover, just as Zhongli had said, they had no way out. This cloud shell bead came from his childhood sweetheart, Shen Shan Kaihua. As long as Zhongli spoke, that junior sister who was actually a descendant of Nuwa would agree to anything. Zhongli had long known that the experts of the Divine Judgment Hall were hiding nearby and waiting. They were waiting for the remaining forces of the Blood King Palace. As long as he used the cloud shell bead to receive them, the Divine Judgment Hall's reinforcements would instantly arrive. The war that had not ended last time would continue today. On the netherworld illusion where the Baekhyun mountain was located, the battle erupted again. This time, without the help of the experts in Tragic Death City, the remaining cultivators of the Blood King Palace fell into an absolute disadvantage in numbers. After the reinforcements appeared, they immediately gave up on killing Zhongli and hid in the city god's hall as quickly as possible. There were also a few Earth Immortals who were originally slower behind Zhongli and were unable to escape back to the temple. They were even directly stopped by the Divine Judgment Hall experts. Not long after, they were directly blasted apart, turning into white light that was pulled back by Tragic Death City. The outcome was naturally self-evident. At this moment, the Divine Judgment Hall experts who passed through the spiral cloud discovered Zhongli. Isn't this the Fengde City Lord? Why is he here? He disappeared for no reason previously. So he came here using an unknown method. Dea ist 9 Nether, I think you need to give us an explanation. You clearly have the ability to directly cross the void. Why did you lie to us? The masked man who suddenly summoned the clouds and guided them over was clearly the Fengde City Lord. This City Lord had clearly lied to them at the beginning. He clearly had the ability to come here, but he did not say it. During this period of time, they had gathered more than 100 million people. The process consumed countless spirit stones and medicinal pills. The losses were enough to make several medium-sized Divine Judgment factions go bankrupt. This caused them to instantly be displeased and wary of Zhongli. It was just that they were currently dealing with the Blood King Palace and Zhongli was also attacking the city god's hall. He could be considered to be on their side. They would not fight among themselves at this time. Only concubine Yun from the Cloud Manor's eyes flickered with a brilliant light when she looked at Zhongli. It was not the light of a spell, but her eyes reflecting the merit spiritual light of the human emperor's successor. How could concubine Yun not recognize Zhongli? After all, the merit spiritual light was so exaggerated that it surpassed her. In the cultivation world of the eastern region, she had never seen a second person like this. However, this cloud shell bead should have come from the descendant of Nuwa. In that case, that young successor of Nuwa indeed had a deep relationship with him. After concubine Yun's thoughts flashed rapidly, her figure suddenly transformed into clouds and floated to Zhongli's side. The two rainbow cloud servants beside her took 2 steps forward and spoke. The human emperor's successor answered the Cloud Manor's request. That's why he did not reveal the ability to reach this netherworld in order to lure the snake out of its hole. The human emperor's successor of Fengdu City is a friend of the Cloud Manor. Don't be rude. When the other cultivators heard this, their expressions softened. So it was the plan of the 3 divine pillars. No wonder Fengdu Ghost City was so cooperative. Gathering so many people consumed a lot of energy. However, only this could make the Blood King Palace believe that they could not directly cross the void. Only then would the cautious Blood King appear. In the end, the plan to lure the snake out of its hole succeeded. It could only be said that she was indeed concubine Yun of the Cloud Manor. Wait, the successor of the human emperor? Is it that person? The surrounding experts looked at Zhongli again. Although his mask and clothes had changed, his figure was indeed extremely similar. There was also the signature halberd. They did not know how he left the city. However, it was indeed the successor of the human emperor who had helped greatly in tragic Death City. Chapter 658 Million City Gods, 1. At first, they did not think that way. After being mentioned by concubine Yun, they all recognized this mysterious and powerful successor of the human emperor. When they were in tragic Death City, many of them had been saved by Zhongli and had received his help. Especially those earth immortals who had been captured accidentally. Zhongli had saved their lives. Now that they saw this benefactor again, although they did not kowtow on the spot and only followed his lead, they also looked at him gratefully. The previous misunderstanding had been swept away. Such a good person had helped them twice and was firmly on the side against the Blood King Palace. How could this human emperor's successor be a bad person? Zhongli looked at concubine Yun in surprise. Previously, he had thought that as long as he pieced the 2 pieces of the netherworld together, if he used the power of the earth vein to transfer Fengdu City to the Baekhyun Mountain, at the very least, no one in the cultivation world of the eastern region would be able to harm him. Even the 3 divine pillars could not gain an advantage against Zhongli, who had the enhancement of Fengdu City in the Baekhyun Mountain. As long as he had this safe and stable backing, even if the matter of him borrowing the power of the Divine Judgment Hall was exposed, he would not hesitate to offend more people. However, he did not expect that the Cloud Manor would take the initiative to help him explain this matter, saving him a lot of trouble. One had to know that he had never informed the Cloud Manor before. With such help, Zhongli had a better impression of them. They nodded at each other. After exchanging tacit understanding, they continued to attack the City God's Hall. The City God's Hall also began their counterattack. The 2 stone lions at the entrance no longer had stone balls in their mouths, but they were clearly not for decoration. After the Blood King threw out 2 tokens, the stone lions directly came to life and transformed into 2 huge golden and silver lions that were 1,000 feet tall. They pounced into the crowd. Although they were only 1,000 feet in size and were even smaller than the wood dragon Rayquaza, they had extremely high spell resistance. Ordinary earth immortal level spells could only create ravines on their bodies. The effect was very limited. However, because they had lost the stone ball in their mouths, the attacks of the 2 lions were greatly weakened. Although they were big and their bites were fierce, they could not really injure the experts who were dodging in the air. The remaining Earth Immortals of the Blood King Palace cowered and did not come out. They only passively endured the endless spell attacks. After being attacked by the strongest group of people in the cultivation world of the eastern region, the heaven rank artifact seemed to lack energy and was on the verge of collapse. It seemed that the Blood King Palace had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. However, there was something worth thinking about. It was as if the Divine Judgment Hall had long known that the Blood King Palace would definitely come. As long as the Blood King was not stupid, he would definitely know that the Divine Judgment Hall would definitely ambush the last Dragon Python King's corpse. In this day and age, who could be more stupid than others? Since they dared to come here, how could they not be prepared? Moreover, for some reason, none of the originally invincible dragon pythons appeared this time. In the heaven rank artifact, City God's Hall, the few Earth Immortals who had barely escaped revealed bitter expressions. The terrifying spell tied outside made their hearts tremble. With their strength, they could not resist it head-on. Even if they escaped, the chance was slim. The only problem now was that this heaven rank artifact could still last long. The City God's Hall stood tall in the spell tide and had not suffered any obvious damage so far. However, their gazes secretly looked at the tube in the Blood King's hand. They all knew that the power that supported the City God's Hall was diminished after the last battle. What? Do you want to see it? On the other hand, the Blood King's expression had been very calm. It was unknown if it was a bluff or if his self-restraint had really reached this level. The Divine Judgment Hall is just a group of people who betrayed their master. What's there to be afraid of? The Blood King was really not a coward. Seeing that he was surrounded outside, he calmly fiddled with the tokens in his hand. The power of incense was quickly consumed under the siege. He was not afraid at all, as if everything was under his control. Do you know what this City God's Hall was like back then? Without waiting for them to answer, he continued. In the day, it divides yin and yang, and at night, it judges ghosts. All the living beings in the hall are equal as ants. With that, he looked at the remaining tokens in the tube. He no longer reached out to take it. With a casual toss, he threw out the entire cylinder and all the tokens inside. Dao Master Vast Sea and the others clearly saw that there were a total of 225 tokens scattered in the air. Normally, activating the City God's Hall only cost 1 token. This time, he threw out everything. What was this Blood King doing? The incense sticks landed on the ground and turned into white smoke. Even if their cultivation levels were profound, they were all top experts when they were alive. At this moment, they felt a terrible feeling as if they were being stabbed in the back and could die at any moment. Behind them, the City God statue that had been sitting at the front of the hall suddenly opened its eyes. In the next moment, the world turned upside down. At the same time, the people from the Divine Judgment Hall outside also discovered that something was wrong. The entire City God's Hall suddenly emitted a 10,000 feet golden light, illuminating the netherworld that was originally as dim as night. Before anyone could react, the vermilion door suddenly opened, and then an irresistible powerful suction force suddenly erupted, as if it wanted to tear apart heaven and earth. Chapter 659, Million City Gods, 2. Zhang Li had never seen such a suction force in his life. Everything in his sight was distorting. This suction force was actually powerful to the extent of causing large-scale water ripples in space. Zhang Li only felt that every part of his body was being pulled. His internal organs seemed to have been hooked by the hooks of hundreds of fishermen and were continuously pulled out. Even the roots under his feet were pulled up inch by inch and sucked towards the door. Moreover, the range of this suction force was extremely wide. Regardless of distance, all the experts present were not spared. Immediately, they turned into streaks of light and were sucked into the hall. Even the 3 divine pillars were pulled in after barely resisting for a moment. In just a moment, the suction force retracted, and the red door closed. Everyone was sucked in. Even Zhongli and the leaders of the three divine pillars were unable to resist the full might of a heaven-rank artifact. It really did not lower the reputation of a heaven-rank artifact at all. However, this kind of power could not be used easily. Otherwise, the Blood King would not have held back during the last battle. The vermilion door closed with a bang. The city god's hall immediately became a confined space, leaving only a few long lamps that were still illuminating the surroundings. Being pulled in by the sudden suction force, Zhongli was dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, his resistance was astonishing. He quickly came back to his senses and propped himself up with one hand. He bounced up and regained his footing. He quickly scanned his surroundings and saw that in the huge space, a city god's statue that was 100,000 feet tall was opening its eyes and looking at the experts. Around him was not the ordinary hall he had imagined, but an extremely wide space. 4 vermilion pillars stood in all directions like heavenly pillars. They were covered in green bricks, but the size of each tile was enough to cover a large stadium from the wind and rain. From all its characteristics, this should be the city god's hall, but it was countless times larger than before. In Zhongli's senses, the interior of this city god's hall was at least 20 times larger than the interior of his yin burial coffin. The scene of changing the world was extremely shocking. It was unknown if everyone had been shrunk or if the hall had been enlarged. At this moment, everyone was casually thrown into the empty hall like hundreds of ants. Perhaps, in terms of proportion, they were even smaller than ants compared to this hall. This is the artifact space of the city god's hall. Everyone, be careful. They were all earth immortals, although they might not have earth-rank artifacts like the yin burial coffin. However, there were still some treasures that could allow living beings to enter. No one had ever seen such a large artifact space. It could only be said that it was indeed a heaven-rank artifact. The internal space inside was completely enough for a large country to set down. With some sunlight and soil, it was not a problem to be self-sufficient here. However, although he was surprised, Zhongli frowned tightly. He had often relied on artifacts to suppress and bully other experts in the coffin space. With his medium-grade earth-rank yin burial coffin and the 9 nether wood, he could suppress an earth immortal. Now, the tables had turned. It was his turn to be put into the artifact space. However, how powerful would the power of a heaven-rank artifact, the city god's hall, be? Bang! Zhongli smashed his fist into the smooth ground below. A spatial ripple visible to the naked eye rippled out, and the commotion was so great that it attracted the attention of the surrounding experts. Most of them could never unleash such pure offensive power. His fist alone had reached the strength of an earth immortal who had condensed the 3 flowers above his head. Apart from the help of the human emperor's successor, Zhongli's strength had also obtained their respect and recognition. The surrounding earth immortals were surprised by the strength of the human emperor's successor, who was also the Fengdu city lord. However, when he moved his fist away, they gasped as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Under such a terrifying fist, only a palm-sized circle of fine cracks appeared on the smooth tiles below. Could this be considered damage? If the city god's hall returned to its original size, they would probably have to open their eyes wide to discover this small point. The strength of this heaven-rank artifact was simply unbelievable. In fact, the crack was still recovering at a visible speed. With such a strong cage, even without any danger, it was extremely difficult for them to escape. Just as the experts in front of everyone did not believe it and were about to attack, the huge city god in front of them finally moved. He raised his hand, grabbed a huge piece of wood, and ruthlessly slapped it on the table. Everyone still remembered the shocking voice that destroyed everything in the last battle. At that time, it was still the power that spread outside the hall. Now that everyone was in the hall, how powerful would it be if they were attacked head-on? Everyone used their defensive methods and defensive artifacts. Wood walls, earth walls, water balls, ice mountains, and other methods were used together. The weaker ones would take care of themselves while the stronger ones would help others. In less than the blink of an eye, the Divine Judgment Hall set up a solid defensive array. Everyone stared at the huge wooden block that was falling. Boom! The wooden block collided with the long table that was the size of a plane. A spherical ripple exploded and spread. When the impact spread to the many experts of the Divine Judgment Hall, a large defensive barrier was blown out like a candle. Apart from the 3 divine pillars, everyone was sent flying by the ripple. Zhongli and the few experts who had gathered the 3 flowers of essence, qi, and spirit were still energetic. After being stunned for a moment, they could still immediately stand up. Apart from being in a sorry state, they were not injured much. However, the hundreds of other earth immortals were different. All of them fell to the ground and spat out blood. Be it their essence souls or Dao bodies, they were all injured to a certain extent. However, Zhongli and the others did not have the time to take care of these injured people. This was because just now, other than sending them flying, this shocking ripple had also shattered some things. A white light was shot out and floated in the air, illuminating a large area on the side of the hall. There were shattered tiles scattered on the ground. From the way it was still shaking, it was obvious that it had just been shattered. Looking at the number, there were more than 1 million clay pots. However, what were these clay pots originally containing? The answer was quickly placed in front of everyone. Zhongli took a few steps forward and blocked the earth immortal who was still lying on the ground. The surroundings were vaguely visible, and soon, more and more figures appeared and surrounded them. Back then, the Qin dynasty sealed the city god's hall, but when it collapsed, the city god's hall disappeared. The Divine Judgment Hall has once destroyed many city gods' temples with known locations, but the city gods that were conferred by the dynasty had all disappeared. We thought they had returned to nature. From the looks of it, they're all gathered here. The leaders of the 3 divine pillars slowly explained the origins of these things. Everyone felt a chill around them. When they looked again, the originally empty city god's hall was already filled with figures. These figures were all wearing golden clothes and red robes. They were quite similar to the 100,000 feet tall city god's statue above. However, they were not living people. Some of them had rat faces, while others had ferocious ghost faces. Outside, it was not too much to call them demons and request for their extermination. However, looking at their auras carefully, they did not look like demons or ghosts. Instead, they had a dense auspicious aura and did not have any demonic blood qi. They mostly cultivated orthodox cultivation methods. Moreover, one could not smell the stench of demons from them at all, even for some of the rat demons and pig demons. Zhongli, who also had an incense divine art, knew that this was the effect of consuming incense all over the world for a long time and being sincerely worshipped by others. How could everyone not see that these monsters that jumped out of the jars were clearly the million city gods from the Cultivation dynasty back then? Chapter 660, Too Weak? The city god was a byproduct of the Cultivation dynasty after the spiritual qi recovery. At that time, in the cities of the world, other than the Yang official who handled mortal affairs and ruled over a region, every place also had a corresponding Yin official who was specially responsible for the netherworld affairs of a region. This netherworld was not the land of reincarnation or the underworld, but a world that mortals could not see. Among them were the spirits in the mountain and the ghosts after death. It could be seen how ambitious the Cultivation dynasty was at that time. Not only did they have to care about the living, but they also had to rule the dead and demons. The city gods of various places were basically not conferred to living people. They were all demons, spiritual beasts, and loyal cultivators who were willing to submit to the dynasty and die for the country. This was slightly similar to Zhongli's current prosperous Zhonghong. He did not mind those demons and ghosts that were not presentable on the outside. Yin and Yang cooperated with each other and restrained each other in order to maintain the stability of their rule. The foundation was naturally the heaven rank artifact, the city god's hall. With this hall as the guide, even if these spirits died in the mountains and did not have special incense divine arts, they could still enjoy the power of incense offerings. Therefore, This system almost covered the entire dynasty back then. It was not strange for its number to reach 1 million. That's Guzhou City's city god Yang Jiaoshan. Fuxing City's city god Chen Wenlong. There's also Fortune Province's city god Zhou Ke, Wuhu City's city god Su Sheng, and Willow River's city god Zhong Yuan. Suzhou City's city god Chun Chenjun, Fengzhou City's city god Su Yin, Southern Giant City's city god Zhong Ying, Shaoxin City's city god Peng Yu, Qiwo City's city god Shen Sheng, Jinan City's city god Tai Xin, Zhengzhou City's city god Ji Xin, Tainan City's city god Zhu Yugi. All of them were old fellows who had lived for thousands of years and knew quite a bit about the past. Coupled with the fact that they had cultivated the essence soul, it was impossible for them to forget some things. Therefore, although these city gods had disappeared for 5,000 years and had only left behind some portraits and records, they recognized many of them immediately. Apart from the capital city's city god and the 18 dukes' city gods, all the city gods are here. According to the prosperity of the area under their jurisdiction and the number of people, the city gods were naturally stronger or weaker. They could roughly be divided into 5 grades. There was also the duke's city god whose status was comparable to a noble, and the capital city's city god who was even more noble and could only be held by the royal family's ghosts. The higher the grade of the city god, the more incense offerings they received, and the stronger they were. Their strength is completely different from back then. The Blood King has spent a lot of effort on them. Everyone, be careful. If these city gods only maintained their standards back then, they would naturally be a group of useless people. Before the destruction of the Cultivation dynasty, the highest realm in the cultivation world was only at the soul formation realm. Any number of them could not affect true experts. However, the Blood King had clearly done something during these 5,000 years of hibernation. The world is unfair. It should be judged by the netherworld. Everyone, do you still remember the punishment for traitors in the immortal Qin Empire? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. The Blood King wearing a crown appeared on the table in front of the huge city god statue. He was still criticizing the actions of the many forces of the Divine Judgment Hall back then. However, that was already a common saying. From different perspectives, this matter would be completely different. It was impossible to distinguish right from wrong. Speaking of which, it could only be said that everyone was right. No one spoke much to him. When they saw the person appear, more than half of the experts immediately soared into the sky and pounced at him. Spells rained down on him as if they were free. Now that they were in the space of a heaven-rank artifact, no one could guarantee that they could withstand the next methods. If there was a chance to kill the leader, it was naturally the best solution. The attacks of hundreds of experts were extremely terrifying. If not for the fact that this was the interior of a heaven-rank artifact, even space would have collapsed long ago. However, as the brazier on the 4 pillars of the city god's hall lit up, an invisible force suddenly pressed down. The earth immortal spells that were about to land on the Blood King were all extinguished like before. The earth immortal cultivators flying in the air were also forcefully pressed back to the ground and could not fly. Everyone felt their minds go blank. It was as if their bodies were bound by countless large locks, and their strength was suppressed by several % by the city god's hall. Zhang Li could not help but cough lightly. The tightness in his chest could not be eliminated no matter what. This was not an invasive curse. The Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder could not remove it. The minus sign behind the status panel could take effect, but as long as he did not leave this space, even if he removed the status, he would immediately be suppressed again. Clenching his fists, his physical strength was not greatly affected. However, his other aspects were suppressed by about 30%. As expected of a heaven-rank artifact, it could actually do this when facing 3 divine pillars, 12 high-grade divine judgment, and hundreds of earth immortals. His yin burial coffin could not compare to it at all. This was under the circumstances that Zhang Li had a complete status. The situation of other ordinary earth immortals would probably be much worse than him. Coupled with the injuries they had suffered earlier, it was already the best outcome to have their combat strength reduced by half. Kill them. As soon as the Blood King finished speaking, the million city gods who were originally standing quietly in the surroundings suddenly pounced at them crazily. They had no rationality, as if they had turned back into demons and ghosts, only using their long fangs and sharp claws to injure people. However, the people from the Divine Judgment Hall were not much better. Under the envelopment of the four braziers, 99% of the spells they used had no effect. They would dissipate as soon as they left his hand. The artifacts in their hands were also greatly suppressed here. After less than 1,000 feet, it would fall to the ground. Even if it was used to smash people, the power would be greatly reduced. Helpless, other than the three divine pillars, the other dignified earth immortals could only fight the million city gods on the ground like ordinary mortal martial artists. This scene was simply like the center of a world war, but the heads of the two countries used marbles to determine the outcome. It looked a little funny. The Divine Judgment Hall had the absolute disadvantage in numbers, as if they were about to be swallowed by a million city gods at any time. However, although these city gods had been cleansed by incense offerings, most of them were still far inferior to true earth immortals. It was impossible to kill everyone with one spell technique. However, other than those powerful first and second grade city gods, it was not a problem to slap 3 to 5 to death. Although these million city gods were many, they could only exhaust the experts. It was very difficult to really kill the Divine Judgment Hall experts. Sooner or later, they would be able to slaughter all these historical remnants. However, the more this was the case, the more uneasy the Divine Judgment Hall felt. The situation seemed to be amiss. After smashing a tiger demon city god into pieces, Zhongli also felt very strange. Too weak. The power displayed by the Blood King Palace is too weak. Chapter 661, Qin Emperor's Burial Ground, 1. It was not that their battle was too easy now, but Zhongli felt that his opponent was too weak. In fact, just this heaven rank artifact was enough to give people a headache. After being sucked into the artifact's space, they might encounter greater danger at any time. However, this was the Blood King Palace that tried to overturn the current cultivation world. The current pressure was far from what it should be. Zhongli grasped something in his heart, but he did not dare to confirm his guess. He hurriedly brandished his halberd and broke out of the crowded battle circle to find concubine Yun. At this moment, the three divine pillars did not help the other earth immortals kill the enemy on a large scale. Instead, they stuck their hands to the ground as if they were investigating something. When Zhongli arrived, the three who had their faces concealed happened to end their investigation and stood up. The other two did not have any relationship with the successor of the human emperor, so Zhongli naturally went to find concubine Yun. Both sides were people with deep merit, and one had a 3-colored Dao body while the other had a 7-colored Dao body. When they met again, although both sides covered their faces, there was a feeling of familiarity. He voiced his worries a little. As soon as Zhongli spoke, the other party understood what he meant. Did you sense it too? The current situation is indeed very bad. This space is abnormally sturdy and we can't easily escape. I'm afraid it's to keep us here. That Blood King is most likely not his true body. Concubine Yun turned her head and looked at the blood-colored figure still standing on the tall table. Although he wore the Blood King crown and his appearance was ordinary, the bearing on this person was much weaker than the main character. Zhongli sighed. Sure enough, there was not a single fool present. They had clearly fought with the Blood King Palace not long ago. How could they not understand the power of the Blood King Palace? Even if they lost the huge help of the experts in Tragic Death City because of Zhongli's interference, the Blood King Palace was still their greatest threat. However, only the million city gods attacked them. Where was the dragon python array formed by the other 8 king corpses? The Son of Heaven golden dragon that was formed from the fusion of the 7 kings could forcefully charge into the substantial domain set up by the 3 divine pillars without being injured at all. How powerful would the 8 kings be when combined? This was originally a killer move that the Divine Judgment Hall was extremely afraid of. During this period of time, they calculated countless countermeasures. However, this time, he had never seen the Blood King use the dragon python from the beginning to the end. Could it be that he had changed his personality? Was he unwilling to kill? In addition, where was the Blood King Palace's blood army that had sacrificed countless dynasty citizens? Where were the 19 strongest Duke's city gods? Why not release them together? Clearly, any one of these 3 aspects was enough to turn the situation around to a large extent and bring huge damage to the Divine Judgment Hall. However, there was no sign of him from the beginning to the end. The Blood King was a shrewd person. It was not like he was playing games to guard the checkpoint. Monsters could not leave their area. How could anyone be stupid enough to separate their strength and let the enemy attack one by one? Even the Divine Judgment Hall, which had such a complicated composition, knew to go all out against the Blood King Palace. However, their enemy was so abnormal. Where did this portion of power go? It was really uneasy not to see it with their own eyes. At that time, after they saw this enemy's strongest heaven-rank artifact, the City God's Hall, they naturally thought that the other party had stepped into a trap. They attacked without any hesitation. This was because even if something happened elsewhere, with the ability of the 3 divine pillars, they could arrive instantly. However, they now realized that only the City God's Hall was present. Then, where were the other forces of the Blood King Palace? If someone was willing to use a heaven-rank artifact as bait to lure the tiger away and trap the enemy, that would be too terrifying. The 2 of them did not finish speaking, but they clearly understood each other. There's no point in saying anything now. It's more important to leave this City God's Hall first. After our investigation, the key to supporting this space should be these 4 red pillars. If you can destroy 3 of them, this space will definitely self-destruct without any support. The 3 of us are prepared to extinguish the fire in that brazier. After removing the suppression and recovering our strength, we'll attack together and break the pillar to escape. The successor of the human emperor is powerful. Are you willing to extinguish the last fire with the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces? Indeed, as they had said, regardless of whether the other party was plotting something, or what arrangements they had in the outside world, they were already trapped here. The most important thing now was to escape as soon as possible in order to deal with the Blood King Palace's plot. After the investigation just now, the 3 of them clearly had a plan. In the City God's Hall, the huge statue was clearly the most important part. If they shattered it, it should be able to resolve the situation. However, anyone with eyes knew that that thing was also the most dangerous thing in this space. Their goal was to break through space, not to use their heads to fight a heaven-rank artifact head-on. If there were other key nodes to break, why did they have to rush to their deaths? If the other party slapped down with the City God's palm, how many people present could withstand it? After a quick distribution, the 3 divine pillars of cloud, flame, and sea water, each rushed to a red pillar to extinguish the burning brazier above. 662 Qin Emperor's Burial Ground, 2. Looking around, hundreds of ordinary Earth immortals could still protect themselves. The human emperor's successor and the other experts who had already gathered rushed to the last pillar. Zhang Li held the human emperor's battle halberd and killed his way through the city gods with the other experts. Because they could not fly or move through space, it took them some effort to run to the bottom of the pillar. Even if the vermilion pillar was restored to its original size and proportion, it would still be a huge thing that could only be hugged by 2 or 3 people. Now, according to the ratio, the size of everyone was probably less than an ant. When they approached this pillar, they felt that it was holding up the sky. It was one thing for it to be huge. At their level, even mountains were only toys in their hands. Size did not determine everything. However, the hardness of this pillar was also extremely terrifying. The effect of Zhang Li's punch earlier was still fresh in his mind. Even if he extinguished the flames and removed the suppression, it was not easy to cut down 3 pillars. After Zhang Li approached, his fingers suddenly turned black as he pressed them on the stone pillar. However, a moment later, he stopped in disappointment. When his fist struck the ground earlier, he had tried to use the spirit essence absorption to absorb the spirit essence of the heaven rank artifact. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. This artifact's space was so huge, just like Zhang Li's coffin. Obviously, it was impossible for every place to be the essence of an artifact. This was an internal space supported by the artifact. What he touched now was all formed by the condensed power of incense. In other words, he could not directly reach the city god's hall. Facing this power of incense, although the spirit essence rainbow could absorb it, the speed was too slow. Moreover, it was harmful to absorb the incense that did not belong to him. He had to think of a way to touch the main body of the city god's hall and use the ability to destroy this heaven rank artifact. Not long ago, he had easily absorbed the spirit essence of the 2 stone balls, which was enough to prove that even a heaven rank artifact could not resist the power of the spirit essence absorption. However, how could he make the city god's hall reveal a flaw? Perhaps the 4 braziers hanging on the pillar would allow him to gain something. Due to the spatial suppression of the artifact, they could not fly now. However, running along the pillar was still possible. He waved the halberd in his hand horizontally and cut the surrounding battlements into 2, temporarily clearing an area. Zhang Li's foot pressed against the pillar, and a suction force arose as he firmly stepped on it. Then, he and the other high-grade Divine Judgment leaders ran up the red pillar. The experts of the Divine Judgment Hall were trapped in the heaven rank artifact and could not escape for the time being. Just as they had guessed, the Blood King and the other 8 dragon pythons were now appearing in another place. Compared to the dark and cold netherworld, somewhere in the cultivation world of the eastern region, it could be said to be sunny. Under the scorching sun, a boy walked in a dense forest. After passing through a screen, he finally saw his target. This was an ordinary mountain without a name. Compared to the surrounding mountains, there was nothing special about him. Today, a child who looked less than 10 years old had traveled thousands of miles to this place for some reason. There was some sweat on his forehead. It seemed that it had taken him a lot of effort to come here. Wiping away his sweat, the words coming out of his mouth were a little strange. My little nephew's body is really weak. A sinister smile appeared on the boy's young features. On his forehead was a blood-like mark that shone brightly under the sunlight. Father, oh father, you trusted them so much back then that you were unwilling to even listen to us. But look, they buried you under such a mound after you died. You really have no dignity. Let me see how you look now after 5,000 years. Without a doubt, this was the true Blood King. At this moment, he had already obtained a living body through despicable possession methods. Who would have thought that this guy would actually use a heaven rank artifact as bait to lure the tiger out of the mountain and temporarily trap most of the experts of the Divine Judgment Hall? Then, he found this place alone. It was the burial ground of his father, the last Qin Emperor. The tiny Blood King took a few more steps forward, and an invisible barrier blocked his path. In the next moment, more than 10 figures appeared and surrounded the seemingly weak child. Those who trespass into the forbidden area will die. As soon as they finished speaking, more than 10 long blades stabbed towards the child in the middle. These figures were tightly wrapped in black, and their eyes were emotionless. However, they indeed had powerful strength. Every one of them was a soul formation expert. These black-clothed people were once evil demonic cultivators. After being captured by the Divine Judgment Hall, they became loyal warriors who had been trained again after using the Mengpo soup to cleanse all their personalities and memories. Only such people could guard this place forever and not leak any news. More than 10 soul formation cultivators surrounded a child who looked like he had just reached the Foundation establishment realm. There was no possibility of failure. Unfortunately, there was an extremely powerful soul residing in this child's body. The sharp and cold long blade suddenly stopped several feet away from the Blood King. These guys without memories and emotions did not know what mercy was. They were blocked by an even stronger force. In fact, they were the weak ones. From the tip of the dozen long blades, a layer of silver light gradually appeared around the Blood King. It was a silver dragon python that had been maintaining an invisible state and protecting his body. If the Blood King, who had possessed his nephew, did not want to destroy this body, he could not easily use too much power. However, it was too wishful thinking to think that they could deal with the Blood King like this. The thick dragon tail swept out, sending all these guards flying. The commotion here alerted the stronger guards hidden in the mountain ahead. There were 2 Earth Immortals who had disappeared from the cultivation world for many years. It was already very extravagant to use 2 Earth Immortals as guards. Under normal circumstances, as long as an alarm was sounded, the other experts of the 3 divine pillars would naturally come to help. However, at this moment, those experts were clearly not free. 7 dragon pythons crawled out from the collar of the possession Blood King. With the combined strength of the 8 dragon python kings' corpses, they could even fight the 3 divine pillars. How could anyone in the cultivation world of the eastern region stop them? The 8 dragon pythons swayed up and swelled in the wind, becoming larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, they connected from head to tail and circled the entire nameless mountain. In order to prevent outsiders from knowing about this place, the Divine Judgment Hall did not even give it a name or code name. This place could not be found on any map. However, the seal set up around it was first-rate and sturdy. If Zhang Li was here, he would definitely discover that this array formation was at least 20 times more powerful than the strongest Shu Mountain array in the Great Mountain region. It was so expensive and skilled that it was comparable to the defensive array of a high-grade Divine Judgment faction. However, under the pressure of the 8 dragon pythons, the power of the array formation could not be displayed at all. The 8 dragon pythons circled around the mountain. Every time they circled around, one color of the 5-colored spiritual light on the array formation would disappear. After only 5 rounds, the array here could only be completely broken. The considerable defense inside was only supported by the domain power of 2 Earth Immortals. However, the power of the Son of Heaven countered cultivators to begin with. The dragon python could even break through the physical domain of the 3 divine pillars. The domain of 2 mere Earth Immortals might be powerful enough for ordinary people, but it clearly could not stop them. As the 8 dragon pythons continued to spin and contract, the domains of the 2 Earth Immortals shattered like bubbles before they could even unleash their power. There were no more obstructions in this burial ground. 663 9 kings become 1. 2 stupid fellows, no one can stop me in this world. The 2 Earth Immortals who were injured and vomiting blood because their domain had been broken still wanted to fight to the death. Unfortunately, their strength was insufficient and they were swept into the 8 dragon pythons. The dragon pythons entangled each other like a meat grinder, causing the 2 human bodies to be covered in injuries and shatter. In the end, they were casually thrown to the side like 2 rags. It was unknown if they still had the opportunity to revive in tragic Death City. After dealing with the guards, the nameless mountain that had been specially reinforced was already under his control. Under the power of the 8 dragon pythons, the mountain was cut apart like tofu. The upper half of the mountain was lifted up and thrown to the side by the dragon pythons, revealing the surface of the tomb underground palace. All the mechanisms and traps had lost their effect at this moment. When the Blood King saw the tomb in the middle and calculated the feng shui here, he was already furious. Yin and Yang are conflicting. The 4 dangers devour qi. The 5 elements are repelled. There is no fortune in the 8 directions. Harming all descendants. A great danger that ruins all bloodline descendants. By creating such an ominous sign, this Divine Judgment Hall clearly wanted to exterminate his Qin family for good. One had to know that because of the temptation of the Epang Palace, even the corpses of the last 9 kings were so sought after. The corpse of the true last Qin emperor was naturally more valued. The 3 divine pillars of the Divine Judgment Hall had also studied the corpse of the last Qin Emperor repeatedly. However, after repeatedly trying and discovering that they could not open the Epang Palace no matter what, they could only give up. However, they did not waste it. Due to the fact that the immortal Qin dynasty had a history of thousands of years, the number of descendants that had spread could be said to be countless. Although those people did not have the ability to inherit the king's title, they still had a certain threat. At that time, the Divine Judgment Hall had ordered an expert in Feng Shui to specially find the location of great danger and meticulously designed this place to cut off the providence of the royal family's descendants. At that time, some of the remaining branches of the Qin family mostly secretly hid some of the assets and treasures left behind by their ancestors. Moreover, they had good bloodlines and traditions. They should have a higher chance of developing again. Although they might not be able to rise up again, it should not be difficult to maintain wealth and prosperity by hiding in a corner. However, after so many years, very few of them could stand out. In the end, they silently disappeared into the long river of time. It could be seen how terrifying the power of Feng Shui was. This was the cultivation world. Feng Shui secret techniques were no longer tricks used to scam people. It was a profound knowledge that could truly affect the operation of matter and future development. Feng Shui could have large or small effects, and its effects could be strong or weak. In a small area, for example, Zhang Li had used a few aged ghostwood tree wooden stakes to set up a Feng Shui array formation to attract some yin qi for cultivation. On a large scale, it was just like when Marshal King Zhou Wen was appointed by the Heavenly Court to destroy the Shang dynasty. In the beginning, he found a precious land to establish a new country, and only then did the sinful battle to overthrow the human emperor begin. It was impossible for the descendants of such a dangerous tomb to not be affected. The Blood King flew into the central tomb. The layout of this tomb was a little different from ordinary ones. In the middle of the tomb was a normal-sized coffin. Around the coffin were 4 bronze statues of ferocious beasts. Around the area where the 8 trigrams were located, there were 8 smaller coffins. It looked like these 4 ferocious beasts were guarding the large coffins and not letting the 8 small coffins approach. He slapped open the stone coffin lid and saw only a lonely white skeleton inside. With a wave of his hand, he opened the other 8 small coffins. As expected, after the other limbs were separated, they were placed in the small coffins. There was no intact corpse of the ancestor, and there were also 4 ferocious beasts that bit at the providence at all times. How could the descendants live a good life? The tragic encounter of Zhang Li's female ghost, Qin Shuman, when she was alive was probably greatly related to this. After seeing his father's corpse, the Blood King's body swayed and he felt dizzy. It was the might of the Son of Heaven and the bloodline suppression between father and son. However, his father had long died. This dizziness only lasted for a moment before slowly dissipating. "Father, don't worry. I'll definitely kill that slut concubine Yun and those 2 thieves, the fire and water imperial preceptors, and bury them with you." After recovering, the Blood King personally pieced together the corpse of the last Qin emperor. Then, in his eyes, a golden dragon chi began to envelop the corpse again. "Father, give your strength to me. I will ascend the throne and take back the treasure to establish a new immortal Qin dynasty that will never be destroyed." After the Blood King cut a hole in his palm, he stretched out his hand. The blood with the Son of Heaven's bloodline dripped onto the imperial bone and was guided by a secret technique. The dragon chi that ordinary people could not see surged into the Blood King's body strand by strand. The dragon chi he had previously absorbed from his ancestors was through digging graves. Originally, after many years of hard work, he had already prepared 9 portions of the Son of Heaven's dragon chi. As long as he obtained the corpse, he could transform into a dragon python. However, a portion of the dragon chi was consumed on the corpse of the Polar Mountain King, and the corpse was intercepted by Zhang Li, causing him to lose a strand of precious dragon chi for nothing. The current descendant of the Polar Mountain King was too young and was a generation away from them. He wanted to help him grow as soon as possible. They could only absorb the most dragon chi from the last Qin emperor. As the Son of Heaven's dragon chi poured in, his body, which was less than 10 years old, seemed to be filled with chi. Every breath he took made him move a little. Not long after, he became a handsome young master. After absorbing the last bit of dragon chi, the skeleton in the coffin had already turned to ashes. As for the Blood King who had possessed his nephew, his face was twisted in pain. Absorbing his father's dragon chi was different from other ancestors who had already stepped down from the throne. This could be considered a form of rebellion, and rebels would definitely be punished. A moment later, this body suddenly tore apart, and a brand new silver dragon python darted out. Using the child born after the death of the Polar Mountain King and the dragon chi of the last Qin Emperor, the last dragon python finally appeared. The 9 dragon pythons swam in the air and let out dragon roars, causing the surrounding ground to crack and the weather to change. In the end, the 9 kings combined into one. The 9 dragon pythons transformed into a 9-5 true dragon and flew towards an important place. Their goal was a white city, the core of the entire cultivation world of the eastern region, the headquarters of the Divine Judgment Hall. Very few people knew that below the headquarters of the Divine Judgment Hall was sealed the most noble Epang Palace of the Cultivation dynasty. 664 Fish crossing the river, 1. Back in the city God's Hall. Zhang Li and the other experts were running on a huge vermilion pillar. However, the higher they went, the stronger the suppression of the flames. Moreover, the downward force kept dragging them. After barely running half the distance, everyone's speed slowed down. It was as if there were several mountains hanging behind him and he was using his physical strength to climb up the smooth vertical pillar. His originally elegant movement technique gradually could not be used. A few of them even had to stop from time to time and start to lie on the surface of the pillar to rest. One had to know that they were top experts who had gathered 3 flowers and had perfected their essence, chi, and spirit. It had been thousands of years since they had felt exhaustion. However, at this moment, a red slippery liquid flowed down from above the pillar. Zhang Li recognized it was blood at a glance, and it was mixed with extremely vicious hatred. It was already extremely difficult to move on this pillar. If he was tainted by this blood, the situation would undoubtedly worsen. Be careful! Zhang Li reacted immediately. A large amount of ice aura surged out from his palms and continuously froze the blood that had already flowed to a square inch in front of him. However, due to the suppression in the city god's space, most of the energy would quickly dissipate after leaving the body. As a result, Zhang Li's cold qi could not spread far at all. He had to maintain a large amount of cold qi at all times. Otherwise, the blood that flowed down would immediately thaw and pour all over his head and face. Looking up, the top half of the originally red pillar was already completely dyed in blood. More liquid continued to flow down from both sides of him. Before long, the entire pillar would be dyed in a layer of sticky blood. This made the already difficult pillar even harder to climb. Moreover, he could sense that this blood was corroding the spiritual qi he released, causing the expenditure of spiritual qi to become even greater. Their footsteps were greatly slowed down by this blood. Every step required a large amount of spiritual qi to break through the blood in front of them. The person who did all this was already standing in front of Zhang Li. A fan silently pointed at him. The fan collided with the halberd, and Zhang Li's footsteps were pushed back by a few feet. The fake Blood King who had been standing on the long table had already disappeared. He appeared on the pillar and stopped their advance. Zhang Li could sense that if he was at his peak, the strength of this fake Blood King would be far inferior to him. However, at this moment, he was suppressed by the city god's power. There was also a force that wanted to pull him back to the ground at all times. When they fought, it was naturally very easy to suffer losses. In a flash, the fan collided with Zhang Li's halberd. Zhang Li continuously collided and got pushed back step by step. However, he had been waiting for an opportunity. After a collision, the two sides pulled away again. Zhang Li, who clearly looked to be suppressed earlier, suddenly said, "You're not the Blood King. Leave your name before you die." Hearing Zhang Li's shameless words, the fake Blood King was not angry. Instead, after thinking for a moment, he really said his name. "Your opponent is the captain of the Blood King's personal guards, Luo Xian." Before he could finish speaking, his entire body was shattered by the human emperor's battle halberd. Zhang Li had waited for 5 seconds just now and used the power of the status panel to eliminate the suppression of the city god's hall. In an instant, he erupted with strength and easily shattered Luo Xian. However, in the next moment, the suppression of the city god's hall enveloped him again. His strength had just recovered, and in less than half a breath, he felt like he had fallen again. It was really not a wonderful feeling. After taking 2 breaths, just as Zhang Li was about to blow away the blood on the surface of the pillar and continue upwards, the exploding blood fog did not disappear just like that. Instead, it floated back for a distance and transformed into a man. He wore the Blood King crown on his head and looked identical to the Blood King. His entire body was made of blood-colored color. Wasn't that the guy he had just shattered? The fake Blood King smiled as if he was very satisfied with the stunned expression on Zhang Li's face. "We meet again. Now, your opponent is the Blood King's personal guard, Bai Dingdian." This fake Blood King inexplicably changed his name and called himself Bai Dingdian. The fan in his hand also turned into a spear. He waved the spear and rushed forward. Zhang Li could only brandish his halberd to parry. However, this time, to his surprise, the force on the other party's spear was unexpectedly weak. He easily cut off the spear and slashed down with his halberd, splitting this obstruction into 2. Zhang Li stared at the other party carefully this time. When this fake Blood King was cut into 2, Zhang Li could clearly sense that a soul had been destroyed by his halberd. Logically speaking, he should be completely dead. However, the next moment, another identical blood-colored figure stood up not far away. "You killed me again. Now, your opponent is the Blood King's personal guard, Shi Shen." This newly condensed blood person also looked like the Blood King. However, the name changed again, and the weapon in his hand, combat style and stance also changed. 665 Fish crossing the river, 2. The fake Blood King who called himself Shi Shen rushed up with a hammer the size of a pumpkin. This time, the blood person's strength was clearly higher than before. The power displayed by brandishing the hammer was comparable to an ordinary Earth Immortal expert. However, the difference was that his body was far inferior to the Earth Immortal body. After Zhang Li broke through the other party's 33 hammer shadows, he slashed down with his halberd and pierced the guy into a pool of blood. As a cultivator of the 9 Nether Dao scripture, it was impossible for Zhang Li to not notice this. Then, in less than a breath of time, the other party appeared from behind Zhang Li again. This time, the weapon in his hand was a long saber. He spoke, "Your current opponent is the Blood King's personal guard, Nai Fei." Then, he slashed at Zhang Li's back. However, this slash was unexpectedly weak and did not cause any effect. Even the robe on Zhang Li that came from the Nuko Demon King could not be cut through. Then, it was shattered by Zhang Li's sweep. As this continued, Zhang Li began to be extremely shocked. Although this fake Blood King did not have a powerful physique, it could be revived repeatedly as if it could not be killed. It was even more troublesome. In the beginning, Zhang Li naturally did not believe it. He brandished his halberd and continuously killed his opponent. The other party's strength seemed to be fluctuating. The weapons he used and the way he fought were also ever-changing. The human emperor's successor used various other methods to kill the other party more than 100 times, but every time, this guy would revive beside him as if nothing had happened, as if there was no limit. If this continued without an end, even Zhang Li, a perpetual motion machine, would be traumatized. "Human emperor's successor, how are you? This guy? He's indeed not the Blood King. Which demon dares to act fierce in front of us?" At this moment, the other 12 high-grade divine judgment forces also surrounded him. They did not abandon Zhongli and continue on their way. Including Zhongli, all of them were like super scions. They used their spiritual qi to blow away the blood flow and surrounded the fake blood king. They could still maintain the release of spiritual qi for a long time as earth immortals. However, the reduction in speed was unavoidable. "Demon, tell me the truth." The Dean of Inkskar Academy shouted sternly. He waved the earth rank brush in his hand and used the ink word divine art at more than 10 times the usual expenditure. The word honesty dissipated as it slowly flew to the top of the blood person's head. Before the ink dissipated, he hurriedly asked, "Demon, who are you?" The fake blood king looked at the ink word above his head and did not resist. Instead, he kept announcing the name like he was reporting the name of dishes in a restaurant. "My name is Zhao Erniu. I'm from Changzhou. My name is Bao Wengong. I'm from the Demon Continent. My name is Feng Yanjiun. I'm from the Blood King's personal guard. I live in the city of 10,000 poems. My name is Lu Song, a personal guard of the Blood King. I was born in the 7-mile Golden Field." After being labeled as honesty, theoretically speaking, the other party should not be able to lie. Even if an expert could fabricate nonsense with the ink word active, after lying, the word honesty above his head should automatically dissipate. However, from the looks of it, the other party was clearly telling the truth. Fortunately, besides Zhongli, the other 12 were all experienced and knowledgeable old fellows. Some secret knowledge was not difficult for them. Mystic Gate Divine Art, fish crossing the river. Hehe, I gave this divine art to the Blood King back in the day. I didn't expect that someone would really be able to master it. An old man with a long beard among the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces revealed the other party's background with a strange glint in his eyes. The so-called fish crossing the river was to use cultivators as the river and accommodate others. There were countless fish in the river. When all techniques fell into the river, only fish died. This was what it meant by making others die instead of oneself. In theory, as long as there were enough fish in the river, the cultivator was practically immortal. You shouted their names. It should be the last memorial for those dead warriors. What about your own name? All moves and weapons can lie, but eyes can't. From the beginning to the end, your gaze did not change at all. You were the only one controlling this body. You don't want to leave your name before you die. The ink on the fake Blood King's head had already dissipated. The 13 experts were preparing other methods, including divine arts and techniques. They did not believe that with their combined strength, they could not break through this fish crossing the river. So it's the Grand Tutor. I apologize for my disrespect. I don't have a name, and only people without names can cultivate such a divine art. If I have to say it, I'll call myself Shadow. The Shadow Blood King did not panic at all after being exposed. Clearly, it was not easy to restrain such a divine art. The other party was completely confident that he could drag them here until the true Blood King succeeded. It's said that there's an identical shadow beside the Blood King. You blocked 107 fatal threats for the king. That must be you. No wonder he looked so similar to the Blood King and his imitation was so realistic. It turned out that 5,000 years ago, this shadow was the Blood King's substitute. Because he had used the fish crossing the river technique to block many assassinations on the Blood King, the latter became the last among the 9 kings to survive. Unfortunately, he could not dodge the saber from the Grand Tutor. According to my observations, there are at least 100,000 souls hidden in this body. If we used normal methods, we would have to kill him 100,000 times. That's a waste of time. Since we can't kill them, we'll seal him first. The few of them naturally thought of this. They all used their methods to land on the shadow in the middle. Then, a huge seal appeared above the Shadow Blood King. As soon as the word was formed, a terrifying suction force immediately erupted. It drew everything from the Shadow Blood King into the word. Zhongli and the others assisted from the side to prevent anything from escaping from the Shadow Blood King. The Shadow Blood King quickly turned into a blood ball that was tightly attached to the ink word. Then, black ink dyed the entire blood ball. In the end, it turned into a small black ball and fell to the ground. They could confirm that nothing had run out of the small ball just now. However, it was obvious that the Shadow Blood King's confidence could not be resolved with a simple seal. A blood-colored palm picked up the pearl. After sizing it up with interest, he casually threw it away. Your current opponent is the Blood King's personal guard, Wen Sun. What appeared in front of everyone again was the Shadow Blood King. On this pillar filled with blood, everyone's climb was extremely difficult. If they were interrupted by this guy tirelessly, it would be really difficult to advance. You guys pass through first. I'll stop him here. Just as everyone was in a dilemma, the masked successor of the human emperor spoke and took the initiative to take down this difficult enemy. However, Senior Kong Chan, can I take a look at the fish crossing the river? If I can understand that divine art, I might be more confident in dealing with it. Zhang Li had never had the habit of working for free. Since he had to contribute, he naturally had to obtain some benefits. Even he had an extremely limited number of divine arts. It was good to have one more. It might be of great use in the future. Deist Kong Chan was the former tutor of the Blood King who had lived for more than 5,000 years. He was an old monster with unfathomable strength who had lived from the previous era. Deist Kong Chan looked at the Shadow Blood King and pondered for a moment before finally taking out a black jade and handing it to Zhang Li. 666 Last-minute comprehension. The reason why Deist Kong Chan could take out his divine art so readily was partly that the situation was indeed urgent. On the other hand, the difficulty of cultivating this divine art was really too great. After he obtained it, he studied it for thousands of years and could not successfully cultivate it. It was not a big loss to give it out. Using a complicated divine art that was not of much value to him to exchange for the favor of this mysterious human emperor's successor was considered worth it. Thank you, human emperor's successor. After the other 12 high-grade divine judgment forces dispersed, they continued to climb up, leaving Zhang Li alone. The Shadow Blood King's figure flashed as he wanted to stop them. In this space, the divine judgment hall was completely suppressed, but the Shadow Blood King could move freely. In terms of speed, they were at an absolute disadvantage. Once they were entangled by such an existence that could not be killed or sealed, it was almost impossible to escape. However, at this moment, a trident covered in magma patterns stabbed into the Shadow Blood King's body. It was the demonic weapon, Bloodthirsty Trident, that Zhang Li had obtained a long time ago. The compatibility of using the Bloodthirsty Trident to deal with the shadow figure was much higher than the powerful human emperor's battle halberd. However, this time, the Bloodthirsty Trident did not suck blood. Instead, it injected wisps of chaotic power into the shadow. With the power of the Bloodthirsty Trident, it was easy to suck someone to death if they were not careful. After the other party revived, he would be good as new again. What Zhang Li wanted to do was to stall the other party. Simply killing a life was utterly useless. The power of chaos poured into it, indeed causing the shadow's figure to pause. It was difficult for it to maintain its human form as it continuously changed into various shapes on the spot. Of course, the power of chaos was also suppressed in this place. The power of chaos that was poured in would quickly be forced to dissipate. At that time, as long as the other party recovered a little control over his body, he could easily escape Zhang Li's bloodthirsty trident by committing suicide. After about 15 breaths of time, Zhang Li came to this conclusion. He was not in a hurry. He took a few steps closer and reached out to press on the head of the Shadow Blood King. A 7-colored bubble emerged from his palm and enveloped the entire shadow. Taking advantage of the other party's mental chaos, he took the opportunity to drag him into the dream and strengthen his control. Of course, the dream bubble was also trembling under the power of the city god's temple. He needed to output a large amount of dream power at all times to temporarily maintain stability. Coupled with the ability of the dream, he should be able to control this guy for 20 to 30 minutes. This time was neither long nor short. Looking at the increasingly difficult progress after climbing the pillar, it was probably not enough for the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces to climb to the height of the brazier. However, this bit of time could do other things. For example, he could try to learn a new divine art. Let me see how difficult it is to cultivate. After letting the parallel minds and dream clone help him maintain control of the Shadow Blood King, Zhongli pressed the black jade on his forehead. Then, his eyes immediately flickered with a 7-colored light. After obtaining the status of the Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder, Zhongli had the rare opportunity to transform into the 7-colored Dao body. Originally, that speed should not be so fast. However, after that, Zhongli directly broke out of the cocoon after 81 days and reconstructed his Dao body. That status was even more complete than returning to his mother's womb. Coupled with the magical effect of the Nuwa stone, the speed at which his body was modified was more than 100 times faster. The Dao body that originally needed several years to slowly grow and improve reached the peak of the Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder state in an instant. Zhongli finally became a genius in the conventional sense. The 7-colored rainbow in his head allowed him to be in a state of mental epiphany and enlightenment at all times. He could casually flip through a few Dao techniques or secret techniques and learn them immediately. Now that the black jade was pressed on his forehead, a large number of complicated and obscure words, patterns, and symbols poured into his essence soul like seawater. Normally, he would have a headache for a long time before he could slowly organize these things. Then, he would practice a small portion and combine them together to complete the cultivation of the divine art. The time spent on it would be astronomical. However, the current him was no longer Ali. As soon as those extremely profound things entered Zhongli's mind, they were already clearly understood. Then, the countless secrets of the technique became as clear as the patterns on his palm. There was no doubt at all. About 15 minutes later, Zhongli opened his eyes, and the 7-colored light in his eyes slowly dissipated. So that's how it is. He had already learned this divine art. If he wanted to, he could even use his main body to execute it. However, the drawback of this divine art was also obvious. It could only be used to protect one's life and would cause great restrictions on future development. It was naturally impossible for Zhongli to cut off his path to immortality because of this dispensable effect. However, he also found a way to crack the other party's fish crossing the river. The reason why they could not really injure him was because they would always attack the fish that had jumped out of the river. If he wanted to completely kill the other party, he had to find that river. After learning this divine art, the method was very simple. Zhongli silently circulated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, and another small Zhongli immediately appeared in his essence soul. It was his parallel mind. Then, his main body's essence soul assisted in the parallel mind and used the fish crossing the river technique. The parallel mind transformed into a small fish. As Zhongli widened his eyes, it was thrown into the Shadow Blood King's body. The blurry shadow that was still trapped by the dream did not have the ability to tell which fish were local and which were foreign. If he was not careful, Zhongli's parallel mind would take advantage of the situation. When it landed in the river, the parallel mind discovered that there were more than just 100,000 souls around. There were clearly 5 million. It was naturally difficult for him, a small fish, to overturn everything. However, as long as the parallel mind planted a mental anchor point, Zhongli could send something over. Just as the Shadow Blood King was about to break free from the dream with his will, a 9-headed snake formed from pure white flames suddenly broke through the water surface and appeared on the only river in his consciousness. This time, what it welcomed was not a river snake, but a giant snake that specialized in eating souls. In the outside world, Zhongli took a few steps back. Without his support, the dream bubble immediately shattered. However, the Shadow Blood King, who had recovered his consciousness, lost his composure. White flames without any temperature spewed out from his 7 orifices. The Shadow Blood King was burned to ashes on the spot. After reviving at the side, he was still unable to escape the burning of the ghost lantern 9-headed snake. Repeated resurrection and repeated death. When the 5 million souls were burned to ashes, this divine art would be broken. 667 Blow out the candles. 1. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After the Shadow Blood King was stuffed into the ghost lantern Cold Flame by Zhang Li, he had already burned into a large white fireball from the inside out. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape. Moreover, the speed at which he died was much faster than it looked. In his consciousness, every breath of the ghost lantern Cold Flame could burn away hundreds of times of its resurrection. The speed was still getting faster and faster. The Shadow Blood King no longer looked fearless. He finally fell with a scream. Zhang Li took advantage of the moment when the other party fell to grab the Blood King crown on his head. Unfortunately, the crown turned into a ball of blood in his hand. Clearly, it was a fake. Fortunately, the Shadow Blood King was defeated. The blood that he had released to cover the pillar had also lost the power to maintain it. It was like ordinary blood that could be easily pushed away. The difficulty of climbing up was slightly reduced. He glanced at the brazier on the other 3 pillars in the distance. The flames flickered and were slightly dimmer than before. This meant that the people from the 3 divine pillars had already climbed to the target height and began to extinguish the fire. From the looks of it, they had to hurry up. Zhang Li did not delay and climbed up again. In order to catch up to the other 12 that he had set off in advance, other than climbing normally, he would also remove the suppression status on his body every 5 seconds and rely on that instant to rush up a distance. After more than 2 hours, Zhang Li flipped over and finally stood at the edge of the huge brazier. The other 12 experts were slightly ahead of him and were already standing at the edge of the lake-sized brazier. They had only set off 15 minutes earlier than Zhang Li. He had used the status panel to cheat, but he had only barely caught up to them. Sure enough, as expected of experts who almost stood at the peak of the cultivation world of the eastern region, they could not be underestimated no matter what. The other 12 looked at Zhang Li with even more surprise. He had actually dealt with the Shadow Blood King, who was so troublesome that even they had a headache and could not deal with him. He could even catch up to them after setting off later. This also reflected the unfathomable strength of this human emperor's successor. Of course, this was not the time to care about this. Ahead was the sea of flames that suppressed their strength. The orange flames shone on their bodies at close range, and the stronger the suppression, the more uncomfortable it was. 668 Blow out the candles. 2. Everyone, be careful. Don't blow too many at once. This was not just the obsession of thousands of mortals. Every flame condensed the obsession of at least 1,000 mortals. Blowing out the candle flame meant that the person blowing the fire was willing to accept this obsession. These wills and obsessions would rush into the fire blower's consciousness. It was fine if there were hundreds or thousands of them. However, if there were too many, only a true immortal could withstand them. Fortunately, not too many were extinguished this time. Deist Jinghuang had already condensed the 3 flowers on his head, so he could only pay a small price to endure it. Otherwise, the power of faith in the thousands of candles was enough to pollute the minds of ordinary earth immortal cultivators. At best, his essence soul would be died, and his cultivation would be unable to advance further. If one's mental cultivation was insufficient, it was not impossible for them to become crazy for the rest of their lives. After condensing the 3 flowers, his essence, qi, and spirit were complete and able to resist this pollution. Of course, although he resisted, he would still be affected. Just a few thousand candles could affect them. It was obvious that they could not withstand the remaining countless flames. They had to use other more reliable methods. Fortunately, at the Earth Immortal realm, one could easily live for thousands of years. Under the circumstances that it was difficult for their cultivation to advance further, their long lives forced everyone to become multi-talented experts. They basically knew a little of all kinds of 5 elements escape techniques, Feng Shui 8 trigrams, heavenly constellation techniques, and mystic gate special techniques. Therefore, everyone quickly thought of a solution. Zhang Li reached out and picked up a candle. It was as heavy as a huge rock in his hand. Then, he took out a ghost soldier from the coffin. The ghost soldier opened its mouth and spat out a gust of cold wind. The candle in its hand flickered a few times before extinguishing. The boulder-like weight instantly returned to the level of an ordinary candle. What was really heavy was the candle flame, not the candle. After the candle flame was extinguished, the same smoke rose. However, the smoke did not drift towards Zhang Li, and it completely entered the ghost soldier's body. As expected, this was feasible. If their main body was afraid of being affected, they could not blow the candle themselves. They could completely control the puppets or use other living or dead things to achieve their goal. In any case, he could use puppets to blow out the candles. He looked at the lake-sized brazier in front of him. Everyone used their own methods to summon various types of helpers. If he wanted the puppets to withstand the impact of the will and obsession, the minimum condition was that they had to be high-level puppets with souls inside. As a large number of puppets were released, they began to control them to blow out the flames. However, the souls of puppets could never compare to Earth immortals. Every time he blew out dozens or even hundreds of candles, a puppet would completely collapse. Some of their souls shattered and their souls dissipated. Some actually turned around crazily to attack their masters. This made the seemingly simple blowing of the candle expend a lot of energy. They could only blow out as many candles as possible to increase the efficiency of using the puppets. A few of them were not good at this. After exhausting the puppets and some beast pets in their hands, they even thought of returning to the bottom of the pillar to capture more city gods and temporarily turn them into puppets. On the other hand, Zhang Li took out a small statue that was half Buddha and half demon. With a shake of his hand, the statue transformed into Zhang Li's statue clone in the air. Among his many clones, which parallel mind was the most resistant to filth and could withstand the most mental trash? That must be his divine statue clone. The sole essence of the divine statue clone had almost been born in the trash pile from the beginning. The thousand-hand Guanyin statue, the countless power of faith left behind over thousands of years, and the crazy will obtained from the Azura world. The two extremely vile soul pollution collided with each other, finally giving birth to Ananda, the divine statue clone who could control the power of 2 worlds at the same time. The divine statue clone looked at the sea of fire in front of him and spat out violent whines from afar. The candles in front of him were blown out in large numbers. After the flames were extinguished, the wisps of white smoke naturally floated towards the statue clone. It could not easily penetrate the golden body. This power of faith was almost identical to the remaining power of faith in the Goddess of Mercy's statue. After all, mortals usually asked for the same few things. Some of them requested good weather, while others requested a bumper harvest next year. Some requested to make a fortune, while others wanted to succeed in scholar examinations. There were also matters like seeking marriage, removing illnesses, avoiding war, and human calamity. In the eyes of important figures, they were all trivial matters. However, these trivial matters would affect a mortal's life. These implications transformed into flames that shone out and landed on Zhang Li and the others. They suppressed their cultivation and the heavy pressure they felt earlier. It could be seen that all suffering was in the mortal world. Even an earth immortal could not withstand the pressure of countless citizens. After the willpower invaded the statue clone, it collided with the crazy will from the Azura world with ease. Not long after, 2 streaks of blood tears flowed out from the eyes of the divine statue clone. Zhang Li quickly caught them. Ananda's blood tears were rare. Seeing that the soul impurities could not affect him, the divine statue clone no longer held back and blew the candles non-stop. With the help of the divine statue clone, Zhang Li's efficiency alone practically surpassed the other 12 experts. They blew out the surrounding candles like wheat. Inside the city god's hall, a group of experts was working hard to blow out the candles. After removing the spatial suppression, they would break out of the hall together. In the outside world, on the Baekhyun mountain peak, Zhongli's 2-9 Netherwood finally woke up at this moment. 2 balls of heavenly tribulation wind were blowing around the 2 huge trees. However, not only did this wind not cause any harm, but under the wind of the heavenly tribulation, the 9 Netherwood grew larger and larger. After the wind tribulation stopped, the 2 huge trees became 10 times larger than before. If one did not use a distant technique, he would probably not be able to see the top of the tree. It was worth noting that there were originally only 2 tree hearts on the 2-9 Netherwood trees. At this moment, a third one finally grew. Although the third tree heart was still very weak, the 2-9 Netherwood had finally evolved to a complete state. In the birthplace of the 9 Netherwood, the 2 clones had already successfully broken through to the Demon King realm equivalent to an Earth Immortal cultivator. As Demon Kings formed from the spiritual root of heaven and earth, they were especially powerful. Zhongli was overjoyed when he sensed that his clones had woken up. He hurriedly controlled the roots to spread as if there was no limit. The Baekhyun mountain was to the 9 Netherwood, just like the sea was to the flood dragon. There were no restrictions here, and their strength would be greatly increased. As long as he was willing, it was not difficult for them to cover the entire Baekhyun mountain with roots. It did not take long for the wave formed by countless roots to cross the boundary of the Baekhyun mountain's domain. It wrapped around the hall, floating at the edge of the domain with unstoppable momentum. This huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of more than 10 Earth Immortals outside the city god's hall. A sea of blood was released again, colliding with the surging roots. In addition, 11 Earth Immortals from the Blood King Palace attacked at the same time, temporarily blocking the crazy roots. It turned out that the moment the people from the Divine Judgment Hall were sucked in, more than 10 Earth Immortals led by Dao Master Vast Sea were spat out. This was to guard against possible enemies from the outside world. Now that the experts of the Divine Judgment Hall were almost all captured, this force should be very stable. However, the battlefield was on the ground of the Baekhyun mountain. Wherever the 9 nether roots went, the terrifying inverted domain spread over. Not far away, another gate of hell rose from the ground. Qin Shuman, Swordhead Pei Zhong, and the former 7 nether mountain demons walked out. Without a word, they joined the siege of the remaining dozen Earth Immortals. In terms of numbers, the two sides were similar, but in terms of location, Fengde City had the absolute advantage. Under the enhancement of the Baekhyun mountain, the 2-9 Netherwood and the 7 nether mountain demons were practically invincible among those of the same level. 669 Headquarters under attack. 1. Under the enhancement of the Baekhyun mountain, even if that arrogant Dao Master Vast Sea was alive, he would only be suppressed by the 9 nether clones. Moreover, it was 2 against 1 now. Soon, he was killed. After the sea of blood was broken through, he did not rush to escape. He was bound by the 9 nether roots on both sides and was directly hung up and beaten. In order to avoid the summoning of tragic Death City, these Earth Immortals could not leave the city god's hall too far. This limited their dodging range. They could no longer stall for time by moving around and could only collide with powerful enemies. Originally, relying on the tenacious life of an Earth Immortal, they might be able to last a little longer. However, when it rained, it poured. At this moment, 2 streaks of light flashed from afar. After a woman carrying a pipa and a crippled monk in white entered, they had no chance to resist. The Western White Hall Master, the pipa woman, and the Northern Profound Hall Master, Chu Shui, finally broke out of seclusion. The jade pipa that had originally been broken into 2 pieces had already been pieced back together. Although there was still a huge crack in the middle, it had already recovered some of its former power. Chu Shui's growth was even simpler. He continuously saved people from suffering in Fengde City and Tragic Death City. This was a method to become stronger unique to the reincarnation of Ksitigarba. During this process, he also accumulated considerable strength. After returning to Fengde City, he naturally reached the conditions to advance to the Earth Immortal Realm. Moreover, he had already completed his breakthrough without any setbacks. In the eyes of others, this speed was naturally shocking. However, Zhang Li, who knew this true identity, was not surprised at all. Even if there was only a little bit of power left, it would definitely transform into a dragon when there was a storm. As long as the spiritual qi environment recovered to a level that was enough to support the existence of immortals, these ancient reincarnation of immortals and Buddhas would definitely appear like bamboo shoots after rain. They would use the power of the earliest batch of immortals to divide this world again. Of course, that was all in the future. The two who had improved their strength were already not inferior to their city lord. How could these ordinary earth immortals resist the Buddhist light and zither music? It easily suppressed them and bound them by the 9 nether roots. After the battle ended, everyone gathered around the city god's hall and carefully observed this heaven rank artifact. Is the city lord trapped inside? I can't detect anything inside. This is the legendary heaven rank artifact. It's indeed very magical. Let's try together and see if we can save the city lord. The shocking earth treasury Buddhist light and the 3-colored pipa music attacked the city god's hall together. Qin Shuman and the others were not to be outdone. They took out their strongest methods and smashed them into the hall. The violent attack caused the entire hall to tremble slightly. However, after more than 10 breaths, there was still no obvious damage to the item. After all, hundreds of experts of the Divine Judgment Hall had attacked with all their might just now, but they were unable to affect this heaven rank artifact. Now, only Fengde City had a slim chance of forcefully destroying it. In the city god's hall, everyone who was constantly blowing out the candles felt the tremor from the hall. In the outside world, it looked like a slight tremor, but inside, it was at least a level 10 earthquake that shook hundreds of thousands of city gods to the ground. What's wrong? Does the Blood King have a backup plan? Everyone who had suffered a loss could not help but become nervous again, afraid that there was another attack trap waiting for them. However, there was no danger after a long time. Instead, a large amount of dust fell from the huge roof beam. Only then did they understand that something had happened to the city god's hall. This feeling. Is someone attacking the city god's hall from the outside? That's right, and the ones attacking are very strong. They should be at least above 2 earth immortal cultivators at the peak of the 3 flowers gathering realm. Could it be that the 2 pieces of the netherworld have already fused together and our people are coming? Under the circumstances of being surrounded, foreign reinforcements could undoubtedly provide them with huge help. This greatly boosted the morale of the internal experts. However, soon, rational people rejected this idea. It doesn't seem like it. According to our speculation, the distance between the 2 territory fragments should not be enough for people to directly cross the void. In addition, although we have many people left over there are very few experts. There are no experts who can shake a heaven rank artifact. It was possible that the Blood King had appeared outside. However, it was clearly impossible for him to attack his own heaven rank artifact. Apart from that, only the native creatures of the Bakyan Mountain and Fengde City that had the ability to reach this netherworld were left. On a brazier, the other 12 high-grade Divine Judgment leaders looked at Zhang Li together. Only the Fengde City Lord knew the situation in this netherworld. He should know something. On this side, the divine statue clone was displaying its might. After Zhang Li, who stood at the side, noticed the gazes that gathered on him, he immediately understood what they wanted to say. Everyone, don't worry. The people who came should be the 2 hall masters of our Fengde City and the few demon kings on the Bakyan Mountain. The strength of the 2 hall masters is not inferior to mine. Perhaps they discovered that I had not returned for a long time and specially came here to help. 670 headquarters under attack, too. With them cooperating to attack from the outside, I think it will be easier. Zhang Li's mind moved, and he sent out his order through the connection of the parallel minds. Compared to the others, Zhongli, who had his clone in the outside world, at the very least, did not have to worry about the trouble of not receiving the news. The city lord has ordered us to pull this thing into the Baekyan mountain first. We can cleanse this artifact with the power of heaven and earth of the Baekyan mountain. Fengdu city could not directly break through the defense of the city god's hall. However, without anyone controlling it, it was still possible to make it move. Zhongli did not believe that the rules of heaven and earth could not easily deal with this thing. As long as he dragged it into the inverted domain, even if he could not break through the artifact, he could at least increase the pressure on this hall. As long as he exhausted the energy, not to mention heaven-rank artifacts, even immortal artifacts and divine artifacts would be helpless. After receiving Zhongli's order, countless roots wrapped around the entire city god's hall. The roots began to contract and pull back. Coupled with the strength of the others, they finally pulled the floating city god's hall into the Baekyan mountain bit by bit. Inside the heaven-rank artifact, the people from the Divine Judgment Hall were all surprised. There were 2 experts of this level? Was this a joke? Previously, they had always thought that the strongest person in the netherworld was only the Ghost King. Therefore, the highest number of people who had targeted Fengdu City was only a few medium-sized Divine Judgment factions. Previously, the sudden appearance of a successor of the human emperor here was already shocking enough. They did not expect that there were actually 2 experts of the same level as them in the netherworld that they had never valued. One had to know that in the vast cultivation world of the eastern region, there were only 12 high-grade divine judgment forces in total. Coupled with a few hidden experts, there were less than 20 experts at the Three Flowers Gathering realm. However, 3 of them had appeared in the netherworld in a short period of time. They were actually all from the same sect. It was unbelievable that an expert of that level would actually submit to others. Wait, in that case, wouldn't the faction of this human emperor's successor be stronger than any of their high-grade divine judgment factions? It seemed that they had to be more cautious towards Fengdu City. Inkscar Academy was also rejoicing that they had not directly become enemies with Zhongli earlier. Otherwise, who knew what level of opponent they would have offended? At this moment, as the city god's hall was pulled into the Baekyan mountain domain, the light of incense offerings on the city god's hall suddenly dimmed. Many Earth immortals discovered in pleasant surprise that they could already float in the air and fly at a low altitude. That was because the city god's hall had entered a dangerous place and needed to divert a portion of its strength to resist the unreasonable rules of heaven and earth in the outside world. This naturally reduced the pressure on the heaven-rank artifact. At the same time, most of the candles in the brazier had been extinguished. The suppression became weaker and weaker. Everything was going well. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. 6 hours later, the brazier on the 3 divine pillars was the first to extinguish. Then, an hour later, as the divine statue clone attacked, he used the 1,000 hands behind him to extinguish the last 1,000,000 candles. At this point, the candles in the 4 braziers were all extinguished. Zhongli and the others felt their bodies lighten, and the power that had been suppressed all along returned to their bodies. The Earth Immortals fighting the 1,000,000 city gods below immediately became energetic. As long as they recovered their original strength, the injuries on their bodies would not be a problem for their Earth Immortal bodies. The originally suppressed battle situation immediately reversed. The Earth Immortals seemed to have activated an unparalleled mode, continuously casting large-scale spells and easily crushing the city gods. Apart from the first and second grade city gods, the rest could basically be considered trash. It was impossible for them to be a match for the strongest cultivators in the eastern region. Then, the 3 divine pillars and Zhongli's group jumped down from the pillar. After they joined the battle, it became a one-sided slaughter. 1,000,000 was indeed nothing in front of them. In other words, as long as one person dealt with a few thousand city gods, they could destroy them all. Not long after, the empty hall finally fell silent again. However, almost at the same time, the expressions of everyone present changed again. They all reached into their pockets and took out the Divine Judgment Hall's token. It was emitting a blinding red light and waves of heat. A moment later, with a crisp bang, all the tokens shattered into two. This situation meant that this was an emergency distress signal from the Divine Judgment Hall headquarters. This signal meant that their Divine Judgment Hall's headquarters had been attacked. It was an unstoppable terrorist attack. Through a one-time operation to destroy the token, this news could even bypass a heaven rank artifact. The headquarters had received an unstoppable attack. This had never happened in the thousands of years since the Divine Judgment Hall was established. Due to the obstruction of the city god's hall, they could not directly communicate with the outside world and obtain more details. However, they could guess who was so bold as to attack the Divine Judgment Hall. At this moment, other than the Blood King, who else could it be? As for the other party's goal, others might not know, but the higher UPS of the Divine Judgment Hall knew very well. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Attack with all your might and break through this space. The Epang Palace was sealed under the headquarters of the Divine Judgment Hall. If he really let the dynasty's dragon vein break out and invited that unknown national treasure, that would be troublesome. Now that they were all trapped here, the headquarters of the Divine Judgment Hall had really fallen into an unprecedented emptiness. Without any chance to catch their breath, the hundreds of Earth Immortals once again chanted incantations to control their artifacts. Their target was undoubtedly the 4 vermilion pillars. As long as they broke 3 of them, this space would definitely be destroyed. This time, they did not disperse their strength. Everyone surrounded one of the pillars. Immediately, terrifying various methods began to bombard the pillar. Although most of the ordinary Earth Immortals could not directly injure the pillar, their attacks could accelerate the expenditure of the power of the city god's hall, greatly decreasing the defense of this heaven rank artifact. Zhang Li's human emperor's battle halberd slashed horizontally, directly leaving a foot-deep ravine on the pillar. However, the halberd landed a second time, leaving a depth of 1.7 feet. Compared to the incomparably huge pillar, these 2 ravines were insignificant. However, this meant that the power of the city god's hall was already insufficient. It could no longer protect itself well. At this moment, the huge city god statue sitting at the top slowly turned its head. It raised the huge palm and slapped them. Wait! Be careful! Dodge! The huge city god's palm slapped over, and the mountain-sized palm brought with it intense wind pressure. The Earth Immortals' spiritual perception was sharp. When they felt the threat, they immediately dodged into the distance. Boom! It was as if a comet had fallen to the ground. The terrifying collision of the plates raised a wave of air. Everyone's eardrums were instantly pierced, and even they were sent flying far away. However, after the aftershock dissipated, everyone looked at the pillar and discovered that there was a huge sunken handprint on it. Moreover, at the bottom of the pillar, there were a few huge cracks that were like ravines. The power of such a palm was enough to compare to all of their full-strength attacks for several hours. Even a heaven-rank artifact had flaws if there was no one controlling it. The eyes of many experts lit up. They already knew what to do next. The soldiers were divided into 3 groups. The cultivators hid behind the pillars and attacked crazily, just to attract the city god's statue to attack. Every time their heads turned around, they would immediately scatter and escape. The huge palm that smashed over would ruthlessly slap the pillar. Thanks to the interference of the Bacchian Mountains inverted domain, they could already slightly use the power of space to quickly move around. This allowed them to avoid casualties to the greatest extent. Moreover, because Zhang Li had dealt with the Shadow Blood King that was almost impossible to kill in advance, causing a flaw to appear in this heaven-rank artifact, it was possible to use the city god's hall's own strength to deal with him. The bug in this heaven-rank artifact finally gave them a chance to break through space and escape in a short period of time. 671 Pure White Pagoda, 1. The headquarters of the Divine Judgment Hall was a tall tower that was pure white in color. This was the highest holy land in the entire cultivation world of the eastern region. All the authority and strength were gathered here. Almost everyone had heard of this place, but very few people had really seen it. This was because even official members of the Divine Judgment Hall were often only qualified to come here at the Divine Judgment Assembly every 30 years. Mysterious, legendary, and eternal. In the rumors, people were always not stingy and used the best words to decorate this place, even if not many of them had really seen this pagoda. However, today, a golden dragon barged in and flew fearlessly on this holy land. It was the Blood King. Not long ago, he had attacked the tomb of the last Qin Emperor and used his father's dragon chi to gather the 9 dragon pythons in one go. Long ago, when the dragon python appeared in the netherworld, he knew that it was a trap. No matter what, the Divine Judgment Hall would definitely set up an inescapable net waiting for him. However, this was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he wanted to reach the last step, he could not avoid the Divine Judgment Hall no matter what. In a head-on collision, with insufficient incense offerings and limited dragon chi, it was not the best choice. The Divine Judgment Hall faced him as if they were facing a great enemy. He was facing such a huge monster and was practically an enemy of the world. Wasn't the pressure huge? If he wanted to win, he had to put all his wealth on the gambling table. The Blood King was also a ruthless person. He directly threw out one of his 2 trump cards, the Heaven Rank Artifact, the City God's Hall. He beat them at their own game and successfully trapped all the experts of the Divine Judgment Hall inside. Using a Heaven Rank artifact like this was very likely to cause the artifact to collapse under the attacks of many experts of the Divine Judgment Hall. However, after abandoning the City God's Temple, he finally created an excellent opportunity. In one move, the Divine Judgment Hall fell into the weakest state in history. Of course, no matter how bold his gamble was, it was indeed very dangerous. Heaven rank artifacts were already the strongest artifacts in current knowledge. Now, there was only one such thing in the entire cultivation world of the eastern region. As for the so-called national treasure sealed in the Epang Palace, it was a secret that had been passed down for thousands of years by the current Qin Emperor. Even the 9 kings had never seen it. Who knew what that national treasure was actually? Could its value compare to a heaven rank artifact? If he could not, it might as well be something like an erotic painting. If he lost the City God's Hall because of this, he would really suffer a huge loss. The chance to rebuild the dynasty could be said to have been severed. However, no matter what, this was his only chance. It was worth a gamble. At the very least, before the people from the Divine Judgment Hall broke through the City God's Hall, he could practically do whatever he wanted in the cultivation world of the eastern region. He stopped in front of the pure white pagoda and returned to his human form from the 9-5 golden dragon. At this moment, the Blood King was holding a top-notch spiritual tree filled with vitality. Only a few of the roots of this spiritual tree had been violently torn off, and almost all the leaves had fallen off. The bark of the tree was bumpy, and pieces were missing everywhere, looking extremely miserable. Only the last bit of vitality was hidden in the core of the tree trunk. One look and one could tell that the person who plucked it had no experience in spiritual plants. He had simply been forcefully pulled out of the soil in the most violent way. During this period, he even beat up this spiritual tree with inhumane methods. With the miserable appearance of this top-notch spiritual tree, even the top spiritual plant masters would find it difficult to recognize its breed. However, if Zhang Li were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was the ancestor of the Mu family from that detestable aura. It was also a branch of one of the 10 ancient spiritual roots, the immortal peach tree. This Mu family's patriarch's physical strength had actually reached the level of 3 flowers gathering. Although it was rooted in the ruins of the stainless spring and could not move, it could be considered the stabilizing force of the Mu family. This was also the reason why the Mu family dared to take out the longevity peach and rope and experts on a large scale without worrying about outsiders coveting it. However, today, a golden dragon actually charged straight into their 10-mile peach blossom forest and crippled their patriarch before grabbing him. Almost all the roots had been torn apart, and it had already taken more than half of the Mu family's patriarch's life. He had been brought all the way here, and it was unknown what else he would encounter. Who are you? How dare you rush into the pure white pagoda? Quickly put down the thing in your hand and seal your chi. Otherwise, we'll definitely kill you. When the Blood King came, he did not restrain himself at all. Naturally, he was discovered immediately. A group of white-armored cultivators flew out of the pure white pagoda and warned from afar. The first two held 2 token flags in their hands. With a wave of their hands, they activated the array formation. The strength of the array here was the greatest in the cultivation world of the eastern region. It was built by the 3 divine pillars together. It was even half a level higher than the defensive array of any of them. Under the circumstances of an expert presiding over it, it could even trigger the phenomenon and condense auspicious chi or heavenly tribulation. The 2 flags crossed, and the air around the Blood King literally froze. Any cultivator who was slightly weaker would be crushed to death by the power of the array immediately. 672 Pure White Pagoda, 2. No matter how powerful one's cultivation was, if they were not immediately crushed to death, they would be like insects in a swamp, unable to move an inch. The white cultivators changed the flag in their hands again. Another 33 pillars of light descended from the sky and surrounded the newcomers. Multiple spatial seals pressed down on the Blood King. Even Zhongli himself would encounter great trouble with such treatment. However, the expression on the Blood King's face could only be considered interested. Humph! Heaven Golden Light Array. The Divine Judgment Hall is only so-so. After thousands of years, you guys have not improved at all. In fact, this array formation had already undergone dozens of optimizations and improvements over thousands of years. It was very different from back then. However, the foundation of this array was indeed dismantled from the immortal Qin Palace back then and used directly. The Blood King, who had lived there for most of his life, was naturally very familiar with it. Of course, it was only limited to familiarity. The Blood King was not an array formation master. It was impossible for him to find any fatal flaws with this impression. In the end, he still had to break through head-on. Immediately, the Blood King's figure transformed into a golden dragon again. He used the characteristics of the Son of Heaven's dragon chi that was difficult to touch. Like a loach, he directly slipped and broke through the restraints on his body. Then, he pounced towards the formation. One of the pillars of light was actually shattered. Only then did the group of white-armored cultivators discover the danger of this intruder. However, in the next moment, they were shattered by the 9-5 golden dragon. The cultivators inside the pure white pagoda immediately realized that this person had ill intentions. They activated the array formation with all their might. The pure white pagoda emitted a pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth was mobilized. In the next moment, lightning clouds rolled in the sky and hellfire covered the ground, causing there to be no safe place in this space. Around the pure white pagoda that stood on the ground, a water screen that was as deep as a black sea rose, protecting the pagoda. It could defend and was extremely powerful. This was originally a very powerful array formation. As long as there was one of the 3 divine pillars presiding over it, coupled with the help of more than 2 high-grade divine judgment forces, it was enough to ensure that this array formation was indestructible. It was even to the extent that the chance of keeping this 9-5 golden dragon was not small. Unfortunately, there were only 4 old earth immortals who were old and weak in the pure white pagoda now. Although the array formation was good, it could not unleash its full strength. Lightning struck from the sky, and fire lotuses surged from the ground. They continuously struck the golden dragon, but this dangerous power was still unable to break through the golden dragon's scales. Under the protection of the Son of Heaven's chi, the golden dragon seemed to be invulnerable to all methods. It rampaged in the array and continuously destroyed the nodes of the array. The pure white pagoda also sent out the highest distress signal at this moment. Originally, with the power of the 3 divine pillars, as long as they were still within the range of the cultivation world of the eastern region, they could arrive in a moment. However, this time was an exception. After the signal was sent, reinforcements did not arrive for a long time. The four old Earth immortals could only risk their lives to stall for time. However, it was obvious that with their ability, they could not stall for long. In the netherworld, in the city god's hall, the heaven rank artifact was trembling violently at all times. From time to time, a few fleeting cracks would appear in the hall space inside. Many of them surged in, and it was the dense yin qi that belonged to the back yin mountain. Although these cracks were not enough to let them escape, they gave everyone endless motivation. The calculations of the three divine pillars were not wrong. These four pillars were the main pillars supporting the space. They had not found the wrong direction. After this period of hard work, the space here was no longer stable. It was swaying like a candle in the wind. As long as this continued, it would not be long before the space of the heaven rank artifact collapsed. Boom! With another violent collision, the huge palm of the city god's statue was imprinted on the vermilion pillar they attacked at the beginning. This time, the voice was especially loud. Apart from the violent collision, there was also the sound of wood breaking. It was as if an entire forest of trees had been twisted apart. The sound made one's teeth ache. Zhang Li waved his hand to blow away the dust. Only then did he see that the pillar that had suffered the most attacks had already completely broken from the bottom. After dislocating, it stabbed into the ground and was falling faster and faster from above. Spread out. The pillar that seemed to hold up the sky collapsed with a bang, and the wave of air spread to every corner of the entire space. Without the support of this pillar, the space in the southwest corner of the hall where the pillar was collapsed, and the entire space tilted. When it stabilized, the space in this corner was already less than a third of the other four corners. Presumably, after Gong Gong angrily attacked the Buzhu Immortal Mountain, this was how the great change between heaven and earth occurred. However, if the world tilted, it would definitely be more than 10,000 times more terrifying than the scene in front of him. This pillar had endured a total of 99 slaps from the city god's statue. Then, the other two were not far away. During this process, their eardrums had been shattered dozens of times. However, Zhang Li and the other experts did not retreat at all. They dragged the increasingly heavy injuries on their bodies and continued to lure the city god's statue to attack the pillar. 15 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. 6 hours later, the third pillar shattered. The surrounding space had long collapsed by more than half. The distorted space continuously tore apart. Now, without the support of the third pillar, the last red pillar naturally could not support itself. In the next moment, the entire dark space completely shattered. It was as if he had been swept into a huge vortex. After a moment of dizziness, he was thrown out again. Zhang Li was thrown to the ground again. He flipped over and stood up. He looked around and saw that they were still in the same hall and the city god's statue. The three pillars beside him fell to the ground. They were still swaying slightly and did not completely stop. The tiles above his head were crooked and could already pass through some light. If outsiders came here, they would only think that this was a dilapidated temple that no one cared about in the wilderness. Who could connect it to a heaven-rank artifact? Joy flashed across everyone's faces. Because now, the hundreds of them in this hall already seemed a little crowded. They finally left the huge artifact space and returned to the true hall. Moreover, judging from the dilapidated appearance of this hall, it clearly could not last long. Crack! At this moment, the city god's statue above suddenly cracked from the top of its head to its chest. This statue was indeed the core of the city god's hall. Even it had suffered irreparable damage. Then, the two palms that had personally destroyed the artifact space raised high at the same time. The two eyes on the statue rolled and scanned everyone present. Many cultivators felt an even stronger sense of danger than before, causing their hair to stand on end and their vigilance to rise. They would die. If they were hit by this, they might die. That's the final attack of the city god's hall. Everyone, be careful. As the light on the two palms of the city god's statue became brighter and brighter, the entire city god's hall became more and more dilapidated. The cracks on the statue also continued to spread down. It could be seen that when the crack completely split the statue into two, the heaven rank artifact would completely shatter. The power of the last two attacks would probably exceed everyone's expectations. Although they had to be careful, in fact, the space in this hall was only so big. There was only one pillar left, and there were no other obstructions. There was no way to dodge at all. Most of the cultivators began to put up defenses and prayed that these two attacks would not land on their heads. However, there were a few people who faced the danger head-on. The successor of the human emperor, Zhongli, was among them. 673 Shattering the treasure to escape, 1. A black shadow flashed past. The sharp, broken-winged spear instantly pierced through the heart of the statue. Then, Zhongli followed closely behind. His fingers turned black as he grabbed the shoulders of the statue. However, it was not enough. His shoulder wriggled and two more arms grew out. His fingers were also black, and sharp mosquito mouthpieces reached out from his nails. As he exerted strength, 4 hands and 20 mouthpieces slowly stabbed into the shoulders of the statue and the pair of angry eyes. The other experts who rushed up probably did not dare to face the city god statue head-on. They flashed behind the statue and used their methods to hit it. Zhongli could sense that the statue close by was using some destructive method to extract all the remaining power in the hall. The energy on the palms also became more and more terrifying. However, he did not retreat. His mouth tilted as he bit the broken wing spear that was stabbed into the heart of the city god's statue. Then, he circulated his talent skill, Spirit Essence Absorption. This was a terrifying talent that originated from the primordial beast. It was ruthless when used on people, and when used on artifacts, the effect was even more outstanding. As Zhongli exerted strength, the energy reaction on the statue that was originally accumulating strength did not increase but decreased. The two golden palms that seemed to be about to take someone's life began to weaken. However, they still could not stop the attack. The city god's left hand suddenly left the statue's main body and attacked suicidally. Zhongli's entire body tensed up as he prepared to receive the attack. In the end, the pain he imagined did not come. The terrifying palm flew past Zhongli and smashed into the crowd on the left. The 3 Earth-rank defensive artifacts placed at the front were directly destroyed. The Earth Immortals who formed an array behind were sent flying far away. More than half of them suffered heavy injuries that could not be healed in 100 years. More than 10 Earth Immortals at the front were killed by this. Concubine Yun, who was presiding over the defense in this direction, retreated more than 100 feet and collided with the wall, the corners of her mouth turning red. The experts from the other direction hurriedly dispersed and helped set up defenses. Otherwise, if they did not have any defense and were directly attacked at that level, the number of casualties would probably increase by 10 times. Fortunately, the right hand of the statue did not pursue an attack. Instead, it slowly turned towards Zhongli, who was crazily plundering the spiritual qi in front of the statue. That palm strike earlier had directly shattered several Earth-rank artifacts, killed more than 10 Earth Immortals, and injured Concubine Yun. If such a powerful attack was only targeted at one person, what effect would it have? It was simply unimaginable. However, Zhongli still did not retreat. Instead, he worked even harder to seize the spiritual qi of the priceless artifact. In any case, the current him had an undying body. Those heavy injuries that could not be healed in 100 years could only last 5 seconds on him. Even if he was slapped, at most, it would only hurt for a short period of time. Zhongli, who was used to cheating, only felt a little flustered. However, the opportunity to absorb the spiritual qi of a heaven-rank artifact was hard to come by. He did not plan to let it go. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As he circulated the spirit essence absorption to the limit, his eyes turned to the other side and stared at the glowing hand. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Zhang Li's forehead and smashed onto the ground. All right, although he knew that he would not die, he was still very nervous. After all, he had seen the power of this hand. It was enough to crush him into a pancake. However, as time passed, the palm did not fall. The light on it flickered continuously and gradually extinguished. This was because he had absorbed too much power and could not unleash it. Right when Zhang Li heaved a sigh of relief, the crack on the statue in front of him finally cracked to the bottom. In the next moment, endless energy suddenly blossomed in front of him. The city god statue in front of him actually exploded in front of him. How gorgeous would it be if the remaining power of a heaven rank artifact erupted in an instant? Perhaps most people in the cultivation world would not have the chance to see such a scene. However, Zhang Li saw it in the nearest VIP spot. He pressed his face against it and enjoyed the unique force. If others asked him how he felt, Zhang Li would recall carefully and say very responsibly that he actually did not feel any obvious pain. His entire body was only enveloped by a wave of heat, and then his entire body felt light and lost all senses. That was because the skin on Zhang Li's entire body had evaporated completely at the first moment. Fortunately, the strength of the dark red muscles and the bones filled with wooden patterns were also extremely exaggerated. Even under such a vile impact, they could still remain intact. Zhang Li was blasted flying, and the entire city god's hall collapsed at the same time, exploding into pieces that filled the sky. Hundreds of streaks of light flew out and smashed in all directions. The blood of the top experts of the cultivation world of the eastern region had just spat out when it evaporated into nothingness. They were not as close to the core of the explosion as Zhang Li and had even made defensive preparations in advance. However, no matter what, it was an explosion inside the city god's hall. The distance was not far. Even if they did not endure 100% of it, they would definitely not be able to escape. 674 Shattering the treasure to escape. 2. All the defensive artifacts that participated were damaged. Hundreds of overlapping domains were also shattered by the huge energy immediately. If not for the fact that the 3 divine pillars had risked being heavily injured to protect them with their divine arts, after this, the Earth Immortal Realm would probably disappear from the cultivation world of the eastern region. Despite protection, they still scattered and fell to the ground, creating pits. They were covered in dust and looked extremely miserable. Under the envelopment of the Baekhyun Mountains inverted domain, they could not even stand up for a time. The remaining blood accumulated in their throats. Every time they wanted to spit it out, it would be pressed back down. The heavily injured among them almost choked to death. If Fengde City wanted to attack them at this moment, other than the 3 divine pillars, none of these guys would be able to escape. It was not until the 9 nether clones released the inverted domain with the roots underground to offset the influence that they stumbled and stood up. All of them had huge wounds on their bodies. Some had lost arms, and some had broken legs. Blood flowed out of the wounds on their bodies like a fountain. In the future, it would not be strange for the Divine Judgment Hall to be called the Disabled Association. For top cultivators like them, injuries could be treated. However, the most important thing was the dead. This heaven rank artifact self-destructed and killed 69 precious earth immortal experts. Coupled with the previous dozen, it went straight to the 100. Who knew how many years it would take to recover? The power of a heaven rank artifact's self-destruction was indeed abnormally terrifying. This was under the circumstances that Zhang Li had absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi in time and the Baekhyun mountain had suppressed the power of the city god's hall. Otherwise, even with the protection of the 3 divine pillars, suicide would be difficult. Zhang Li, who was the first to bear the brunt, naturally suffered the greatest damage. According to Qin Shuman, she had found the Fengde city lord on a mountain 300 miles away from the center of the explosion. The city lord's body was deeply embedded in the mountain. After pulling him out, the mountain was about to collapse. However, Zhang Li, who had come out again, no longer had any obvious injuries. The lost skin, facial features, and even long black hair had completely grown back. He stayed in the mountain for a period of time mainly because he was studying the huge spiritual qi that had appeared in his body. He had not absorbed everything just now, but the total amount of spiritual qi he had obtained was already extremely large. It was currently in his body, and it was unknown what it would slowly evolve into in the end. In short, it would not be a bad thing. He temporarily put these things aside. Zhang Li waved his hand, and the 9 nether roots broke out of the ground. They gently wrapped around the hundreds of injured people meditating on the ground and slowly poured spiritual qi and vitality into their bodies. The forte of the spiritual root of heaven and earth was in this aspect. Just some vitality was already comparable to the effect of an earth-rank medicinal pill, pulling a group of heavily injured experts back from the edge of death. More than 40% of them suffered injuries that were not inferior to Guhe Tianku's, or even worse. All of them should immediately find a place to enter seclusion for 100 years or even hundreds of years to recover from their injuries. However, at this moment, they did not have the time. Now, it was the moment of life and death for the cultivation world of the eastern region. They had tried their best to escape from the sky-high price of the artifact in order to support the pure white pagoda as quickly as possible. After barely slowing down, 3 doors opened in the air. The 3 doors were of different colors, but the location they led to was the same. After being attacked, the current situation was unknown. Fengdu City Lord, thank you very much for your help this time. If you need anything in the future, the Cloud Manor and the Divine Judgment Hall will definitely not decline. Apart from a portion of the cultivators who were too injured and had completely lost their ability to fight, everyone else entered in a single file. If they were a step late, the situation in the entire eastern region would change. Through these 3 doors, they could directly return to the Pure White Tower. However, they were too embarrassed to ask Zhang Li to go with them. After all, strictly speaking, the netherworld was not in the cultivation world of the eastern region. On Zhang Li's side, he had the intention to help. However, he indeed had something important to do and could not rush over to help. He could only settle the matter here first. See you again. This ghost head token can directly open the gate of hell to Fengdu City. Concubine Yun, please keep it well. If anything goes wrong, Fengdu City welcomes everyone at any time. He left his words ambiguous. In short, this was also a way out. As long as he moved Fengdu City to the Baekyan Mountain, he could guarantee that even the headquarters of the 3 divine pillars would not be as safe as his city. Concubine Yun put away the ghost head token and gave him 2 more 1,000-year cloud shell beads. Of these 2 beads, one was for him, and the other was naturally for Shen Shan Kaihua. Compared to ordinary cloud shell beads, these 2 could summon the cloud staircase many times. They could even enter the cloud mist valley without the master's approval. In order to thank the successor of the human emperor for his help twice, this could be said to be very sincere. For thousands of years, no one had ever had such an honor. After exchanging 2 tokens, the Cloud Manor and Fengdu City could visit freely in the future and their relationship would improve further. On the Divine Judgment Hall's side, all the experts who could still move disappeared into the 3 doors. The remaining ones planned to enter seclusion on the spot and make plans after their injuries stabilized. After the 2-9 Netherwood created a treehouse for them, they began to collect the shattered fragments of the Heaven Rank artifact under Zhang Li's orders. As for the Fengdu City Lord, he headed in the direction where the 2 pieces of Netherworld were about to collide. After this period of hard work, the 2 Netherworld fragments finally arrived at a very close location. Now, any corner within 1,000 miles of the 2 cliffs was extremely dangerous. One had to know that kinetic energy multiplied mass and speed. Regardless of the limit of speed or mass, the power formed would be extremely terrifying. Just now, all the backup cultivators of the Divine Judgment Hall had attacked together, causing their speed to be several times faster than before. They had already reached the flying speed of a void core cultivator. In the eyes of the experts, this was not fast. However, with the huge size of the two netherworld fragments, even if they collided at the speed of a snail, the energy released in the end was enough to collapse the world and directly create mountains and deep valleys. Moreover, at this speed, looking at the huge land that was approaching, it gave people huge pressure. Hundreds of millions of cultivators had already quickly retreated under the lead of soul formation cultivators. Some directly entered Fengde city, hoping to obtain protection. A collision of this scale could not allow any lucky ones to survive. With their strength, they did not even have the chance to watch the show. Hall Masters, please take care of Fengde city. Zhang Li and his two Hall Masters returned to Fengde city through the Gate of Hell. As the two pieces of the netherworld approached, the space distorted greatly. This Gate of Hell was not very useful for the time being. After getting the two Hall Masters to cooperate with Granny Earth Spirit to move and protect the city, Zhang Li grabbed the dragon imprisoning lock again on the edge of the cliff. This chain had already left the city lord's stone monument. Fengde city, along with the surrounding spider lilies and carefree grass, quickly moved away. Now, without the guidance of the Divine Judgment Hall, the speed at which the two netherworld fragments approached did not decrease but increased. In next to no time, only Zhang Li was left on the edge of the cliff, and he was still pulling the chain. There were still 50 kilometers left. 80 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The air between the two continents was squeezed out in two directions. 3 breaths before the collision, Zhang Li floated into the air. Then, blinding light and scorching heat appeared in front of him. Space was torn into pieces like a newspaper being torn by a paper shredder. The originally flat netherworld ground wrinkled and bulged. In the blink of an eye, thousands of mountains appeared. Countless huge rocks streaked across the pitch-black night sky like asteroids. However, asteroids fell from the sky, while these rocks rose from the ground. 675 Netherworld Merit Green Lotus, 1. Zhang Li slashed open a huge rock 5 kilometers in diameter with his halberd. In front of him were endless rocks. He was just about to continue blocking the flying rocks, but the netherworld fragment that had collided with him strangely turned around and circled around him. The two netherworld fragments below were still squeezing together. The immeasurable kinetic energy was still being released crazily. However, Zhang Li, who was in the most dangerous area, felt surprisingly less pressure. After removing the initial fragments, from a certain moment on, fewer and fewer rocks flew towards him. His surroundings were clearly like a storm of flowers, but where he was, there was always no water. The spreading energy was without any pattern, but every time, his location received the last impact. It might be a coincidence that one or two rocks changed directions, but if this happened repeatedly, another force must have joined in. Zhang Li seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes stared fixedly at the center of the two pieces of netherworld. Another strand of energy spread out because it was squeezed to the end. Under the terrifying impact of the pure kinetic energy, wisps of golden threads began to rise from every place on the two continents. Zhang Li recognized these threads as the power of virtuous merit that he was very familiar with. In his eyes, there was a brilliant golden light that filled the sky. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to see it at all. Only a person with great merit like him could see it directly. The golden threads of merit rose into the sky and gathered in the netherworld void, gradually forming a large ball of light with no fixed shape. He roughly estimated that the power of virtuous merit inside was at least 10 times higher than the total amount on him. Needless to say, it was definitely this power of virtuous merit that protected him previously, causing the phenomenon of rocks flying around him. He had not guessed wrongly previously. Reassembling the netherworld was indeed a matter of great merit. If he could obtain all the power of virtuous merit above, the merit blessing status in Zhang Li's body might directly jump 2 levels. However, that was clearly impossible. In order to complete this feat of changing the world in an acceptable period of time, Zhongli pulled over too many people to help. The distribution of merit was not up to him to decide. Although he was definitely the one with the greatest contribution among everyone, he definitely could not get everything. After all, the Divine Judgment Hall had spent a lot of effort to pull over nearly 200 million cultivators. How could this world ignore their contributions? Swoosh! At this moment, the exploding energy below suddenly retracted. The number of rocks that flew up because of the pressure decreased drastically. The surrounding space that was fluctuating violently also seemed to have been flattened by an invisible hand and quickly calmed down. Logically speaking, the kinetic energy of the two netherworld fragments was far from exhausted. The intense collision should still last for a period of time. However, under the effect of some force, the reaction caused by the collision of the continents was quickly dissipating. In Zhongli's earth spirit vision, he could clearly see that an extremely thick new earth vein had appeared at the intersection of the two netherworld fragments. The two types of earth vein power that were originally fluctuating violently seemed to have reunited as they excitedly intertwined together. The earth vein power of the two huge lands guided each other and gradually transformed into a complete body, no longer colliding and injuring each other like two individuals. Originally, without the existence of the earth vein and spiritual chi, the two terrifying continents would have most likely shattered into countless small pieces when they collided at such a speed. Perhaps as time passed, those fragments that relied on gravity would slowly gather into a new netherworld continent many years later, but that was not the outcome Zhongli wanted to see. Fortunately, this was the cultivation world. Everything could not be measured from a scientific perspective. The power of the two continents colliding was guided by the earth vein. All kinds of apocalyptic scenes appeared briefly, leaving countless magnificent wonders on this land. With this new earth vein as the starting point, the two continents mixed together. The environment that was originally slightly different was changing. The spiritual chi and yin chi of the two pieces of the netherworld that had been pieced together increased. Everything was about to settle. The ball of golden light in the void above finally began to descend. It was as if an invisible saber had slashed across, directly cutting off half of the merit. Zhongli was slightly surprised. Was his contribution that great? In terms of strength alone, it should not be so much. It was less than 40%. However, since the heavenly Dao had given it to him, how could he not want it? He hurriedly opened his hands to receive it. However, to his shock, the golden light did not land on his body. Instead, it directly missed him and landed in the netherworld that was still surging with dust. Who took advantage of him? Zhongli was stunned. The largest piece of cake was actually not his? Could it be that there was some hidden character who had been secretly stirring up trouble? After so many years of cultivation, only he, Alliance leader Zhang, had cheated others. When had he ever suffered such a huge loss? Don't let him find it. If he discovered who it was and snatched away the opportunity he had painstakingly obtained, he would definitely. 676 Netherworld Merit Green Lotus, 2. However, before his killing intent could boil, his brewing emotions were interrupted. Below, an unfamiliar yet familiar strange fluctuation appeared. Zhongli suddenly recalled that during the process of him piecing together the territory, there was indeed something that was deeply involved and contributed more than him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under the envelopment of the resplendent golden light, a pitch-black chain flew out from the center of the collision. The chain swayed nimbly in the air, like a dog that had been locked up at home for a long time and was interested in everything. After playing for a while, it noticed Zhongli who was standing not far away. The black chain immediately flew over excitedly and circled around Zhongli's body. It was really like a pet that could even act cute. This chain was naturally the dragon imprisoning lock. Yes, Nuwa had refined the five-colored divine stone to nourish the heavens. Even the remaining shards had been given a lot of merit. The dragon imprisoning lock occupied the most important position in the process of combining the netherworld. It was reasonable for it to receive half of the merit. At this moment, a sword tip suddenly appeared above Zhang Li's head. The immortal slaying flying sword also sensed the change in its old friend and came out to greet the dragon imprisoning lock. When the immortal slaying flying sword was created, it did not have a hilt. There was only a ring that connected to the dragon imprisoning lock on the hilt. Speaking of which, these two artifacts could be considered childhood sweethearts. Now that its old friend had also developed intelligence, the immortal slaying flying sword also revealed happy emotions. These two guys still wanted to fuse together again to test the power of their combination. It was not until Zhang Li reached out to comfort him that it stopped. The immortal slaying flying sword returned to his head. The dragon imprisoning lock still liked to wrap around his waist the most. Zhang Li had tried many methods to refine this ancient immortal artifact. Sometimes, he would use spiritual qi to nourish it at all times, wanting it to recover some of its former power. However, just like dried grapes that could not be restored to their original state even after soaking in water, his actions were almost useless. Due to its indestructible characteristics and the fact that the methods of the cultivation world could not refine it, this matter had been delayed. However, now, under the power of virtuous merit that turned something broken into something magical, this former immortal artifact came to life again, as if there was a hope of recovering its former power. Zhang Li stretched out his essence soul and was taken into the core by the dragon imprisoning lock. Without any difficulty, he went a step further to make it acknowledge him as the master again. After wrapping it around his waist for so long, this chain did not forget its master. After a while, the second merit spiritual light descended. Another 30% of the merit points were cut off. This time, it finally landed on Zhang Li without any surprise. In the end, the remaining 20% of the merit turned into starlight that flew towards the cultivators who had participated in this matter. Zhang Li could not help but feel that it was a pity. After distributing 20% of the merit to so many people, they would not feel any difference after it reached them. It would only slowly dissipate as time passed. Dispersing merit like this was no different from wasting natural resources. However, Zhang Li was unable to stop it. He could only study the merit spiritual light that had fallen into his body. Combine the netherworld fragments. You have been rewarded by the netherworld. Your yin lifespan has increased by 3,000 years. Added status, Netherworld Green Lotus, Rank 1. Netherworld Green Lotus, Rank 1 increased affinity with the netherworld. Conferred the title of Rank 1 Merit Yin Official. Granted 3,000 miles of territory in the netherworld. Immunity to the rules of the netherworld below Rank 1. Obtained the skill, Yin Soldier Awakening. Duration, 30 years, plus. Just as Zhang Li wanted to see what was the change of the high-grade merit blessing, the descending merit did not fuse with his original merit spiritual light. Instead, it gathered on its own. After the two approached, he discovered that the color of the two power of virtuous merit was actually slightly different and not completely the same. It turned out that merit was not all the same. From the looks of it, after the apocalypse, what had changed was not as simple as the concentration of spiritual qi and the rules of heaven and earth. The consciousness of heaven and earth in the netherworld was different from the consciousness of heaven and earth in the continent of the 9 provinces, which was the so-called heavenly Dao. They should be two independent entities. In fact, the originally complete 3 realms and 6 paths should have already collapsed and formed their own independent heavenly Dao. It was just like how the heavenly Dao of the Azura world changed the rules and continuously let the Azura lords attack the continent of the 9 provinces. After the cultivators here repelled the invasion of the Azura world, the heavenly Dao of the 9 provinces would reward them. If these two were the same heavenly Dao, wouldn't that be doing something redundant? The netherworld should be similar to the continent of the 9 provinces. However, the two were closer and had a better relationship than the Azura world. The latest merit that entered his body slowly condensed into a first-grade merit green lotus that was invisible to the naked eye above Zhang Li. In the future, if he obtained more netherworld merit, he would continue to condense the green lotus like this. The high-grade merit blessing in the continent of the 9 provinces should have condensed into a similar merit lotus flower. He did not know what this netherworld green lotus had to do with the legendary 12th grade merit golden lotus. The initial duration of the netherworld green lotus status was increased to 30 years compared to the previous 7 days of merit blessing. If not for the fact that the heavenly Deo of the 9 provinces was too stingy, it should be that after the merit transformed into a green lotus, it became more corporeal and no longer dissipated easily. As for the effect, other than overlapping with the high-grade merit blessing, this status also directly made him a merit yin official of the netherworld. He could also possess a netherworld territory that spanned 3,000 miles. Although this territory could not be moved after being chosen, the effect was enough to compare to the ground control flag. The attribute of immunity to the rules of the netherworld was very easy to understand. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why the Northern Profound Hall Master, Chu Shui, could walk freely in the netherworld as a living person. Moreover, the rules of places like the Back Yin Mountain and Tragic Death City were completely useless to him. Now, he had finally found the answer. It was the power of virtuous merit of the netherworld that helped him escape these rules. Of course, the effect of the first grade green lotus was naturally far inferior to the reincarnation of Bodhisattva Ksatagarbha. However, this merit status could clearly be improved. As long as Zhongli continued to think of a way to combine the other netherworld fragments, he would be able to continuously obtain a large amount of netherworld merit. If he could completely restore the netherworld by himself, he might be qualified to sit on the throne as the new king of hell. Apart from these, he also obtained a skill specially used to create yin soldiers. This yin soldier awakening was even more brilliant than Zhongli's demon awakening technique back then. The yin soldiers he awakened were equivalent to civil servants officially conferred by the netherworld. Apart from the most basic increase in strength, yin soldiers also had a special deterrence ability. Even ghosts 10 times stronger than yin soldiers did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, even experts did not dare to easily kill a large number of yin soldiers. This was because killing an official civil servant would shorten their lifespan. In ancient times, if one casually killed yin soldiers, the price was 100 years of lifespan for each, and they would suffer at least 18 levels of hell after death. However, other than the necessary spiritual qi and yin qi, the yin soldiers had to consume the Creator's own netherworld merit. The power of virtuous merit was so precious, so who would be willing to use it casually? It was precisely because of this that yin soldiers did not flood the world. Most of those big shots of the netherworld would only awaken the dead who had the power of virtuous merit. Because that way, they would not consume their own merit. As for Zhongli, after pressing the plus button for 5 seconds, he was thinking if he should enlighten all the ghosts in Fengdu City. 677 Nether Mountain Set 1. After tidying up his condition, although the 2 territories below were still erupting with energy, they had already stabilized. That bit of commotion could no longer injure true experts. In the center of the 2 fragments, more and more earth veins had already formed, gradually weaving into an earth vein network that was exchanging astonishing energy. The space stabilized again, and the gate of hell could already be used. After putting away the human emperor's battle halberd, Zhongli summoned the gate of hell and took a step forward before returning to Fengdu City. Qin Shuman, the 2 hall masters, the earth spirit, the 12 earth immortals, the aberrated warriors, and the other demon kings and ghost kings were all waiting in various directions of the city. Under Zhongli's arrangements, Swordhead Pei Zhong secretly returned to the Great Mountain Alliance. Without the protection of an Earth Immortal level combat strength, it was really difficult to feel at ease. City Lord. When they saw Zhongli return, everyone in Fengdu City heaved a sigh of relief. They flew to Zhongli's side and bowed. Although they believed in Zhongli's strength, the entire netherworld seemed to be about to shatter. It was really worrying. Zhongli roughly sensed the city and nodded in satisfaction. It was not in vain that he had raised soldiers for so long. Under such a drastic change, the terrain of the two pieces of the netherworld had changed immensely. However, Fengde city did not suffer any losses. Even the grassland and sea of flowers outside the city were well protected. Well done! Everyone will be rewarded after this. The two pieces of the netherworld are already won. Now, follow my guidance and move Fengde city to the Baekhyun mountain. This was a very important step. In fact, Zhongli had done all this for the sake of moving Fengde city. He had never thought of the matter of the netherworld merit. This was because if anything happened next and the Divine Judgment Hall lost, then the entire cultivation world of the eastern region would probably no longer have a safe place. As the successor of the human emperor, the Blood King's hatred for him was probably higher than any family in the Divine Judgment Hall. If the other party really rose up again, they would definitely not let Zhongli off. Therefore, no matter what, he had to prioritize protecting his escape route. At the very least, the core base could not be lost. As long as he protected this city, when the time came, Zhongli could directly use the Gate of Hell to move all the people of the Great Mountain Alliance in the shortest time. The area of Fengde city had been increasing during this period of time. It was more than enough for all his subordinates to live in. Splitting 3 large rooms for each of them was more than enough for Fengde city. This was only the ground. Below the surface, he still had an underground palace of the same size. It was still unused. The resources accumulated by Fengde city and the Great Mountain Alliance were also sufficient, and Zhongli's spiritual qi was endless. If they were really forced into a corner, it would not be a problem for everyone to cultivate peacefully for hundreds of years. This was his escape route and the source of his confidence. After the order was given, under Zhongli's will, the entire Fengde city followed the thickest earth vein towards the Baekhyun mountain. Under the protection of many experts, some of the aftershocks did not affect them at all. In about 24 hours, they could successfully move the entire city to the mountain where everything was reversed. However, the Fengde city lord could not guard the city and move all the way to the Baekhyun mountain. He did not know the situation at the Pure White Pagoda. After this matter was over, he had to go over and help. After opening another gate of hell, he would return to the continent of the 9 provinces. City Lord, please wait a moment. Please change your clothes first. Just as Zhongli was about to leave, the green-clothed Nuku Demon King rushed over with a black robe and a pair of black boots. Change of clothes? Zhongli lowered his head to size himself up. Previously, his mind had landed elsewhere. Only now did he realize that his clothes were ragged. Only a few rags and the dragon imprisoning lock were still hanging on his body, revealing a large number of strong and perfect muscles. When the heaven rank artifact self-destructed earlier, even his skin was burned to ashes. How could his clothes survive? The pair of cloud-treading boots that he had obtained from the sect competition were also damaged without any residue remaining. He really did not look like the city lord now. If others saw this, they would think that the successor of the human emperor could not afford to wear clothes. After casually receiving the robe and black boots, Zhongli was surprised and bewildered. These 2 things were extremely light and soft to the touch, and they contained extremely powerful strength. Moreover, Zhongli sensed a very familiar aura from it. Ignoring everything else, the quality of these 2 things had clearly reached the earth rank. The robe was simply called Netherworld Mountain. On it was a rather high-level inverted domain. Just this was enough for most Earth Immortal level spells to fail on him. If he added his own domain, the effect would stack and allow him to suppress others when their domains collided. Hey! Zhongli put on the Netherworld Mountain robe, and the surging aura in his entire body suddenly calmed down. He was like an ordinary mortal and was harmless. If he stood in the shadows at the side, he would probably not be able to find himself. He had only seen such a terrifying concealment effect on one thing. After putting on the boots, Zhongli's eyes lit up again. He felt as if he had turned into a whirlwind. His body was floating and he was about to fly. With a slight movement of his feet, his entire body became illusory for an instant. It seemed that he had not done anything, but in fact, Zhang Li had already circled the entire Fengde city twice. This was under the premise that he did not use spatial jump to unleash such a terrifying speed. If combined with the power to compress space, how fast would it be? When fleeing, it would always be successful. If the opponent wanted to escape, they would probably have to face despair. Moreover, as long as he wanted to, even if he passed by at such a speed, there would not be any dust wherever he passed. Good stuff. These two artifacts were both rare good stuff. Zhang Li had plundered Granny Nether Mountain's treasure vault earlier and let the Nuko Demon King pick at wool to sew clothes for him. Now, it seemed that this decision was indeed correct. City Lord, this netherworld mountain black robe contains the power of the lightless fire and the treasures of the Western White Hall Master, using the weaving technique of the Nuko race. As for this pair of boots, they were refined using 2 rush feet Demon Kings, coupled with the banishment wind that scattered on the Bakyan Mountain when the City Lord broke through as the main materials. Granny Nether Mountain had now transformed into the Pipa woman. With the help of Zhang Li, she obtained the Jade Pipa again and could make any kind of energy into her Pipa strings. These Pipa strings became the final weaving material for the Nuko Demon King. Even the spiritual fire of heaven and earth and the calamity of wind were no exception. Under the weaving technique of the Nuko race, they customized 2 earth-rank artifacts for the Fengde City Lord, named the Netherworld Mountain Set. 678 Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament Talisman, 1. 2 earth-rank artifacts. Zhang Li sighed with emotion. As his personal strength continuously increased, up until now, an earth-rank artifact that was hard to find even in the entire Great Mountain region had already become his conventional equipment. It could even be customized according to demand. Previously, he had many earth-rank artifacts on him. They were basically all weapons. Although their characteristics were different and could restrain the corresponding enemies and play a huge role under special circumstances, in normal situations, their functions still overlapped quite a bit, especially the 3 long weapons. It was impossible for Zhang Li to grow 4 hands every time he fought. However, this netherworld mountain robe and boots could be worn at any time. It could be used at all times to increase his strength. After adapting for a moment and adjusting his condition to the best, Zhang Li took out the coffin, brought Qin Shuman and the others, and stepped into the gate of hell. After taking a step, the dense yin qi disappeared, and he had already returned to the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent. When the Divine Judgment Hall held a meeting earlier, because Zhang Li was in seclusion to break through, he missed the meeting at the headquarters. Therefore, he had actually never gone to the Pure White Pagoda, so the Gate of Hell naturally could not directly connect to it. The place where Zhang Li appeared was a hidden COL near Phoenix Sun City. This place had been modified by his Earth Vein Array formation. It was filled with dense death qi and did not see sunlight all year round. Even in the day, it could open the Gate of Hell. However, he had just stepped onto the ground when a rock the size of a house smashed into his head. It was shattered by the Netherworld Mountain Robe's inverted domain. I got hit by a rock the moment I went out. Is the merit green lotus on my head fake? Zhang Li gloomily tidied his hair that was not affected at all. After seeing a large piece of threaded purple gold exposed from the shattered stone, his mood improved a little. So this was the so-called fortuitous encounter upon going outside. It was nice. Looking around, there was a considerable earthquake near the COL. That rock from before was shaken off the mountain like this. Behind this stone, the seclusion place of a soul formation cultivator was shaken out. From the looks of it, he had failed his seclusion and died inside. However, this cultivator was quite kind. He did not leave any traps before he died. Instead, he took the initiative to leave his name on the porcelain bottles of some medicinal pills, becoming an opportunity for future descendants. Zhang Li had been thrifty since he was young, so he did not mind these useless things. After waving his hand and putting them away, he left the COL. With a flash, he appeared in the sky above. The earthquake just now was very abnormal. He had once seen the earth vein here. It was wide and stable. There were no earth vein faults in a 50-kilometer radius. It should not be a natural earthquake. He activated the earth spirit vision and inspected this place again. All the earth veins in sight seemed to have cramped up and were twisting unnaturally. He had never seen such a scene. Activating his boots, the Fengde city lord suddenly transformed into a whirlwind and dissipated. When he appeared again, he had already crossed 1,000 miles. He used the earth spirit vision to observe another area. It was actually the same situation. If nothing unexpected happened, most of the eastern region was in such a situation. The earth vein was affected by an unknown force and underwent a large-scale change. In the affected areas, there were earthquakes, floods, and all kinds of disasters. The frightened wild beasts and demons in the mountain surged out of the forest and attacked the town. All kinds of accidents caused the subordinate forces of the Divine Judgment Hall to be exhausted and countless mortals to die. To be able to affect the earth vein on such a large scale, could it be that legendary dragon vein? It seems that the situation in the Divine Judgment Hall is indeed not good. Zhang Li guessed something from this phenomenon. He did not dare to delay any longer. His figure transformed into a whirlwind and quickly flashed forward. In the blink of an eye, they could cross thousands of mountains and rivers. On the path of cultivation, the further one went, the greater the gap between them. Spiritual chi, soul, strength, and speed were all the same. Even an ordinary soul formation cultivator's essence soul could swim the North Sea at night. Although Zhang Li's cultivation level was still at the soul formation realm, his true strength had long surpassed this level. The leaders of the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces had to go all out against him. At their level, traveling was already something that did not need to take too long. A whirlwind swept all the way. In less than half an hour, Zhang Li arrived at the headquarters of the Divine Judgment Hall. Or rather, the original headquarters of the Divine Judgment Hall. At this moment, the ground was filled with ruins. It was really difficult for people to associate this ruin with the number one holy land in the cultivation world of the eastern region. Although he had never seen the pure white pagoda with his own eyes and did not know what it looked like, at the very least, it should have a pagoda nearby. However, here, the ground was covered in deep pits that looked like meteors. There were even a few large holes in the sky that had not healed. It could be seen that not long ago, a group of people had caused a commotion here. But where had they gone? Was he too late? Zhang Li concealed his aura and transformed into an invisible wind that searched the huge battlefield. This process did not take much time. All-powerful people were always so eye-catching. 679 Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament Talisman, 2. Soon, he felt a dangerous energy that made him want to turn around and run under the largest sinkhole. What's underground? It's coming out. Zhang Li flashed back hundreds of miles. Under the effect of the netherworld mountain robe, his figure fused into a shadow and disappeared. In the next moment, the spot where he had just stood suddenly bulged. Something pushed up the ground that was 1,000 feet thick. The originally solid rock layer soil was now as fragile as an eggshell. As the soil rose to a certain extent, it completely shattered. What surged out first was the crimson hot magma that was surging under the ground. As the surging magma rose and flowed down, it gradually revealed the outline of an extremely wide palace. It was so huge that Zhang Li could not see the end at a glance. He had to use his ears to hear the size of the thing that emerged from the ground. This was a huge palace that covered more than 300 miles. The previous city god's hall was only huge inside. The actual size was not too exaggerated. However, this palace was really huge. Who knew how much manpower and material it took to build something of this scale? Only the son of heaven's lineage that had been passed down since ancient times could have such a foundation. This palace had a signboard that wrote, Epang Palace. Sure enough, it was the Epang Palace that stirred up the clouds and attracted the attention of the world. Clang! The palace rose to 1,000 feet and stopped. Around it, a large number of rune chains appeared out of thin air and pulled tightly at the palace. This palace could fly without wings. If one was not careful, they could escape at any time. However, what really bound this palace were not chains. It was the huge talisman stuck to the Epang palace. This chain was also materialized from the power of the talisman. Looking at the talismans that covered the 300 miles of the palace, Zhongli, who was hiding in the shadows and watching from afar, clicked his tongue in wonder. The Immortal Spirit General Talisman, the 3 Essence General Talisman, the 9 Heavenly Phoenix Cleansing Talisman, the 9 Palace Protection 8 Trigrams Talisman, the 4 Elements Supreme Profound Forbidden Talisman, the Dragon Tiger Evil Slaying Talisman, the Great Seal Talisman, the Star Constellation Talisman, the Heavenly Spirit Red Official Evil Slaying Talisman, the 9 Provinces Imperial Token Talisman, the 1000 Ghosts Myriad Divine Talisman, the 9 Heavens Weapon Talisman. Impressive, impressive. Having seen the secret manual of mission, he recognized most of these talismans at a glance. As an array formation master, drawing talismans was naturally his forte. However, Zhongli's cultivation time was short after all. Before he obtained the 7-colored Dao body, he could only draw a 6th grade capital heaven talisman at most. He had not tried it after that breakthrough. However, he was only slightly above the 7th grade. He relied on his luck to draw 8th grade talismans. In front of him, there were talismans stuck all over this city. The lowest was a 7th grade talisman. Those were easy to deal with. Zhongli could draw them with time. However, on the golden door of the Epang Palace, there was actually a thick stack of 9th grade talismans. The Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament Talisman. The Divine Judgment Hall is really generous. If one wanted to draw a talisman of this level, the basic requirement for cultivation was to be at least an earth immortal. Not only were the materials needed precious, but they were also extremely energy-consuming. Generally speaking, it was already a blessing for a talisman master to be able to draw a 9th grade Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament Talisman after 10 years of seclusion. While drawing this talisman was difficult, its effect was similarly domineering and powerful. As long as it was hung on the door, ordinary demon kings and ghost kings would turn around and run. No matter which sect it was, it would be the ultimate treasure of the sect. However, on the door, there was not one, but a thick stack. From the thickness, each of these 9th grade talismans could easily seal a demon king or demon king. There were more than 500 layers on them. Every 10 years, the Divine Judgment Hall would strengthen the seal on the Epang Palace. After more than 5,000 years, more than 500 seals were already extremely shocking. Zhongli believed that if he was locked inside, he would not have a 100% chance of escaping. However, at this moment, these seals were burning layer by layer. A blood-red crown floated in front of the seal. Countless twisted blood people surged out of the crown and pounced at the Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament talismans on the door. With every breath, 1,000,000 bloody souls surged out of the crown. The Blood King was using the most disgusting and direct method to dirty the seal. This Blood King crown was an evil artifact refined from the blood and vengeful spirits of all the citizens under his rule. Although it was only an earth-rank artifact and did not seem very powerful, there were countless vengeful spirits hidden inside. That was the truly terrifying thing. As the last 9 kings, the territory of the Blood King was at least the size of 10 great mountains combined. If all the people were pulled out, each person could probably throw a stone and create a mountain. When the number reached this extent, even 9th grade talismans could not withstand it. The Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament Talisman was burned layer by layer. As the seal continued to be damaged, the dragon vein in the Epang Palace also affected the outside world more and more. Zhongli's heart ached when he saw this. Under the cover of the netherworld mountain robe, he quietly approached it. At this moment, hundreds of streaks of light flew out from the huge hole in the ground and pounced towards the Blood King crown. 680 Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament Talisman, 3. They were the Divine Judgment Hall experts who had rushed back to help. They could not stop the destruction of the pure white tower, and their heavy injuries made their situation not good. The Epang Palace was the last line. They could not let the seal be broken. However, a golden dragon that followed closely behind blocked their attack with its body. Hundreds of earth immortal techniques easily slid away like rain on a lotus leaf. With the Son of Heaven's chi protecting him, all techniques could not be used on him. The 9-5 golden dragon formed from the fusion of the 9 kings was really too invincible. The dragon python transformed from the last 9 kings was actually nothing in comparison. However, with every addition, their overall strength would increase explosively. Moreover, the effects of Dao techniques and spell techniques on them would decrease exponentially. When there were 7 dragon pythons, the Blood King still needed to rely on a heaven-rank artifact to break through the domain of the 3 divine pillars. As for the 8 dragon pythons, they could already resist it head-on. Now that the 9 kings were together, most spells had lost their effect on them. The remaining experts of their Divine Judgment Hall could not do anything to the dragon for a time. On the golden door, the speed at which the seal was destroyed became faster and faster. The latest exposed talismans became dimmer and dimmer. The energy contained in it was clearly no longer abundant. Oh no! The power of the taking talisman sealed at the bottom has long been corroded. The seal won't last long. The Divine Judgment Hall could not attack for a long time. Just as everyone was anxious, a figure appeared behind the 9-5 golden dragon. A pitch-black halberd was raised high and slashed mercilessly at the golden dragon's head. Surprise! It's me again! The Blood King, who was controlling the 9-5 golden dragon, felt a huge danger behind him. The Son of Heaven's dragon chi that had always been successful inexplicably lost its effect. It was even to the extent that just like the last time he possessed the Polar Mountain King, the dragon chi in his body actually instinctively felt fear. Swoosh! Golden dragon blood surged out, and the dragon chi at the wound faintly dissipated. A huge hole was slashed open on the golden dragon's back. At the critical moment just now, the golden dragon twisted its body and avoided the fatal head. It was only slashed on its back. In this way, he did something that hundreds of Divine Judgment Hall experts had not done. Unfortunately, the current Zhongli's strength was still slightly inferior. Moreover, there were not many people under his rule. As a result, the power displayed by the human emperor's battle halberd was at the level of an Earth Immortal's 3 flowers gathering realm. It could restrain the Blood King and Golden Dragon, but it was not enough to defeat the enemy in one strike. It's you again. Good. Very good. Everyone is here. Now that the situation is in my control, you still dare to defy the heavens. You're courting death. The golden dragon's eyes instantly turned blood red, and a strange blood-colored dragon flame spewed out towards Zhongli. Behind Zhongli, a black dragon phantom appeared at the same time, and it spat out the black-yellow dragon flame in return. In the collision of flames, Zhongli's black-yellow dragon flame was at a disadvantage. However, amidst the surging flames, another halberd attack slashed through the air. Zhongli himself actually endured the damage of the blood flames and rushed forward to attack the Blood King again. He opened the golden dragon's mouth as widely as possible. It's the Fengde City Lord. He can injure the Blood King Golden Dragon. Everyone, cooperate with the Fengde City Lord. 681 One step late, 1. Zhongli's unexpected arrival and success injured the golden dragon formed by the Blood King. This greatly boosted the morale of the many experts of the Divine Judgment Hall. Originally, according to the combat strength classification displayed, Zhongli's strength was basically equivalent to an Earth Immortal who had gathered 3 flowers, which was the level of a high-grade Divine Judgment leader. Moreover, there was the help of the 2 hall masters, Chu Shui and the Peepa woman. If they could gain Fengde City's strength, they could increase their combat strength by 3 times. Coupled with the many demon kings and earth immortals under him, they could greatly make up for the combat strength that the Divine Judgment Hall had just lost. However, they had not invited Zhongli earlier. The main reason was that the enemy they faced this time was only the Blood King. It was not like before, when there were a large number of experts from Tragic Death City to restrain. Coupled with the troublesome characteristics of the Son of Heaven's Dragon Chi, most spell techniques were useless against him. Their strength was not at the level of the 3 divine pillars, and there were only 3 of them, so even if there were 2 fewer, it would not be of any obvious use. Therefore, at that time, they only wanted to sense the pure white tower and did not ask Zhongli for help. However, they did not expect that this Fengde city lord actually had a way to break through the extremely troublesome Son of Heaven's Dragon Chi. This was something that they had worked hard to achieve for a long time. The 3 people from the Cloud Manor, the Flame Dynasty, and the Sea Palace suddenly recalled Zhongli's other title besides the City Lord of Fengde City, the successor of the Human Emperor. The Son of Heaven and the Human Emperor sounded like they were both rulers of mortal kingdoms. However, there should be some differences. It seemed that there was more to the 2 titles that outsiders did not know. The name Human Emperor had long been lost after the ancient divine investiture battle, so very few people had heard of it. Only the 3 divine pillars or the descendants of Nuwa, who had a long history, knew a little. However, they knew a little about the will represented by the title Son of Heaven. This was because more than half of the forces present were divided in the former immortal Qin dynasty. In order to destroy and divide that dynasty, they had also worked hard to study it. They more or less had some understanding of the Qin Emperor's lineage. It was the true inheritance of the Son of Heaven that had been conferred by the Heavenly Palace. Because the foundation of the Son of Heaven was the King of Mortals to begin with, he did not need spiritual chi or cultivation to inherit the throne. Therefore, the cultivationless age could not destroy them and had been passed down until now. What was the background of the Human Emperor who could restrain the Son of Heaven? However, now was not the time to get to the bottom of it. With Fengde City's strength, it was completely capable of keeping secrets from anyone in the current cultivation world. They only needed to know that Zhongli could injure the Blood King. This was an opportunity, perhaps the only chance they had. For a time, the battle began again. This time, the Divine Judgment Hall completely changed their tactics. The situation finally changed. The hundreds of cultivators led by the 3 divine pillars split into 2 waves. With the Cloud Manor and the Flame Dynasty as the leaders, they flew to Zhongli's side and did not attack the enemy. They only used various supplementary methods. Some applied defense and blocked the Blood King's attack. Some expanded their domains and tried their best to delay the other party. Some continuously cast buffs on Zhongli. Hundreds of top experts of the cultivation world of the eastern region surrounded Zhongli and assisted him. When Zhongli reacted, he was already dazzled by the buffs that continuously appeared on his interface. Just this moment alone had already provided him an amplification of more than 70% of his current strength. One had to know that at their level, every step forward was extremely difficult. Even the 2 Earth rank artifacts on him could not increase it by 70%. Zhongli, who was originally feeling hot-blooded and prepared to fight the Blood King, became overjoyed. He let the parallel mind control his body to pursue the Blood King Golden Dragon. After that, he focused on the status panel and immediately made these buffs permanent. Hundreds of top-notch experts guarded him and created opportunities for him with all their might. Even the 9-5 Golden Dragon, who was originally stronger than him, fell into a disadvantage. His speed was restricted, and his attacks were blocked in advance every time, so he could only be attacked by Zhongli in a one-sided manner. If this dragged on, he might be killed on the spot by the halberd. Another wave of Earth Immortals led by the Sea Palace took this opportunity to fly to the side of the Blood King crown. A white crystal fell, and the Sea Palace's special spell, Holy Sea Salt Frost, was scattered on the red crown. After the large number of bloody souls that emerged from the crown touched the salt and frost, they were like mayflies that had been thrown into a pile of salt, wailing and shrinking into residue. The Blood King crown was also burned by the salt and frost, emitting sizzling white smoke. This salt and frost specialized in subduing evil spirits and ghosts. The Blood King crown was formed by sacrificing billions of living beings. It was really extremely evil. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, the Sea Palace Master immediately cast another spell. He simply produced a huge ball of frost and wrapped the entire Blood King crown inside. With Zhongli's addition, injuries began to continuously appear on the 9-5 Golden Dragon's body. Its originally brilliant and inviolable aura also began to fall. 682 One step late, 2. It was because the Son of Heaven's Dragon Qi had been lost after being slashed by Zhongli. Such a change in the originally good situation made the Blood King, who was struggling alone, furious. Rebel! You're all unforgivable rebels. When I become the true king, I'll definitely slaughter the world. Not only you, but also those fools who support you. I'll turn all of you into the lowest grade blood slaves. I want to cultivate 10 more blood crowns. No, I want 100. I want you all to never reincarnate again. The Blood King let out the most vicious curse at Zhongli. However, because half of his teeth had been knocked off by the human emperor's battle halberd, his words seemed to be inaccurate. In order to revive the dynasty and slaughter the people, it was not impossible for him to do it again. Zhongli, who had just fixed all his statuses, was even more furious when he heard this threat. As the successor of the human emperor, Zhongli had a responsibility to use the power lent to him by the humans of the eastern region. No matter what, he had to kill this Blood King. On the other side, after the Blood King crown was dealt with, the corrosion of the Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament Talisman finally stopped. However, the overall seal had already reached a very dangerous level. There were less than 100 Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament Talismans left on the door. Moreover, the color was dim and the edges were rotten. Clearly, they had been corroded for a long time and did not have much strength left. They looked like they could be broken with a poke. Quick! Strengthen the seal! The Sea Palace Master immediately took out more Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament Talismans that he had long prepared. A 9th grade talisman that was larger than a bedsheet was shot out with a specific method and stuck to the door. The other Earth Immortals also took out matching talismans and formed a large-scale talisman formation to strengthen the seal. With the Supreme Clarity Divine Firmament Talisman as the core, the talisman formation began to work. Its power spread out bit by bit and quickly enveloped and suppressed the palace that was 300 miles in size. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. The vibrations of the Epang Palace slowly weakened until it completely quieted down. Thank goodness! Thank goodness we made it! In the crowd, an Earth Immortal patted his chest in fear. We can't relax yet. This layer of array formation can only be temporarily suppressed. Everyone, use the 9 Heavens Astral Array to strengthen the seal. The Sea Palace's leader took out another array diagram and distributed it. The Earth Immortals in this group all had decent array formation standards. After taking a look, they dispersed. However, one of the Earth Immortals ran in the wrong direction. Elder Ningfu, your array is at the other position. You ran too. Wait, what is that? What do you want to do? That Elder Ningfu was a guest elder of the 12 high-grade Divine Judgment factions. He was a veteran Earth Immortal in the Divine Judgment Hall and was humble and polite. He had always had a good relationship with others. However, at this moment, he flew to the signboard above the door of the Epang Palace alone and took out a bamboo tube with a strange expression. Seeing that he did not reply, the surrounding Earth Immortals also reacted and looked at the fellow deist who had been fighting together not long ago with unfriendly expressions. There was something wrong with this guy. Ningfu! Put down the thing in your hand. Everything can be discussed. An Earth Immortal who had a good relationship with him immediately comforted him. However, Ningfu only glanced at them coldly before removing the stopper of the bamboo tube and splashing the sticky reddish-brown liquid on the signboard. In the next moment, a large hand covered his head. It was the Sea Palace Master. Black Sea Inverted Spring. Invisible black sea power surged into the Earth Immortal's body, causing his entire body to begin to swell uncontrollably. A large amount of black sea water spewed out from all the holes in his body. The 7 orifices and 5 orifices surged out. Along with it were Ningfu's eyeballs, tongue, and internal organs. Not long after, even his flesh, blood, and bones were washed out, leaving only a thin piece of human skin and a muddle-headed essence soul in the hands of the Sea Palace Master. He pulled out his essence soul and immediately discovered some clues. A piece of his essence soul is missing. It was cut off when he was born. In order to arrange for a spy to enter the Divine Judgment Hall, the Blood King had spent a lot of effort. He had actually made arrangements so long ago. When the blood splattered on the signboard, the Epang Palace that had just stabilized immediately rioted again. On the other side, a 9-5 dragon roar sounded at the same time. The golden dragon that Zhang Li had chased and slashed more than 30 times was no longer in a sorry state. After pulling away from Zhang Li, it roared at the sky. "Rebels, do you know why he's called Ningfu? I want you to have a taste of being betrayed from the inside. The former ruler is dead. A new emperor should be crowned. I am the unfilial descendant, Qin Hai. Please open the door of the Epang Palace." As the dragon chi of the last 9 kings erupted together, the Epang Palace shook even more violently. The talismans stuck around the palace burned at the same time. Even the 9th grade talisman that had just been pasted on the main door flickered with light and emitted a raging fire with the nearly 100 useless talismans below. The rune chains formed from talismans broke one after another. After this palace and the things inside lost the suppression of the seal, they were about to break out. Damn it! Oh no! The Sea Palace Master was shocked. He raised his finger and slashed it towards the sky. It was as if there was a huge gap in the sky. Cold sea water poured down and drowned the Epang Palace in the blink of an eye. Then, the Sea Palace Master clapped his hands, and the endless sea water instantly froze. A huge ice mountain appeared and directly froze the 300 miles of the palace. A terrifying cold chi spread out, causing snow to fall in this area. However, such methods were still useless. As the bearing of the huge door turned, it creaked. A large number of cracks appeared on the blue ice mountain. In time, the Sea Palace Master continuously strengthened it with spiritual chi, but in the end, it still collapsed. "I'll kill you first." Looking at the darkness in the huge door, Zhang Li instinctively felt his heart palpitate. There was something very fatal hidden in the Epang Palace. Even with his current strength, he was definitely unable to resist. He picked up the human emperor's battle halberd and seized the opportunity while the golden dragon was roaring to cut off its head. However, he was still a step too late. A golden light shot out from the Epang Palace and completely enveloped the Blood King Golden Dragon. Zhang Li's halberd landed on it, but it only pressed down on the layer of golden light and did not break through. The people from the Divine Judgment Hall also attacked immediately, causing the layer of golden light to fluctuate continuously, but there was still no substantial progress. Helpless, they could only watch as the Blood King was guided into the Epang Palace by the golden light. When the others wanted to follow in, although the door was not closed, there was a similar light screen blocking them. Those who were not of royal bloodline could not step into this palace. How can this be? That guy opened the Epang Palace. What should we do? Lords, you are the pillars of the cultivation world of the eastern region. Do you know what that national treasure is? What should we do now? Surrounding the palace, the hearts of the people from the Divine Judgment Hall turned cold. They had stopped it in all ways, but the worst had still happened. Even with their cultivation and strength, they still felt helpless and confused. They asked the 3 divine pillars, but the 3 people who were high and mighty in their eyes did not have a solution. Zhang Li was also depressed. This was really fate. Perhaps this battle between the Cultivation dynasty and the Cultivation world 5,000 years ago had not ended. They were destined to collide again today and produce an outcome. However, what kind of chaos would such a battle cause? Silently, he sent the order through his clone. He made the main force of the Great Mountain Alliance begin to move. A month ago, he had already arranged for the Great Mountain Alliance and prosperous Zhonghong to shrink their manpower and gather resources. This retreat should not take long. He was preparing for the worst, but he felt that this matter could still be salvaged. After all, he still had the dragon python transformed from the Polar Mountain King under him. As long as he could enter the Epang Palace, perhaps things could turn around? 683 Lifelike Imperial Concubines, 1. The Blood King was indeed a formidable person. Even after his death, he did not forget to take revenge and restore his dynasty. He carried a huge hatred, but he could hide in tragic Death City for so many years without saying a word. In fact, he was secretly preparing to overthrow the Divine Judgment Hall. Apart from establishing the Blood King Palace to rope in the experts of tragic Death City and collect dragon chi from the tombs of the ancestors, he also knew very well that the best way to defeat a powerful faction was to attack from the inside. At the very least, he needed someone to act as a spy to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Relying on the special bloodline sensing methods of the royal family, he found a group of descendants of Prince Ning who lived a difficult life in front of the Divine Judgment Hall. In order to let the last descendant of the royal family escape the search of the Divine Judgment Hall and escape the influence of the Feng Shui curse, the Blood King had used a very cruel method. When every bloodline descendant was born, their bloodline would be extracted from their body and soul. Newly born children suffered this kind of double damage to their bodies and souls, causing the mortality rate to remain high. However, they persisted for 1,000 years and did not give up. Ning Fu was one of them. On the one hand, this was to accumulate the royal bloodline and use it to replenish the king's corpse in the future. On the other hand, it was to nurture a faction in the cultivation world of the eastern region that was clean and completely loyal to them. As it turned out, when a person was ruthless to a certain extent, they could often do something that ordinary people could not. Even without the bloodline of the Son of Heaven, royal descendants were generally very talented. Every 100 years, a few juniors would appear. With the secret support of the Blood King Palace, after so many years of preparation, someone finally advanced to the Earth Immortal Realm and joined the higher UPS of the Divine Judgment Hall. In order to protect this important chess piece, in the previous few battles, the Blood King had never used this spy once. He did not even let him send a message. Before he attacked, there was indeed no doubt about him. No one would suspect him. It was not until the last moment when he spilled the blood of the last 9 kings that he succeeded. The pure white pagoda shattered, the seal was removed, and the Epang Palace appeared again. The Divine Judgment Hall could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat under the Blood King's scheme. Now that the Blood King, Qin Hai, had entered the Epang Palace, if he successfully ascended the throne and brought out the national treasure, what powerful enemy would the cultivation world of the eastern region face? He wanted to rebuild the immortal Qin dynasty. This originally sounded extremely absurd, but now, it seemed that it was really possible. Fortunately, with the familiar dragon roar, a silver dragon python appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Li took out the coffin and released his temporary clone. Seeing this dragon python so close, many people almost subconsciously attacked. After discovering that the dragon python was completely controlled by the Fengde city lord, they heaved a sigh of relief. So the news of the dragon python's appearance was not fake. However, Blood King Qin Hai actually used other methods to complete the last 9 kings. Unfortunately, this dragon python is useless now. Looking at this dragon python that everyone had beaten to death, they had mixed feelings. Who would have thought that the Blood King could use other methods to create another dragon python? Previously, in order to capture this dragon python, the Divine Judgment Hall had gathered a large number of people and forcefully pulled the 2 netherworld fragments together. However, because the situation changed too quickly, the sudden appearance of the city god's hall and the attack on the pure white pagoda had affected their minds. They did not have the time to care about anything else and had long forgotten about this dragon python. Unexpectedly, this dragon python ended up in the hands of the human emperor's successor. There was no time to investigate further if this dragon python had been in the hands of the Fengde city lord since long ago, or if it had only been captured after they left. Zhang Li took out the dragon python at this moment not only for show. After symbolically forming 2 seals, he passed through the golden light and flew into the Epang Palace. After circling around inside, he flew out and steadily landed in front of everyone. Opening the Epang Palace indeed required all the last 9 kings to be present. However, after opening the Epang Palace and passing through the layer of light, it was no longer so difficult. As long as his bloodline passed, he could enter. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many experts lit up again. This dragon python might be their last hope. The 3 divine pillars immediately came to negotiate to buy this dragon python. At such a critical moment, they were not stingy with their offers. This made Zhang Li extremely tempted. He hesitated for a moment before agreeing. In any case, the one controlling the dragon python was his parallel mind. He would not lose out no matter what. After obtaining the bridge that could enter and leave the Epang Palace, there was a chance to turn the situation around. Everyone, this Epang Palace is definitely filled with danger, but it's also the last hope to protect the cultivation world of the eastern region. I believe everyone knows very well what the cultivation dynasty did to us cultivators in those 3,000 years. If the dynasty is rebuilt, we will only end up as slaves. The bridge is here now. Time is tight, please quickly make a decision. Zhang Li's parallel mind controlled the silver dragon python to open its mouth, revealing a small space. The people who were not from the royal family could not enter the Epang Palace. If they wanted to enter, they could only be swallowed by the dragon python. 684 Lifelike Imperial Concubines, 2. After the 3 divine pillars spoke briefly, their earth immortals flew into the dragon python's stomach first. However, the others stood where they were, hesitating. Even the headquarters of the Divine Judgment Hall had been flattened. Clearly, it was already in a precarious situation. If the situation did not go well, the Divine Judgment Hall might collapse. Although many of the experts present did not say it out loud, many of them already had the idea of escaping and hiding. This was because too many people had died recently. These earth immortals had been high and mighty for hundreds and thousands of years. They had yet to enjoy the good life that they still had thousands of years left. Their cultivation path had yet to reach the peak. If possible, who was willing to die against the enemy that could threaten their lives at any moment? Everyone's thoughts became active. As a result, even if it was the 3 divine pillars, it was best not to take compulsory orders now and only mobilize them in a gentler manner. However, the effect was very limited. At this moment, Zhang Li, who was wearing a mask, walked out and interrupted the awkward silence. 3 esteemed lords, if we find an opportunity or treasure in that palace, or even the national treasure of the immortal dynasty, how should we distribute it? Do we need to hand it over to the Divine Judgment Hall? Right when everyone fell silent, Zhang Li did not say anything righteous. Instead, he asked in a virtuous manner. Concubine Yun and the other 2 divine pillars were stunned, but they immediately understood Zhang Li's meaning and spoke. In this Epang Palace, treasures and immortal opportunities belong to those who are fated. There's no need to hand over what anyone obtains. Even if they find the national treasure of the immortal Qin dynasty, the 3 divine pillars and the Divine Judgment Hall will definitely not ask. In addition, you are not allowed to fight or threaten each other. The 3 of us will supervise the situation. As soon as they said this, the Earth Immortals who originally wanted to retreat immediately revealed different expressions. Immortal cultivators were aloof from the mortal world. Compared to saving the people and defending the world, it was obvious that things like the national treasure or immortal opportunity were more tempting. Moreover, with the guarantee of the 3 divine pillars, there was no need to worry about threats or facing enemies who would want to seize the treasure. This eliminated many of the other people's worries. Previously, they had heard rumors that the Epang Palace hid the secret to breaking through the earth immortal realm and truly becoming an immortal. There were also long-lived medicinal pills and artifacts everywhere. This was really not groundless. When the spiritual chi environment of heaven and earth had just reopened, all kinds of natural treasures and inheritances appeared endlessly. That was an era that had just begun, but had the most resources. Many mountain farmers encountered an opportunity like this and stepped into the cultivation world, finally achieving something great. At that time, the cultivation dynasty ruled almost the entire cultivation world of the eastern region. In the era where materials were most distributed, they had plundered for 3,000 years and had the advantage of first come, first served. After only a portion of the foundation accumulated by the dynasty was divided, it formed the current divine judgment hall. However, the essence and the most precious thing was not obtained by them. Those treasures must be hidden in the Epang Palace. If they could obtain it, ascending to the heavens in a single step and attaining the Dao might sound too far away and not realistic enough. However, condensing the 3 flowers on the top and gathering the 5 chi in the chest to step onto the peak of the current cultivation world should not be a problem. Thinking of this, even if it was a tiger's den, why not charge in? The 3 esteemed lords are magnanimous. How can I dare to let down the 3 of you? An earth immortal monk was the first to step forward. The sincere and serious expression on his face made people feel that he was not there for the treasure in the palace at all. Instead, he was purely there to save the people of the world. This matter concerns the entire cultivation world of the eastern region. How can I stand by and watch? Count me in. Us brothers will also lend a hand. With someone taking the lead, others immediately followed. To die for others, he naturally had to hesitate. However, if it was for the sake of advancing further on the path of cultivation, then cultivators naturally had the desire to compete. One had to know that the current system of the cultivation world was something that they had studied and figured out bit by bit. How could such a person lack courage? Now, there was still a chance to divide the immortal Qin dynasty again. They naturally had to cherish it. Apart from a small number of Earth immortals who had lost their path forward because their foundation was damaged in the early years, the others all chose to explore the Epang Palace with everyone. The Earth immortals shrunk their bodies and turned into streaks of light that flew into the dragon python's mouth. Zhang Li was the same. It was not difficult for them to become larger or smaller. Then, the dragon python rushed into the door with its slightly bulging stomach. The golden light that enveloped the 300 miles of Epang Palace brushed past the dragon python's entire body. However, the Polar Mountain King was a true descendant of the Son of Heaven. He was one of the 9 most orthodox successors. The golden light did not stop him. With a slight fluctuation, he entered. However, an invisible force swept down, and the dragon python in the sky immediately shrunk and was about to return to its human form. The stomach of the humanoid Polar Mountain King could not accommodate so many experts. In any case, he had already passed through the membrane of light. Hundreds of golden lights immediately flew out of his mouth. The interior of the 300-mile-wide palace was very spacious. Everyone scattered on the passageway opposite the door and did not feel crowded. It's impossible to use dragon chi to transform into a dragon python here. In that case, it's very likely that the Blood King can't use dragon chi either. If that's the case, as long as we find the Blood King, we can kill him. The aura of the Blood King is ahead. Let's chase after him. When they discovered that the Polar Mountain King's dragon chi was suppressed, everyone was not shocked but delighted. If not for that troublesome dragon chi, the Blood King would not have been able to last long under the 3 divine pillars. Immediately, the aura of the divine judgment hall rose as they quickly rushed forward. As expected, in this Epang Palace, there was no way to use spatial jumps or other methods. Flying was also greatly restricted. However, although 150 kilometers was huge, to an Earth immortal expert, even if they ran on the ground, it would not take long. As they went deeper, the terrain ahead began to become more complicated. One by one, the rooms revealed jewels from the cracks of the door. One could imagine what was piled up inside. With a casual wave of their hands, they used their spiritual chi to push open a door. A strange fragrance immediately surged out. Even though everyone present was an earth immortal, they were still restless when they heard this. They felt a little dazed and wished they could find someone to fall in love with on the spot. In the room, there were not any artifacts or secret scrolls, but beautiful women with their heads lowered. The women were dressed in luxurious palace clothes. Their faces were pale and their lips were red. If not for the fact that everyone present had excellent eyesight, they would really think that they were all alive. They're so lifelike. Who can tell that these women have been dead for at least 5,000 years? After every Qin emperor dies, their corpses will be secretly buried, and those concubines will be made into puppets with the most exquisite craftsmanship and sent to the Epang Palace. Every generation of the Qin emperor is like this. Every generation has no less than 3,000 concubines. The women here are only a portion of the Qin emperor's harem. Concubine Yun of the Cloud Manor spoke indifferently. As a woman, she could not have a good impression of such rules. As for the previous concubine Yun, she had also become the concubine of the last Qin emperor. It was not just cruel. Due to the fact that immortal cultivators were generally better looking, many of these concubines were forcefully recruited from various wealthy families and large and small sects. The highest lifespan of each generation's Qin emperor was less than 300 years. Moreover, the duration of his reign was actually not much different from ordinary mortal emperors. Generally, he would only rule for decades. As such, not only were female cultivators who could originally live for at least a few hundred years forced to enter the palace, they could only live for decades before being buried with him. Only a few young talents who had once loved them were left feeling regret and anger. The seeds of hatred were planted like this. As generations of young talents became successful and sat in various positions in the dynasty, it would be strange if the dynasty could do well. The accumulation of conflicts came from all aspects. To be honest, the destruction of the Qin dynasty was not unjust. 685 Bronze Mirror. Everyone was not attracted by these beautiful concubines. They closed the door and continued forward. Along the way, they rushed through the gorgeous and huge Epang Palace. The light coming from those rooms attracted their attention. However, no one pushed open the doors and only chased after the aura. However, the Blood King seemed to have sensed that someone was chasing after him. The further they went, the thinner his aura became. From a corner, a mercury river appeared ahead. The mercury river glistened and lay in front of everyone. They could clearly see a series of footprints stepping into the river and out from the other side. The footprints left behind by the silver metal liquid faded and quickly disappeared. As the footprints disappeared, the Blood King's aura also disappeared. In this huge palace, they lost track of the Blood King. After the group crossed the Mercury River, they could only stare at the series of footprints and stop. In front of them was a row of 18 passageways. Zhang Li snapped his fingers forcefully. As his voice spread and shook, he could sense that there were even more complicated forks behind these 18 passageways. There seemed to be the smell of a maze. The probability of finding the right path was indeed too low. Everyone, try using the clone technique. Someone suggested. Everyone used their methods and transformed into a large number of long-range clones, letting them continuously surge into the passageway ahead. As long as there were enough, they could definitely walk through all the forks. Zhang Li had once used this method to break through the underground maze. Apart from consuming more spiritual qi, there were no other flaws. However, this method clearly did not work here. Every time these clones ran for a distance or turned a few corners, they would inexplicably lose contact with the caster. The clone method that he had high hopes for was eliminated as soon as it was tried. He tried several other methods in a row, but they were all useless. It seemed that the creator of this palace had already been guarding against these methods from the beginning. At this point, they had no choice but to split up and search. However, each of them tied a cloud thread to their bodies. As long as they injected spiritual chi, the cloud thread would continuously grow and float in the air without dissipating. With the help of this cloud thread, they could transmit some simple information to each other. There were hundreds of methods. This was the only method that was helpful to them. As long as they discovered anything wrong, they would immediately retreat and inform the others. Although it was easy to be broken by splitting up people, they were currently in a hurry with the Blood King. If they were late, they would be completely wiped out. He could only do this. Of course, most of the cultivators present had long wanted to explore separately. This was because after splitting up, the probability of encountering the Blood King was less than 1%. However, they could freely explore and plunder this Epang Palace, plunder the vast resources inside, and search for the secret treasures inside. Why not? Just in the room just now, the accessories on the concubines and puppets were all artifacts. Even the dead could retain their looks like living people. With the current technology, the effect would only be even more shocking. How many good things could be plundered from the other rooms in the 300 miles of the Epang Palace? However, Zhang Li actually felt that the efficiency of this kind of scattered search might not be as good as him being blindfolded and randomly choosing a direction to wander in. With his luck, nothing bad would happen. Perhaps he could even find the national treasure before the Blood King. However, after thinking about it, he did not say anything in the end. After all, this matter was too important. It was impossible to only place everything on illusory luck. In addition, the Blood King should also have the providence of the Son of Heaven. His luck might not be effective. It was better to spread the net and search. They quickly set up a scattered search area. Everyone tied the clouds and dispersed in a few waves. As the number of forks increased, everyone began to disperse. Soon, many people were alone. They had come to search for treasures. Without anyone watching, they were immediately attracted by the surrounding treasures. They did not argue carefully and only pushed open the door to take away the treasures. As he put away the treasures and rushed, his speed inevitably slowed down. He did not know if he could catch up to the Blood King at this speed. On the other side, Zhang Li was already alone. Because the corpse of the Polar Mountain King had been dead for too long, the parallel mind could not obtain many memories. Therefore, he did not know how to find the location of the dragon vein and national treasure in the Epang Palace. Not to mention that even the dragon python of the Polar Mountain King had been sold to the three divine pillars. On the one hand, it was because he could also know immediately through the parallel mind what they had discovered. Letting the clone of the Polar Mountain King disperse was beneficial to him. On the other hand, they had given too much. They directly offered the price of 2-3 treasures mystic flowers as compensation for the dragon python. Coupled with the previous one, Zhang Li already owned 3 mystic flowers. This mystic flower was a top-notch material at the Earth Immortal realm. It could greatly assist in condensing the 3 flowers above his head. At that time, as long as he broke through to the Earth Immortal realm, he could directly use these 3 mystic flowers. Every mystic flower could help condense one of the 3 aspects of essence, chi, and spirit. At that time, as long as he made the status permanent, why would he worry about the 3 flowers gathering realm? Compared to his usual cultivation speed, this day would not take long. Zhang Li walked forward casually according to his senses. Of course, he did not let go of what he should have taken along the way. After putting away another puppet in the room, he asked the female ghost beside him. Schumann, why do you think the previous Qin emperors built such a huge palace? It's said that this Epang Palace was also a forbidden area back then. It's usually not open. Only on the day of the ancestral worship will the current Qin emperor enter. Outsiders are not allowed to enter at all. In that case, what's the point of such a huge palace? There's also such dense spiritual qi. It's a waste not to use it. The spiritual qi in the palace was indeed so dense that it was almost sticky. This was because there was a dragon vein here. It was normal for the concentration of spiritual qi to be high. Schumann doesn't know either. However, young master, look. There's an extremely profound illusion technique attached to this bronze mirror. After Zhang Li finished harvesting a room of puppet war beasts, he discovered that his vice city lord was standing in front of a bronze mirror in a daze. Qin Schumann, the female ghost, discovered some clues. 686 Immortal in Mirror, Dragon Veins Cry, 1. Illusion. Zhang Li came out of the already empty room and walked to Qin Schumann's side. Previously, he had naturally seen it, but he did not sense anything abnormal with this huge bronze mirror. In fact, ever since he entered the Epang Palace, almost every passageway had such a mirror placed at the two ends. The reflections of the bronze mirrors on both sides made each passageway look much longer. If someone deliberately turned the mirror slightly, it was very easy to have an illusion and misjudge the location. Many large-scale maze trapping arrays often used this method. With some illusion techniques, it could directly increase the difficulty of the trapping array by several times. Some experts who studied this might be trapped inside and could not leave. Zhang Li's array formation cultivation was extraordinary, but he was a little confused about illusions. Can you tell what illusion technique is on it? Is there a way to break it? Since he did not understand, he could only ask a professional. The female ghost, Qin Schumann, had an extremely strong talent in illusions and was a descendant of the royal family of the immortal Qin dynasty. In this Epang Palace, she might be able to see something different. The vice city lord of Fengdu city adjusted her condition and pressed her hand on the mirror. Where her fingers pressed, there seemed to be a ripple. I saw a figure. As the ripples spread out, they reflected back and forth after touching the edge of the bronze mirror. The originally clear mirror began to become more and more blurry. If one pressed his hand on the bronze mirror, logically speaking, what he saw from inside was definitely himself. However, as the mirror became blurry, the figure inside changed slightly. In order to see more clearly, Qin Schumann got closer and closer. She looked at the reflection in the mirror, which was also looking at her. Suddenly, the Qin Schumann inside smiled at her. Then, a pair of similarly slender hands reached out from the mirror and grabbed Qin Schumann, about to drag her into the bronze mirror. Qin Schumann was still focused on studying illusions just now. Caught off guard, she was grabbed by a pair of hands that were identical to hers. Then, the mirror surface fluctuated like water and was about to pull Qin Schumann in. Fortunately, before she was pulled into the bronze mirror, a hand grabbed the arm that stretched out from the mirror. Zhang Li, who was already prepared for this place, grabbed her in time. After approaching, a reflection of Zhang Li similarly appeared in the mirror. He grinned sinisterly and stretched out his hands to grab Zhang Li's arm. A considerable force was transmitted over. The four arms joined forces as if they really wanted to pull Zhang Li in. However, after a few breaths of time, no matter how much strength the four hands used, Zhang Li who was grabbed did not move at all. If it was before he broke through, it might be possible. However, now, in the entire cultivation world of the eastern region, there was probably no one who could surpass him in pure strength. Right when the two shadows noticed that something was wrong and wanted to withdraw their hands, Zhang Li suddenly turned the tables and grabbed them. An invincible force grabbed them, preventing them from retreating at all. After using appraisal on the four hands, the human emperor's successor already knew their background. Mirror immortals born from a mirror. What a precious species! I'm very curious if you have your own faces. Qin Schumann, who had been released, retreated to the side, leaving Zhang Li alone to pull the two mirror immortals out bit by bit. Although Zhang Li said immortals, they should actually be called spirits. The so-called spirit was a common item in the family that had been tainted by human qi all year round, so it had developed intelligence and transformed into a spirit through cultivation. It was very similar to the immortals in books, paintings, and stoves. However, the mirror was yin attribute and reflected the heart. The mirror immortal was more ferocious and sinister in comparison. Soon, the two mirror immortals were pulled out and fell to the ground. Regardless of whether it was their appearance or aura, they were clearly replicas of Zhongli and Qin Shuman. "Young master, it's me. She's fake, I'm the real one. Look, this is my illusion technique." The mirror immortal that looked like Qin Shuman was first ferocious and then stunned, and then it quickly turned into sorrow. It actually played with the real and fake female ghost in front of him. The mirror immortal was a mirror spirit to begin with and was good at changing and imitating. As long as the target flashed past the mirror, he could make it look real. However, what was slightly surprising was that in order to prove itself, this mirror immortal actually used the Shu Mountain illusion technique that Qin Shuman was good at. Such methods were truly shocking. Could it be that not only could these monsters imitate foreign trade, but they could also imitate abilities? How could this mirror immortal who had transformed into him be so useless? Zhongli was a little depressed. This fellow who had his face was actually so weak. Wait, he did not remove this mask. Could it be that this guy had actually not copied his face, but only the mask that covered it? Could it be that the inability to replicate his strength was also related to the mask? This kind of spiritual talent was really interesting. Zhongli tried to remove his mask and expose his face to the two spirits. When the two mirror immortals in front of him saw this, they immediately fell silent and stared at him. 687 Immortal in Mirror, Dragon Veins Cry, 2. They had clearly tasted Zhongli's might earlier. They wanted to become him together and replicate Zhongli's strength before fighting this powerful enemy who overestimated himself. After a glance, the two mirror immortals' bodies blurred and swayed. The speed at which they changed was extremely swift. In the blink of an eye, they had already become identical to Zhongli. Even the aura formed by the fusion of dragon's blood, earth spirit, human emperor, and other forces on his body was 30 to 50% complete. Then, the strength in their bodies began to increase explosively, and they struggled more and more under Zhongli's hands. Even Zhongli was also shocked by the speed at which they became stronger. However, when their strength increased to a certain extent, they suddenly shook and stopped. Crack! Crack! Then, a pained expression appeared on their faces, and a large number of fine cracks began to appear on their bodies. In the end, they shattered like a mirror struck by a cannonball. Only mirror fragments and two sticky transparent liquids were left on the ground. The cause of their deaths was that their bodies and souls had been sucked dry in an extremely short period of time. What drained them was the power that had suddenly swelled. The mirror immortal's innate ability was extremely powerful. Without a doubt, it had already reached the level of a divine art. However, even so, this ability had a limit. The person who used it had a limit. As expected, strength could not increase out of thin air. When the target of the mirror immortal's imitation was too much stronger than them, they would exhaust everything they had and collapse on the spot. The human emperor's successor was clearly a person they could not imitate. Appraisal. Blood of the mirror immortal. Zhongli threw an appraisal skill at the two balls of liquid and discovered that they were actually two balls of blood. Mirror immortals were not made of flesh and blood. Without the opportunity to be reborn, it was very difficult to cultivate flesh and blood. Apart from normal cultivation, eating people was also very helpful to the transformation of demons and spirits. To be able to condense these two balls of blood, it seemed that these two guys had eaten a lot of people. After putting away the blood, the bronze mirror in front of him seemed to have lost its original luster. He knocked lightly a few times, and there was a bang behind the mirror. From this commotion, it seemed that there was another world behind him. However, after Zhongli stretched out his hand to shatter the bronze mirror, the mirror lens scattered on the ground, but there was no hidden secret passage behind it. Young master, the grotto heaven might not be behind the mirror, but inside. However, someone might have to lead the way there. Qin Shuman reminded him, so Zhongli naturally understood the key. Our guide is coming. He turned around and saw that a thin layer of mercury had appeared at the end of the passageway and was spreading towards them. The surface of the mercury was flat, and light could be seen. If used as a mirror, the effect was more than 10 times better than ordinary bronze mirrors. Looks like we've all been tricked by the Blood King. When he saw the flowing mercury, Zhongli immediately understood something. It was no wonder that there were so many capable people in the Divine Judgment Hall with all kinds of divine arts and methods, but they could not find any traces of the Blood King. It turned out that that guy had already entered the Mirror Epang Palace through the mirror formed by the calm mercury long ago. If they searched here, they would probably be unable to find any traces of the Blood King even if they scoured the entire palace. Because there were treasures everywhere here, everyone enjoyed it. They would probably not be anxious for a day or two. By the time they reacted, the other party might have already achieved his goal. Fortunately, Qin Shuman discovered the clues in time. Otherwise, Zhongli might have been kept in the dark. Put on the mask. Let's see what these mirror immortals can do. Zhongli took out a wooden mask and threw it to Qin Shuman. This kind of magical divine art was very powerful, but it had a huge flaw. As long as he wore the mask, the other party would be crippled. Before the mercury spread over, he suddenly recalled that he had sent the information through the clouds on his body. After all, logically speaking, he was now a guest. Let the people from the Divine Judgment Hall abandon their responsibility and slowly search for the treasures here while he dealt with the trouble himself? Zhongli would not do such a stupid thing. As long as they obtained information and found the direction, the many Earth Immortals of the Divine Judgment Hall had ways to handle these mirror immortals. Then, the heavy mercury reached their feet. The spirits in the mirror no longer hid. Under their feet, countless arms reached out and grabbed their feet. The ground was clearly solid below, but under the pull of these arms, they began to sink. Qin Shuman sank faster. In a short while, she was already past her waist. However, the mirror immortal on Zhongli's side seemed to be working hard. The hand that stretched out to grab Zhongli was clearly more than 10 times that of Qin Shuman's, but after a long time, it finally pulled his calf down. This was under the circumstances that Zhongli had taken the initiative to suppress his strength. It seemed that the stronger the target, the worse the effect. The more spiritual qi it consumed. Although it looked mysterious and dangerous, it was actually a supplementary divine art that bullied the weak and feared the strong. The main use was still to hide and disguise. Zhongli's strength had already reached the second highest level of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. With the enhancement of many statuses on his body, there was a large amount of top-grade spiritual qi every minute and second. Top-grade blood energy surged out of his body. He was a large energy spring. It was naturally even more difficult for the mirror immortals to pull Zhongli into the mirror. After another 15 minutes, Zhongli completely entered the mercury mirror. In the depths of the Epang Palace, the Blood King relied on the information he obtained from the tombs of the previous Qin emperors to piece together the information, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of this palace than anyone else. In this unfamiliar huge palace, he basically did not take many detours. Zhongli had just found the entrance to the Mirror Epang Palace when he arrived at the core. According to tradition, he set out the sacrifices he had long prepared. The sacrifices he prepared this time were more than 10 times richer than when the dynasty was still around. After all, he did not have the previous emperor's decree, so he could only use this method to convince the dragon vein. These sacrifices included the strongest 19 Duke City Gods in the original City Gods Hall. There were 500 City Gods Hall tokens that gathered the power of most incense offerings. There was the bloodline of the Son of Heaven that had accumulated over the years of secretly killing royal descendants. There was also the Mu family's patriarch who he had captured not long ago, the immortal Peach Branch. This was the best he could do. Dragon Vein Ancestor, the previous Qin dynasty collapsed. Countless descendants of the royal family died. I, the unfilial descendant Qin Hai, am in deep sorrow. I offer sacrifices now. Ancestor, Please crown your descendant to ascend the throne. Please take out the national treasure. Rebuild the immortal Qin dynasty. The Blood King placed the sacrifice in front of him and kowtowed respectfully and sorrowfully. There was no reaction after one round. After putting in so much effort, the Blood King could not accept it and returned empty-handed. He was already panicking. Impossible. The dragon vein ancestor was nurtured by the bloodline of the past emperors. It's impossible for it to betray the royal bloodline. Why isn't it responding to me? There was nothing else he could do. Blood King Qin Hai only continued to kowtow and plead loudly. The second time, third time, fourth time. As he continued to pray, an existence finally answered his expectations. A dragon roar that was as heavy as the ground sounded from the depths of the Epang Palace. The dragon roar was ancient. Just hearing the sound made people feel as if the mountains and rivers of the endless region were surging towards him. However, the dragon's roar only sounded for half a breath before stopping abruptly, turning into an infinitely miserable cry. In the sky above, a golden dragon with only a third of its body left disappeared from behind its two front claws. It was already on the verge of death and fell from the sky. 688 Son of Heaven's Decree, 1. Brilliant hunters often appeared as prey. Without understanding the logic in the mirror, even if one shattered 1,000 mirrors with brute force, they would not be able to touch that space. Zhang Li could only pretend to be unable to resist and let this group of mirror immortals capture him. Although these spirits sensed Zhang Li's might, they saw that he did not resist and wanted to eat Zhang Li's flesh because of his greed. They used the divine art in the mirror to seize everything from him. Under such unwillingness, Zhang Li was finally pulled in. The feeling of crossing the mirror space was actually not very strong. It was as if he had been hit by a basin of ice water. The discomfort was fleeting. It could be seen that this space was very close to the outside world. It was not as fragile as ordinary barrier artifacts. It was no wonder that the immortals in the mirror were so sought after by cultivation sects. If done well, they could even build a small grotto heaven. When Zhang Li opened his eyes, he discovered that he was trapped in a small room with 8 sides and mirrors. 8 mirrors surrounded him. The light from somewhere made him look especially clear in the mirror. He circled around and carefully observed himself in the 8 mirrors. It had to be said that they were indeed identical in appearance. The mask, clothes, and even his every move were exactly the same. However, although Zhang Li's eyes had not cultivated any special Dharma I true art, under the enhancement of the merit blessing status, he innately had the ability to peer into the mysteries of all things. With the 7-colored Dao body, the 7 colors in his eyes could be seen clearly. He could easily tell that these 8 reflections were clearly mirror immortals. It was easy to imitate his size and movements, but the divine light in his eyes was not so easy to imitate. The 8 shadows in the mirror had different auras. Clearly, there was a difference in strength among this race. Among them, one of the spirits seemed to be extraordinarily talented. Its eyes imitated 50% of his charm. Moreover, the resemblance seemed to be increasing. This guy is absorbing my spiritual qi. In the beginning, Zhang Li did not notice it. It was because the speed at which it absorbed spiritual qi was too slow and light. If not for the negative status of losing 20 points of spiritual qi every second, Zhang Li would not have felt it. With the reminder of the interface status, he paid closer attention and discovered that as the mirror immortal continuously imitated him, the strength in his body was slowly being snatched away by the other party. Looks like this divine art in the mirror is not that useless. Does it have to drag the target into the mirror to unleash its full power? What Zhang Li faced now was the strongest ability of the mirror immortal, the mirror imprisoning cage. As long as they dragged the target into the mirror, he would completely enter their home ground. This kind of mirror demon liked to drag people into the mirror the most. As they were locked in the cage and the mirror immortals continuously imitated the victim, they could forever obtain the appearance of the victim. They would enter the real world to replace the victims. This was indeed a very dangerous spirit, but in fact, as long as one wore a mask, they would be at a loss. Zhang Li took 2 steps forward and raised his hand to punch the mirror in front of him. The Zhang Li in the mirror also raised his fist to counterattack in exactly the same manner. The 2 fists with completely identical strength collided and cancelled each other out. This punch did not even make the mirror in front of him shake. This was the reason why the imprisoning cage could trap the victims. The immortal mirror in the mirror in front of him could actually punch with such power while imitating him. This was probably the most glorious moment of its life. However, compared to the calm and collected Zhang Li, the Zhang Li in the mirror seemed to be slightly out of breath. When he had just swung his fist, Zhang Li felt that the mirror in front of him wanted to extract his strength to pay the expenditure of that punch. However, because his spiritual qi was completely flawless, the mirror immortal could not extract it. He was also wearing a mask, so the effect of the other party's innate divine art could not be displayed. It could only use its own strength to punch. Although it was only a casual punch from Zhang Li, that strike earlier had already caused the spirit in front of him to work hard. How could Zhang Li let it go? The second and third punches continued. Due to the fact that they were in the midst of a divine art, the spirits in front of them could only be moved to imitate Zhang Li. After 2 more punches, the fake Zhang Li in the mirror had already become hunched and old. Originally, in the mirror world, with this kind of special talent, it could even directly borrow the power of the victim to execute the exact same attack. In other words, if Zhang Li wanted to punch the mirror, because his strength was completely equal, not only would he be unable to break the mirror, he would even expend 2 portions of his strength until he died from exhaustion. However, Zhang Li happened to be wearing a mask at that time. When he saw these mirror immortals, he had already discovered the flaws of their innate divine art. As long as one could not see the face, the power of this divine art could not even be unleashed by 30%. It could not directly extract strength from Zhang Li but passively brandished a fist that was as powerful as his. In just a few moves, he exhausted the power of this mirror immortal. It could only be said that this group of spirits had yet to cultivate their talent to the limit. They had encountered the lucky Zhang Li too, so they deserved to be unlucky. 689 Son of Heaven's Decree, 2. With another punch, the mirror in front of him shattered. The dying mirror immortal was lifted into his hand. After the mirror cage shattered, he discovered that the place he was in was almost identical to the passageway from before. However, to Zhang Li who possessed the inverted domain, this difference was simply child's play. Zhang Li broke through the octagonal mirror cage and was still holding the dying immortal mirror. The other spirits whose faces had recovered to nothingness finally understood that they had targeted a monster this time. After being stunned for a long time, they all wanted to escape. However, speed was not their forte. Zhang Li only waved his hand, and tree roots and vines surged out from all directions to tie up all these spirits. After doing this, a hexagonal mirror cage beside him suddenly broke open. The masked Qin Shuman walked out. With her guard up, these monsters were not difficult to deal with. However, immediately, the expression of the Vice City Lord of Fengde City changed. "Young master, I feel the aura of my bloodline." As expected, they were right. The Blood King was in the Epang Palace. Qin Shuman was a descendant of Prince Ning. During this period of time, she, who had learned the bloodline secret technique from the former Ingskar Academy's Grand Secretary Gu Meng, immediately sensed the source of her bloodline. "Can you find his location? Let's go." After Qin Shuman nodded, they followed the aura all the way. After obtaining the information about the Fengde City Lord, the other experts of the Divine Judgment Hall did not deliberately delay. After covering their faces with their own methods, they found the bronze mirrors and entered the Mirror Epang Palace. This, are you the Dragon Vein ancestor?" In the core sacrificial room of the Epang Palace, the Blood King finally saw the dragon vein that he had dreamed of. However, the dying dragon vein in front of him made him unable to react. He was not sure if it was the dragon python in front of him. Shouldn't the dragon vein that could control and affect the cultivation world of the eastern region of the azure cloud continent be filled with divine light? How could it be like this? Could it be that the destruction of the Qin dynasty and the decline of providence had affected the dragon vein and caused it to weaken to this extent? After 5,000 years of preparation, at the critical moment before everything was about to happen, the Blood King's heart was already in chaos. He could not calm down and judge properly. For example, there were clearly chains around the neck of this dragon vein golden dragon. It was bound and enslaved here. The only people who could do this were the ancestors of their Qin dynasty. It could be seen that the relationship between this dragon vein ancestor and their royal descendants was not good. However, after the death of the last Qin emperor, the 9 kings did not ascend the throne, and the previous king did not appoint a successor. Many things that should be explained were buried in the tomb. He did not know what the ancestors had done in this Epang palace or what they had done to this dragon vein. He could only instinctively speculate in the direction he wanted. However, if he observed carefully, he would discover that the half of the body that the dragon vein had disappeared from was not neat at the cut. Instead, it was bumpy and terrible. The wound looked like it had been bitten and torn by a wild beast. As for the previous Qin emperors, they had created such a huge Epang palace here and did not allow outsiders to enter. It was not for fun. Dragon vein ancestor, can you hear me? Do you still have the strength to help your descendant ascend the throne? Where is that national treasure? Dragon vein ancestor, whatever you want, your descendant can find it. Ancestor, please reveal your divine art and sustain the bloodline of our Qin family's son of heaven. Seeing the dragon vein like this, the Blood King no longer had the mood to act. The sorrowful expression on his face disappeared. He leaned close to the dragon vein golden dragon and asked the question he was most concerned about. He even reached out and shook the dragon's head, hoping that this ancestor could do something serious before it died. Otherwise, if the opportunity to restore the dynasty slipped away in front of him, he would probably be so depressed that he would kill himself here. The dragon vein golden dragon on the ground was already so weak that it could not even speak. It lay there limply, but its millstone-sized eyes rolled as it looked at the immortal peach branch of the Mu family's patriarch. This thing was a branch of the 10 great spiritual roots of heaven and earth. It was compatible with the power of the earth dragon vein. If it could devour it, it might have a chance of recovering. When the Blood King saw this, he understood the dragon vein ancestor's meaning. He hurriedly grabbed the Mu family's patriarch's true body and placed it beside the dragon vein. The dragon vein golden dragon did not open its mouth. It only twitched its nose, and a white smoke automatically floated out of the immortal peach tree and entered its nose. Even as a branch, it was still a spiritual root of heaven and earth. The effect was extremely outstanding. After absorbing this breath, the dragon vein that was originally on the verge of death immediately emitted a divine light again. It used its remaining 2 front claws to support its body and sucked the Mu family's patriarch's spiritual qi even harder. Spiritual qi continuously surged over from the outside world, and the wound on its broken end began to slowly heal and grow. After taking 2 breaths, the dragon vein stretched out its claws and pulled the other tributes over. It also put its nose close and sniffed. The souls of the city gods and the power of incense surged in. This was because the current dragon vein did not have a stomach. Whatever it ate would fall out of the cut. If it wanted to replenish its strength, it could only do it this way. It was a little slow, but to be able to absorb this power meant that the dragon vein would not dissipate just like that. The Blood King had been waiting anxiously. After a long time, the dragon vein ancestor finally looked at him. However, the pair of millstone-sized dragon eyes clearly revealed only hatred. The dragon vein golden dragon really wanted to rush up and bite this descendant of Qin blood to death. However, ever since it was born, too many methods had been planted in its body. It could not resist the royal bloodline at all. As a result, it was harmed by that so-called national treasure to this extent. At this moment, with the help of the immortal peachwood and other treasures, it recovered a little. However, the dragon vein ancestor stopped and did not dare to absorb more. This was because if it recovered too quickly, the national treasure would definitely pull it back and devour it. It had been like this for thousands of years. That guy seemed to treat it as an endless piece of meat. Every time it ate, it would recuperate. After it absorbed the earth vein chi of the eastern region to recover, he would capture it and eat it again. The dragon vein had been eaten until its intelligence collapsed several times. Then, it was stimulated by the endless pain to regain its rationality. With such torture, the 18 levels of hell were only so-so. If it had the ability, it would not have any psychological burden to bite the Blood King to death. It was unknown what the dragon vein ancestor was thinking. After staring at the Blood King Qinhai for a period of time, it finally spoke. Since you want to ascend the throne, I'll fulfill your wish. The enthronement ceremony should have been extremely grand. The people would pay their respects, 100 generals would kneel, and the internal officials and outsiders would come thousands of miles to congratulate. However, at this moment, how could he have the time to care about those useless etiquettes? The people from the Divine Judgment Hall were still chasing after him. He could just deal with them directly. The dragon vein took a deep breath and roared upwards. Then, countless spiritual chi and emperor chi surged towards the center, and a golden crown slowly condensed above. However, the dragon vein was ultimately too heavily injured. It took a breath, but after roaring for 3 breaths, it stopped. The gathering of the Son of Heaven's crown above stopped abruptly. Fortunately, the ball of spiritual chi gathered and dispersed a few times before finally stabilizing. However, it looked a little illusory. This Son of Heaven's crown was naturally not something that could be casually condensed. Most importantly, there was a Son of Heaven's decree wrapped around it. With it, he would be recognized by heaven and earth as the Son of Heaven. It would be difficult for him to be affected by all techniques. In order to prevent the bloodline of the Son of Heaven from ending, generations of Qin dynasty emperors had used the dragon vein that covered the entire eastern region to set some rules for the Son of Heaven's decree. If the current Qin emperor died, the Son of Heaven's decree on him would automatically be recalled into the Epang Palace through the earth vein of the eastern region to wait for the next member of the royal family to enter the palace. This thing was not necessary in the form of a crown. It could also be a necklace, a belt, or clothes. The crown slowly floated down. The Blood King was extremely excited. The royal bloodline surging in his body told him that this was what he dreamed of. 690 Blood King's execution, 1. With the bloodline of the Son of Heaven, whoever wears this crown will be the Son of Heaven, the Qin Emperor. Under the Blood King's fanatical gaze, the dragon vein ancestor explained to him how to rise to the top. Who would have thought that the conditions for ascending the throne and becoming the Son of Heaven would be so simple? However, in this situation, the simpler the better. After the dragon vein ancestor condensed the Son of Heaven's crown, the bit of mental strength that it had just recovered became dispirited again. Its 2 front claws seemed to be unable to support its body. It barely shook the chain around its neck, and the sound spread to the depths of the Epang Palace. After all, this was the Epang Palace of 300 miles. To a complete building, this was a huge body. The national treasure you're looking for is at the end of the chain. You can retrieve it after you ascend the throne. The Blood King looked in the direction of the chain, his eyes filled with anticipation. He believed that a national treasure that was so guarded by the ancestors of the dynasty was definitely not ordinary. At the very least, it should be an even stronger heaven-rank artifact. That was his last hope to restore his dynasty after 5,000 years. I, Qinhai, request the dragon vein ancestor to bestow me with a crown. The Blood King respectfully took 2 steps closer and lowered his head, waiting for the crown that represented the Son of Heaven to land on his head. However, what he did not know was that not far away, in a corner covered by shadows, there were eyes silently watching all of this. Since you're the only descendant of the Son of Heaven who can enter the Blood King Palace in the past 5,000 years and come to me, I'll help you ascend the throne. The dragon claw grabbed the crown and was about to put it on the Blood King. "Thank you, ancestor. Thank you for your help." The Blood King was overjoyed. He lowered his head respectfully and trembled in excitement. He thanked the dragon vein ancestor repeatedly. As for this ancestor's injuries, he clearly did not take them to heart. However, just as he was about to be crowned emperor, a stream of light flew over without any warning and directly struck the unprepared Blood King Qin Hai, ruthlessly sending him flying. The stream of light pressed against the Blood King and nailed him to the wall behind. Only when it stopped did it realize that it was a black metal halberd. "I think we should wait a while. How can we only listen to the Blood King's words when it comes to such an important matter? This person has killed countless people and is filled with evil. There are descendants of the Son of Heaven and other outstanding juniors. Senior Dragon Vein, you still have to think twice." Where the voice came from, two figures appeared in the shadows. It was the successor of the human emperor who had rushed here with Qin Shuman. Zhang Li shook his netherworld mountain robe, and the power of the flames converged. He and Qin Shuman, who was hidden in his arms, appeared before the dragon vein. The ability to conceal one's aura was indeed impressive with such a unique spiritual fire on the Baekyan mountain. Earlier, the Blood King and the Dragon Vein had not discovered him. "Senior Dragon Vein, what do you think of her?" Zhang Li stretched out his hand and patted Qin Shuman's body. After the 9 Nether Dao scripture broke through between life and death, the latest power of life and death that he had comprehended surged into the female ghost's body. Because Qin Shuman died in a special way, she was molded into a clay statue and suffocated to death. Therefore, her body was very intact. As her strength continuously increased, the connection between her soul and body also became tighter. She looked increasingly like a living person. At this moment, under the influence of Zhang Li's power of life and death, her originally cold white skin quickly became rosy. Her heart resumed beating, and her entire body warmed up. This was the technique that all ghosts yearned for. Although it was only temporary, she was indeed no different from a living person before Zhang Li's strength disappeared. The dead could not ascend the throne, so the Blood King had to possess a body. However, Zhang Li's ability to reverse life and death was much more brilliant than that simple possession. Qin Shuman, who had already tried it several times, did not feel any discomfort. She took 2 steps forward elegantly and bowed to the Dragon Vein. "Junior Qin Shuman earnestly requests the Dragon Vein ancestor to pass on my crown and help me ascend the throne." Zhang Li's appearance and Qin Shuman's words angered the Blood King greatly. This was especially true for the masked Zhang Li. He was actually taking away the sacrifices he had just placed in front of the Dragon Vein. "You? It's you again? Impossible. She's a woman and a dead person. How can she be the Son of Heaven? Dragon Vein ancestor. They're sinners. Eternal sinners who destroyed the foundation of our dynasty. Kill them for me." The Blood King, who had just been sent flying, was pierced by a halberd and nailed to the wall behind him. After discovering that it was the successor of the human emperor who had ruined his plans a few times, he was immediately furious. He erupted with his strength and struggled desperately. Earlier, Zhang Li had launched a sneak attack and hurriedly threw out the human emperor's battle halberd, ignoring the fact that he had accumulated all his might. This time, it did not nail him to death. As he roared, the Blood King pulled out the halberd bit by bit and threw it to the side before pouncing. However, he was not here for Zhang Li, but to kill Qin Shuman, his competitor. Earlier, he had also seen that the Dragon Vein ancestor only recognized bloodlines and not people. Who knew if the position of Son of Heaven would really be snatched away? In the end, the last 9 kings were still people with generous ancestors. The things they left behind were still quite a lot. The Heaven Rank artifact, the City God's Hall, had already exploded. The Earth Rank artifact, the Blood Crown, had also been sealed by the Sea Palace Lord. The fan in his hand was also an Earth Rank artifact. 691 Blood King's Execution, 2. With a knock of the fan bone, even an earth immortal would have their bones broken and their muscles broken. With Qin Shuman's strength, she definitely could not withstand such a blow. However, Zhang Li blocked his path again. An iron fist collided with the Blood King's fan. Endless power blossomed in an instant, competing with each other. Zhang Li did not take a step back when the two sides collided. A halo appeared on his fist. He was not at a disadvantage when colliding with an Earth-rank artifact with his body. Blood King Qin Ha's expression was ugly. He suddenly took 2 steps back and opened his fan, revealing a mountain and river painting. The mountains and rivers in the fan were vivid and lifelike. There was no doubt that it was not an ordinary painting. Those who block the rise of my dynasty will definitely die. With a wave of the fan, a huge river jumped out of the fan and flowed endlessly. With a wave of the fan, another mountain peak materialized and smashed towards him. The mountains and rivers that suddenly appeared close by really made people flustered. Zhang Li, who raised his hand to recall the human emperor's battle halberd, brandished it like an ancient war god. They could split the water when they encountered water and split the mountains when they encountered mountains. They did not give in at all when facing the Blood King's attacks. However, even so, the aftershock of the battle was difficult to control, and it still affected Qin Shuman and the Dragon Vein Golden Dragon behind them. Dragon Vein Ancestor. The sacrifice given to you by the Blood King is gone. You don't have to listen to him anymore. Although I'm a woman, I also have ambitions. Pass down the position of Son of Heaven and I can swear to set you free. Qin Shuman hugged the dragon claw to prevent herself from being blown away by the aftershock. She was still persuading the Dragon Vein Ancestor. The conditions she mentioned were more tempting to the Dragon Vein than those sacrifices. As a Dragon Vein, it was actually much freer than an ordinary earth spirit. This was because the entire cultivation world of the eastern region was its territory. The eastern region was huge, and it could easily find a place to sleep and recover. However, although the outside world said that the Son of Heaven had to be conferred by it, the reality was that the dignified Dragon Vein Ancestor actually did not have the right to decide. Back then, during the era of the immortal Qin dynasty, only the Qin Emperor and his next successor could enter this place. It only needed to bestow the crown step by step. The situation of 2 descendants of the royal bloodline appearing in front of it at the same time had never happened in history. However, even so, it could not choose based on its own preferences. In theory, it should listen to the one with a higher bloodline concentration or the majority of the subjects. In a one-on-one situation, the Blood King's bloodline was clearly more refined than Qin Shuman. In the end, it would still pass the Son of Heaven's decree to the Blood King. However, at this moment, another group of people arrived. Dragon Vein Ancestor. I want to ascend the throne too. Dozens of figures flashed in from a passageway. The Polar Mountain King controlled by the Parallel Mind finally arrived with the people from the Divine Judgment Hall. It's the Blood King and the Fengde City Lord. Everyone, help! It was impossible to ignore the huge commotion of the battle. The Blood King that the Divine Judgment Hall had been pursuing was here. Without a word, they all rushed up. Zhang Li heaved a sigh of relief when the incoming attack was blocked. He temporarily retreated and flew to the side of the corpse of the Polar Mountain King. He also reached out and placed his hand on it. Under everyone's surprised gazes, this corpse that had died for 5,000 years actually reversed life and death and revived? Blood King Qin Hai looked at the familiar face of the Polar Mountain King in shock. He did not expect that his brother would actually revive too. What ability did that guy use? Why could he break through the threshold of life and death? What surprised the Blood King even more was how his righteous brother had gotten together with the traitors of the Divine Judgment Hall. The parallel mind of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra was too profound. After taking over, even brothers could not tell the difference. Therefore, he mistook Zhang Li's parallel mind for the true Polar Mountain King. In that case, with 2 descendants on the other side, the Dragon Vein Ancestor would no longer listen to him. The Blood King still had the 8 King's corpse on him. However, they were all corpses. Not to mention reviving like Qin Shuman and the Polar Mountain King, there was not even a soul inside. How could they deceive the dragon vein golden dragon? Helpless, the despairing Qin Hai could only use all his strength to kill Zhang Li. He wanted to kill this sinner before he completely failed. Blood King. You've wreaked havoc in the cultivation world of the eastern region. You've killed countless people. According to the law of the dynasty, you should be punished. Your punishment has arrived today. Surrender now. Die. You're lucky to die in the Epang Palace. Right when the Blood King had just rushed to Zhang Li, the three divine pillars appeared in a flash and surrounded the Blood King from four directions with Zhang Li. In the Epang Palace, other than the Son of Heaven, no one could use the Son of Heaven's dragon chi. The Blood King's greatest reliance was directly crippled, causing a huge difference in the combat strength of both sides. The three leaders of the divine pillars had 3 flowers on top of their heads and 5 chi gathered in their chests. They were already standing at the peak below the true immortals. Not to mention the eastern region, even in the entire Azure Cloud continent or the even larger continent of the 9 provinces, they were the strongest group of people. Without the Son of Heaven's dragon chi, any one of them was not something that the Blood King, Qin Hai, could deal with. Now that the 3 of them attacked together, coupled with the combined efforts of the human emperor's successor, they caused this insufferably arrogant Blood King to suffer a tragic suppression. The domain around him shattered and collapsed. Before the spiritual chi that surged out of his body could form, it was forcefully pressed back into his body. Under the terrifying pressure, Zhang Li only heard a bang before he saw the Blood King's head sink. A blurry white liquid was squeezed out of the nose, ears, and eyes. The scene was as miserable as it could be. However, he was still not dead and was still trying to resist stubbornly. Zhang Li held the human emperor's battle halberd in his right hand and broke through the momentum first. His left hand flipped over the spear and stabbed towards the Blood King's heart. The fan with the mountain and river painting unfolded and blocked the spear. However, the mouth spear that could use the spirit essence absorption was the nemesis of top-grade artifacts. Back then, when Zhang Li faced the broken wing black mosquito, his earth-rank defensive artifact was instantly broken. The black scale armor had yet to be repaired. This fan was not a specialized defensive artifact. Facing this stab, it could not resist at all and was instantly pierced. Then, the thin and long spear tip pierced into the Blood King's heart, sucking the beating heart to the size of a green bean. The attacks of the 3 divine pillars landed on the Blood King at the same time. 3 extremely powerful forces invaded the Blood King's body. It completely shattered the foundation in his body and his soul was riddled with holes. After this, he was truly dead. Even a true immortal would probably not be able to save his life. With the 3 true spirits left in his body by the 3 divine pillars, his soul did not dissipate directly. It was also to let them search his soul and figure out the secret this guy knew. The series of things that Blood King Qin Hai had done to revive the dynasty had made the Divine Judgment Hall pay a terrible price. Against such an enemy, even if everyone called themselves orthodox, they would not show any mercy. Everyone, you've worked hard. The culprit has been executed. Finally, we finally caught up. Everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. Not long ago, they were still considering whether they should part ways and bring their sects out of the eastern region to lie low. After the Fengdu city lord took out the dragon python king's corpse, they decided to take the risk. Now, they had stopped the Blood King from becoming the Son of Heaven by a hair's breadth, causing the situation to reverse. It was truly a great blessing. This calamity of the eastern region has finally been resolved. Everyone, this is a great merit. Now that the Blood King has been executed, these remaining things are ours. The Epang Palace and the eastern region's dragon vein are both ours. That national treasure. Everyone, shouldn't we go and see that legendary national treasure? 692 Bronze Statue, Deep Well, 1. After several battles, the Divine Judgment Hall practically poured out their full strength. After paying a huge price, they finally eliminated the culprit who caused the calamity, the Blood King, Qin Hai. The glory of saving the cultivation world of the eastern region and the excitement of obtaining huge spoils of war made everyone happy. More experts rushed over from the surrounding passageways. After knowing the situation, they heaved a sigh of relief. They did not expect that the Blood King, who had tormented the entire cultivation world of the eastern region, would actually die so easily in the end. However, this was actually normal. The Blood King's strength was inferior to the three divine pillars. Previously, because of the help of the many experts of Tragic Death City, the power of the heaven rank artifact of the city God's Hall, and the dragon chi of the Son of Heaven that had been accumulated from tomb raiding for many years, the Blood King Palace could resist an entire temple and cause huge casualties to the Divine Judgment Hall in many battles. However, because of the intervention of Zhongli, the successor of the human emperor, it disrupted the Blood King's plan several times and destroyed the Blood King Palace and the city God's Hall. He ruined the Blood King's trump cards one by one. In the end, the Blood King gambled everything on his own, allowing him to take the initiative to break through the pure white pagoda. In the end, he used the spies buried many years ago to enter the Epang Palace alone. If not for Zhongli taking out the Dragon Python King's corpse and bringing the Divine Judgment Hall into the Epang Palace, it was very likely that the Divine Judgment Hall would suffer a crushing defeat in the end. Fortunately, they still won in the end. The fate of the Qin dynasty's Son of Heaven had ended. The human emperor's successor could be considered to have avenged the ancestors of the human race. After putting away the human emperor's battle halberd, the three divine pillars politely let Zhongli pick the loot first. However, the truly good things on the Blood King, which were the sacrifices placed on the ground earlier, had already been taken by Zhongli. Zhongli touched the Blood King's body symbolically and found a blood-colored jade pendant of decent quality. He put it away. He wanted the blood crown more. However, it was the spoils of war of the Sea Palace Lord, so it was not good to ask for it directly. After another round of soul searching, there was nothing left of the Blood King's soul. On the other side, many other Earth immortals were surrounding the small half of the dragon vein and watching excitedly as if they had seen a precious animal. This was the only dragon vein in the entire cultivation world of the eastern region. Wherever it was, it could become a paradise. Before this, no one had seen such a dragon vein true spirit, so they naturally had to broaden their horizons. At first, the dragon vein ancestor struggled. However, with its current weak state, it was completely unable to resist. It could only close its eyes and lie on the ground without moving, allowing these unfamiliar cultivators to put layers of seals on its body. The dragon vein ancestor lay there quietly. He really hoped that these seals could be stronger. No wonder the entire eastern region was filled with natural disasters. So there's a problem with this dragon vein. We have to be careful in the future. We can't let anything happen to it. The pure white pagoda has been destroyed. After today, we can use this dragon vein as the foundation. After rebuilding it, it will definitely be stronger than before. They were already considering how to use the dragon vein next. The dragon vein ancestor's body was a treasure. Be it directly absorbing or refining artifacts, they were both excellent choices. However, everyone present in Zhongli did not have that thought. This was because this guy was too special and important. If it died completely, would a new dragon vein be born in a short period of time? The eastern region that they lived in would also suffer huge damage at the same time. Although it was not to the extent of completely collapsing and sinking to the bottom of the sea, the ground would suffer heavy losses, the climate and environment would change drastically, the concentration of spiritual chi would decrease, natural disasters would be common, and other bad things would be inevitable. At that time, the cultivation world of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent would become a barren land that could not recover for hundreds or thousands of years. If that was the case, they would become eternal sinners. Not to mention the sins of the world, no one present was willing to see that scene. After spending some time, many array masters, including the Fengdu city lord, attacked together. They temporarily covered the dragon vein with an earth-rank alms bowl and bound it on the spot. The Son of Heaven's crown naturally landed in their hands. Fengdu city lord, we're prepared to let the Polar Mountain King ascend the throne and take out the national treasure. Sir, please cast another spell to temporarily revive the king's corpse. However, the Son of Heaven can't be left alive after this. You have a share of that national treasure. We will also compensate you for the loss of the Dragon Python King's corpse. Fellow Deist 9 Nether, what do you think? After obtaining the crown, the three divine pillars brought the Polar Mountain King to find Zhongli. Just as the Blood King had said, the dead could not ascend the throne and become the Son of Heaven. The power of life and death from before had already failed. They needed Zhongli to execute the 9 Nether Deo technique again in order to create a temporary Son of Heaven. However, because the Divine Judgment Hall had already suffered enough, they really did not want to face another Blood King. Therefore, letting the corpse of the Polar Mountain King ascend the throne was only to take out the national treasure. It had to be destroyed later. It was also because the corpse of the Polar Mountain King was taken out by Zhongli. Although the crown did not fall into Zhongli's hands, he was the first to discover it. 693 Bronze Statue, Deep Well, 2. Moreover, if Zhongli had not arrived in advance and stopped the Blood King from ascending the throne, then, the outcome might be completely different. Therefore, although they had already used the 2 mystic flowers to exchange for the corpse of the Polar Mountain King, now, they still expressed that they would compensate Zhongli. Zhongli nodded decisively and did not refuse. This clone was temporary and had limited value to him. Since the Blood King had already been executed, there was indeed not much need for it to exist. He had originally planned to use the Dragon Python King's corpse as a reward to ease the relationship between the two sides after tricking the people of the Divine Judgment Hall to help him fuse the 2 netherworld fragments. Previously, they had given 2 more 3 treasures mystic flowers. It was already a profit. This corpse already belongs to the Divine Judgment Hall. I won't ask how to deal with it. It's not a problem to temporarily revive him. However, the corpse controlling technique on this corpse is special. If it's completely destroyed, it will indeed cause some damage to me. If everyone is willing, I hope to obtain the mirror immortals you captured. Zhongli was very interested in the talent of the mirror immortal. However, the ones in his hands might not be able to refine enough blood essence, so he proposed this as a condition. There was naturally no problem with the 3 divine pillars. Some of the other earth immortals behind were slightly dissatisfied, but they all agreed. However, Zhongli noticed that someone among this group of earth immortals frequently looked at Qin Shuman and conversed through voice transmission. Without even thinking, he knew that these guys wanted to eliminate the root of the problem and eliminate Qin Shuman, who had the royal bloodline. In front of Zhongli, who was gradually cultivating the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, ordinary voice transmission methods had no secret effect at all. Hearing their conversation, Zhongli was furious. He took 2 steps forward and glanced at the fellows who wanted to push their luck. If you have anything to say, feel free to tell us. The Divine Judgment Hall is indeed powerful, but if someone wants to touch my Vice City Lord, then my Fengdu city is not easy to deal with. After this great enemy disappeared, it was not rare for allies to immediately stab each other in the back. Zhongli did not expect everyone to be grateful to him. However, with Fengdu city and his strength, it was not a problem to protect Qin Shuman. When they heard Zhongli's blunt words, the hundreds of experts were slightly stirred. Some earth immortals were rather indignant by Zhongli's rudeness. However, the 3 divine pillars did not react, and nearly half of the experts in the Divine Judgment Hall had received Zhongli's favor. It was clearly impossible to provoke the entire group to attack Zhongli. Those with ill intentions could only endure it because their strength was inferior to others. Otherwise, if the Fengdu city lord remembered their names, they would not have a good time in the future. Since the Fengdu city lord had said this, naturally, no one dared to anger him anymore. This was also the reason why Zhongli had to transfer Fengdu city to the Baekyan mountain. Only now did he have enough confidence. Even if the three divine pillars wanted to attack him, he had a way out. After discussing, the group followed the chains that bound the dragon vein and continued deeper into the Epang Palace. With everyone's speed, they advanced very quickly. However, the closer they got to the end of the chain, the heavier the surrounding air seemed to become. Unknowingly, the hundreds of Earth immortals became silent. They naturally sensed the abnormality in the atmosphere. That uneasiness seemed to come from the depths of his soul. However, they did not sense anything threatening. For a time, hundreds of essence souls of varying strength emerged from their bodies and continuously swept through every inch of the surroundings. Soon, they felt a sharp killing intent ahead that stopped their essence souls from probing. After carefully approaching, they discovered that there were 18 huge bronze statues in front of them. It was these bronze statues that blocked their essence souls. Back then, the Qin dynasty had captured all the weapons in the world. It seems that all the weapons that were captured have been built into these 18 bronze statues. The Divine Judgment Hall had some understanding of what had happened back then and spoke of the origins of these bronze statues. The weapons mentioned here were not mortal weapons, but real artifacts. They were all artifacts that had seen blood and killed people. These 18 bronze statues were 1,000 feet tall. Just using the capacity of artifacts to forge them required countless amounts. It could be seen how many weapons and sects had been destroyed in the Qin dynasty back then. After 5,000 years, not only did this killing intent not dissipate, it even became more ferocious. Even they were affected. That should be the place we're looking for. Looking through the 18 bronze statues, there was a huge stone well. The chain that stretched out from the dragon vein fell into this well. 18 bronze statues of soldiers as guards. What's the background of this national treasure? Everyone approached carefully. Fortunately, these bronze statues did not come alive to attack them. Everyone, be careful. Under the suppression of these 18 bronze statues, the essence soul could not probe. They released their spiritual qi and spread it down, trying to explore the bottomless well. Zhongli also pressed his hand on the side of the well. The 9 nether spiritual qi transformed into green-gray roots that spread down the well's wall at an extremely fast speed. After pointing down 1,000 feet, he came into contact with a dense fog. Some dewdrops began to appear on the edge of the wall. However, these fog dewdrops were not water. It was formed from shockingly dense spiritual qi. Unlike ordinary wells, what was at the bottom of this deep well was not water, but an exaggerated amount of spiritual qi that was comparable to Zhongli's coffin. At least 80 to 90% of the power absorbed from the cultivation world of the eastern region was in this well. The deeper he went, the denser the spiritual qi became. However, just as Zhongli borrowed the spiritual qi to vaguely sense an outline, an aura suddenly surged out from the bottom of the well. The clear qi rushed into the sky, scattering the spiritual qi that everyone probed down. Many people were caught off guard and fell. Gasp! What condensed spiritual qi? Everyone was shocked when they sensed it. The spiritual qi that spewed out of the well was unprecedentedly strong. In comparison, top-grade spirit stones were simply not enough. Even the dragon vein spirit he had just seen was much inferior. Everyone present had cultivated to the earth immortal realm or above. Their spiritual qi had been tempered thousands of times. Compared to ordinary spiritual qi, it was simply the difference between diamond and foam. However, at this moment, even the 3 divine pillars were far inferior to the spiritual body that rushed out of the well. If they used 2 types of spiritual qi to execute the same spell to collide, the Divine Judgment Hall would be easily defeated. This situation usually only happened when one crossed a major realm. What was above an earth immortal who had gathered 3 flowers and 5 qi? Treasure. It's indeed the treasure. If we can obtain this thing, our cultivation will definitely advance further. After the surprise, everyone was overjoyed. After all, this was worthy of their expectations for the national treasure. The Qin dynasty indeed had the opportunity to become immortal. It was no wonder that they were trapped in the earth immortal realm for 1,000 years and could not advance an inch. It turned out that other than the shackles of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the opportunity to become immortals had long been taken away by the dynasty. Let's quickly take out the national treasure and share it. If our eastern region's cultivation world can take the first step forward, we can leave the other regions behind. The earth immortal did not finish his sentence, but the others understood what he meant. If they could be the first to break through the shackles and reach a new realm, the cultivation world of the eastern region could distance itself from other regions and even continents. As long as they wanted to, the benefits of expanding their territory were 100 times better than fighting over this piece of land. The armored trolls that had bullied them for thousands of years could also be attacked and taken revenge upon. At the moment of the dynasty's destruction, ring this bell with the blood of the Son of Heaven. This must be the way to take out that national treasure. Beside the deep well, they also discovered an ancient bell. Beside it was a stone monument with such words. 694 National Treasure, Trap, 1. Beside the huge bell, there was a bell hammer and a sharp knife. It seemed that they had already prepared everything. Some cultivators did not believe it. A guy stepped forward, picked up the bell hammer, and knocked on the huge bell. As an earth immortal, even if he had never trained his body, his strength would definitely not be bad. However, his knock only shook the bell a few times and did not make any sound. Silencing runes. This thing is indeed something. Let me try again. Another burly earth immortal put down the axe in his hand. He stepped forward, picked up the bell hammer, and knocked hard again. The huge bell was knocked horizontally, showing how powerful this person was. However, no bell sounded. Many people attacked one after another, but without wanting to destroy the bell, no one could ring it. From the looks of it, he could only try according to the words left beside him. It's not strange for the previous Qin dynasty to gather all the spell techniques in the world. Since he wants the Son of Heaven, let him ring the bell. Sir Nine Nether, we'll have to trouble you. The bell did not ring, so the surrounding people did not panic at all. This was because the key item, the Son of Heaven candidate, was already in their hands. What was the use of having their predecessors guard against them? Zhang Li nodded and walked to the side of the Polar Mountain King, who had already returned to being a corpse. He placed a hand on his shoulder. A special 9 nether spiritual qi poured in. In the next moment, a magical reversal of life and death occurred, and the dead appeared alive again. The last of the last 9 kings, the Polar Mountain King, had temporarily revived. Zhang Li did not infuse too much power into it. It was enough to only allow his resurrection to last for about 15 minutes. He took 2 steps back and gave up his position. The current Polar Mountain King was not the Son of Heaven yet. He still needed to wear the crown and obtain the Son of Heaven's decree to succeed. The coronation also consumed a lot of energy. Ordinary earth immortals could not withstand it. In the past, the cultivators of the dynasty were generally not strong enough to withstand such expenditure. Therefore, they were all crowned by the dragon vein. However, with the current situation, if the dragon vein continued to be expended, there might be many natural disasters. It was given by the Sea Palace Master, who had the most boundless spiritual qi among the 3 divine pillars. The sea-like spiritual qi was something that even Zhang Li felt inferior to. The crown of the Son of Heaven finally landed on the head of the king's corpse. Zhang Li circulated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra and quietly sensed the moment when the Son of Heaven received the crown from the first-person perspective. A golden light scattered down, and a black dragon robe with golden threads suddenly appeared on the body of the Polar Mountain King. Under the enhancement of some special power, the defense of this dragon robe was almost stronger than the defense of an earth-rank artifact. Zhang Li's parallel mind changed, and a golden decree appeared. Under the illumination of this golden light, the dragon python-shaped dragon chi circling in his body also shed its silver scales and transformed into a 9-5 true dragon. A trace of dignity suddenly flashed under those lifeless eyes. This was already considered a success. At this moment, if the Polar Mountain King stimulated his dragon chi, he could immediately transform into a true 9-5 golden dragon. Although the basic strength of his main body was far inferior to his brothers who were one with the 9 kings, his resistance to various spells would only make him harder to deal with than the Blood King. If a person used a spell to attack the current 9-5 golden dragons, not only would the spell not have any effect, they would immediately suffer the backlash of the Son of Heaven's dragon chi. He was completely covered in armor and could not be touched. The Son of Heaven, who was weak and no longer had a single citizen under his rule, had such power. Zhang Li sighed. If the bloodline of the human emperor had not been severed, what would it be like now? After the coronation ended, Zhang Li silently withdrew his consciousness. He did not plan to break ties with the Divine Judgment Hall over this. With just this Son of Heaven golden dragon, he could defend but not attack enough. If they really fought, the possibility of him losing was much higher. In any case, when his clone died, as long as he used his parallel mind to carry the Son of Heaven's decree back, he would not lose anything. There was no need to become enemies with the entire eastern region. The Polar Mountain King, who had already successfully evolved into the Son of Heaven, walked to the side of the bell. He directly used the sharp blade that was stabbed into the ground to cut open his wrist. Because he had temporarily recovered his vitality, flowing blood flowed out and poured on the bell hammer of unknown quality. The surface of the bell hammer was smooth, but when the Son of Heaven's blood landed on it, it was quickly absorbed as if it had touched a sponge. Then, golden light flashed on it, emitting a completely different light from before. The current Son of Heaven held the bell hammer and knocked on it. Clang! The huge bell that could not make a sound no matter what spread out a deep bell sound. Zhang Li, who was holding the edge of the deep well, suddenly felt a slight tremor. Looking down the deep well, he saw that a long and narrow crack suddenly appeared on the hard well wall and was still quickly spreading down. The crack seemed to have touched something or broken the seal. An even greater amount of spiritual chi surged out from the bottom of the deep well. They gathered above and enveloped this space like dark clouds. The extremely high-intensity spiritual chi seemed to have reached the limit of energy like spiritual chi and was about to transform into an even stronger force at any time. 695 National Treasure, Trap, 2. The power that surpassed the top standards of the cultivation world made everyone drool. Unfortunately, the spiritual chi had already been refined and could not be used directly. However, everyone still tried their best to gather spiritual chi. Perhaps they could study a way to advance further. Continue to ring the bell. They were all very excited. Just the spiritual chi emitted was so powerful. How heaven-defying was the main body of that national treasure. Zhang Li controlled the corpse of the Polar Mountain King and continued to ring the bell. As the bell continuously sounded, this space began to tremble violently. A large number of spider-web-like cracks spread everywhere, and the entire Epang Palace seemed to be on the verge of collapse. However, gradually, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Why does that smell make my hands tremble? An earth immortal who was collecting spiritual chi suddenly realized that his hand was not listening to him. When he looked at it, he realized that his hand was trembling continuously. As an earth immortal, he would always make others tremble wherever he went. He had not felt such a tremble because of his instinctive fear for at least 2,000 years. Looking down, the deep well that was already covered in cracks and falling rocks from time to time suddenly gave him a terrifying feeling like he was in the 18th level of hell. Swoosh! Not only was the air around him trembling in fear, but an increasingly terrifying aura was also coming from the well. Something's wrong. Is that really a national treasure? The sound of swallowing could be heard. Many people retreated warily and maintained a distance from the well. Something's awake down there. The expressions on everyone's faces froze from excitement to anticipation. As the terrifying aura continuously surged out, a powerful divine sense suddenly stretched out from below and swept past everyone. Zhang Li only felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His skin was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and a numbing feeling passed through his body. Something swept past them with extremely invasive methods. It was 100 times stronger than a certain power or essence soul probing. That national treasure, could it be a living thing? A living thing, could it be an artifact spirit? Perhaps it's only a powerful artifact spirit. An Earth Immortal's head was covered in a cold sweat as he tried to find a better possibility. No. It can't be an artifact spirit. There's a monster down there. When my essence soul collided with that divine sense, I saw 8 terrifying eyes. In the field, a monk was holding his eyes tightly. A large number of blood tears flowed down from the gaps between his fingers. Zhang Li knew the person who spoke. He was an Earth Immortal level monk cultivator who grasped the Buddhist divine art, Heavenly Eye. Those eyes were as bright as stars and could destroy illusions. Its profundity was not inferior to Zhang Li's ears. However, when he moved his palm away, the pair of Heavenly Eye eyes were already covered in fine cracks. The originally resplendent light had completely disappeared, becoming grey. Earlier, he had only used his Heavenly Eye to investigate that divine sense, but this person's eyes were actually about to go blind. The thing under this deep well was definitely not good, nor was it a precious treasure that could allow one to ascend to the immortal Dao. Stop the bell! This is a trap! Damn it, this is not a national treasure. It was left behind by the Qin dynasty. It's their revenge to destroy everything. Previously, everyone from the Divine Judgment Hall had been blinded by their greed for the national treasure. They might have thought of some possibilities, but for the sake of benefits, they instinctively ignored those dangers. The so-called national treasure under this well was just like the temptation of Pandora's box. If he did not open it, he would not know what was below. However, once it was opened, what was released could destroy the world. No matter how patient a person was, how could they endure such temptation for 100 years, 200 years, 1,000 years, or 2,000 years? Only then did they react. This was a trap set up by the dead thousands of years ago. In fact, when the divine sense swept past earlier, Zhang Li had already made his clone stop knocking. However, the huge bell continued to ring deafeningly as if it had gone crazy. Boom! The ground beneath everyone's feet was suddenly pushed up by something. Oh no, everyone, strengthen the seal together. We can't let that thing below come out. The sudden change in the situation caught them off guard. The Qin dynasty's move was really inexplicable. For some reason, they had actually left such a monster in their core Epang palace. If it was a life and death situation, if only the Qin emperor was trapped in the palace, he would ring the bell and release the things below to flip the table. Even if the dynasty was destroyed and the Qin emperor could not sound this bell, in the end, there was more than a 90% chance that this method would still be triggered. This was because anyone who knew that the best and largest palace in the immortal Qin dynasty hid the most precious national treasure in the world would do everything they could to take it out. This point was very accurate from the fact that the entire cultivation world of the eastern region had been in chaos because of this news. Now, after more than 5,000 years, most of the people from back then had already died. He did not expect that the final trap would still be personally opened by them. Zhang Li cursed in his heart. He was really honored to have encountered such a thing. He felt the increasingly terrifying dangerous aura below. Everyone present seemed to have returned to being powerless ants. They were thrown onto a volcano that was about to erupt at any moment. The spiritual perception of their essence souls alerted them crazily in the depths of their souls. Zhang Li was clearly not injured at all, but he felt a sharp pain in his essence soul, as if countless steel needles were stabbing him. This kind of soul-piercing alarm represented a possible fatal crisis. This time, no one had the intention to hold back. They all sealed the crack, the bell, and the well that was constantly erupting with spiritual qi. 9 Nether. Earth Amber. Arhat Suppression. 9 Cauldron Spirit Subduing Technique. Sea Border. Dark Frost Under the Moon. 8 Treasures Blazing Flame Mystic Lock. Heavenly Sorrow Plum Blossom Earth Thorn. Zhongli summoned a large number of roots that spread out and stretched into the shattered cracks. The roots secreted the 9 Nether Ember to seal it. The 18 Earth Immortal monks transformed into golden arhats together. They lay or sat on the ground in 18 different positions, suppressing the ground with their bodies. Another 9 three-legged cauldrons were thrown out by concubine Yun of the Cloud Manor, suppressing the ground with the power of the 9 palaces. The Sea Palace, the Flame Dynasty, and the other experts also spared no effort to attack. After a few breaths, the vibrations below finally slowed down. The huge bell that was ringing non-stop was also sealed by ice and fire. The two forces no longer made a sound. Everyone quietly froze on the spot, maintaining the posture of maintaining the seal. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Apart from Zhongli, everyone else was above the Earth Immortal realm. Holding their breath for a month was nothing. For a time, the air was silent until one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was tense as they sensed the situation below. Although they had not seen the appearance of the thing below, the aura just now and the spiritual chi and divine sense that surpassed all of them were enough to make people tremble in fear. Who would be willing to become enemies with such a monster? Was that enough? As time passed, an Earth Immortal could not endure the oppressive atmosphere and asked. It was as if he had made a sound that broke the silence. Zhongli discovered that the dust by his feet suddenly jumped for some reason. This is a heartbeat. The sound that came through the layers of seals was very weak, but Zhongli still acutely sensed something. Dong. 2 breaths later, there was a second muffled sound. This time, the others heard it clearly. It was indeed the heartbeat of a certain creature. However, the beating sound made people feel deeply uneasy. Then, there was a third and fourth sound. The heartbeat began to become stronger and faster. 696 Stitched Creation. Dong. A seal not far away was shattered by this collision. An Earth Immortal monk who was pressed on it and assumed the posture of an arhat spat out blood and was sent flying. Everyone's expressions became even uglier. The guy under the well had actually injured an Earth Immortal with just his heartbeat. What kind of terrifying monster had the people of the immortal Qin dynasty left behind? Continue to strengthen the seal. Don't stop. Now, no curiosity was more important than his life. No one wanted to see the national treasure anymore. They only wanted to keep it below forever. Unfortunately, once the demonic well that could destroy the world was opened, how could it be closed so easily? Dong. 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 The thunderous heartbeat became denser and denser. Zhongli suddenly held his heart. His heart was seized by the heartbeat below and began to beat in a strange rhythm. Phew! Blood flowed in reverse, and his meridians twisted, causing the Fengdu city lord to spit out a mouthful of blood. It hung on the wooden mask and dripped down. One had to know that Zhongli's heart had already fused with the chaotic heart at the core of the Azura world's mountain of flesh when he reconstructed his Dao body. His heart beat in a disorderly manner in the first place. It was quite resistant to the strange heartbeat. Even he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other Earth Immortals nearby were even more unlucky. Puff! 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 In their chests, there were sounds like balloons exploding. In a short period of time, the hearts of at least half of the people present exploded from the heartbeat. With the tenacious body of an Earth Immortal, one naturally would not die if his heart exploded. However, he had to suffer medium-grade and above injuries. They were also decisive. Since the explosion had already happened, they might as well not waste it. They cut open their chest and spat out the blood essence that erupted from their heart onto the ground, strengthening the seal that had just been cast. With the blood essence of Earth Immortals, the layers of seals on the ground immediately doubled in strength. Then, in the next moment, the seal sealing the well was suddenly pushed up by something huge. The sealing power turned into layers of solid light membrane, preventing the thing below from coming out. However, under the circumstances that they did not use a cheat, the powerful seal that even Zhongli could not break was continuously pushed up and thin like soft rubber. Through the increasingly transparent membrane of light, Zhongli could roughly see the outline of the thing holding up the membrane of light. It was a hand with 6 fingers. What kind of monster is that? Zhongli pressed his palms together and gritted his teeth as he erupted with his full strength. The other experts did the same. They were making their last efforts to stop that thing. Under such a lineup, there should be no opponent who could resist them in the known range of the current cultivation world. However, as the 6 fingers squeezed bit by bit, the seals cast by the Divine Judgment Hall began to be broken continuously. Boom! The moment the 6 fingers formed a fist, all the seals were crushed at the same time. A green-gray fist appeared in front of everyone. With just the wind from that punch, everyone swayed and could not stand steadily. A few Earth immortals instinctively released their domains to resist that power. However, it was like a fragile soap bubble that broke with a poke. We're on completely different levels. Run! We're not its match. Run! Life was often like this, full of ups and downs. After several difficult battles, they finally defeated the Blood King. They should have thought that they could immediately enjoy the rich spoils of war and walk to the peak of their lives to pursue the 9 provinces. Who would have thought that the so-called national treasure was actually a monster that could destroy everything? How terrifying would a monster that fed on the entire cultivation world of the eastern region for thousands of years be? Zhongli wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and activated the Netherworld Mountain black robe and boots at the same time. After throwing an appraisal skill at the hand, his figure immediately entered the darkness and hid, flying into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Name: Ancient creature out of control. Type: Artificial stitched creature. Age: Ancient being. Gender: None. Status: Chaos, Hunger. Danger level: Extremely dangerous. Artificial stitched creature. A monster stronger than the 3 divine pillars. It's actually man-made. Could it be that the previous Qin emperors wanted to create a god? When Zhongli saw these words, he suspected that Galanfran had come here thousands of years ago. Why did those guys from the Qin dynasty like to play with such things? Moreover, what material did they use to stitch up a monster of this level? When he broke through the seal, even the 3 divine pillars were injured. This ancient creature that had lost control had even defeated the combined strength of hundreds of them with just a heartbeat and an arm. There must be more secrets. Roar! Zhongli quickly fled, but a roar came from behind him. A visible roar wave smashed into his back. Zhongli was sent flying. When he landed, he covered his ears tightly with his hands. 2 streams of blood flowed out from the gaps in his palms. The 2 roars were like 2 10-million-pound hammers that smashed into his ears at the same time. While pushing him away, it also destroyed his ears. Zhongli endured intense pain as he rolled forward on the ground. He circulated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra and analyzed the furious roar he had heard before his eardrums were pierced. Through the backtracking of the voice, he could barely piece together the appearance of the one who roared. The monster was 3,000 feet tall. Its right hand was as thick as an elephant and had 6 fingers. However, its left hand was completely different. It was a ferocious tiger claw. Its left leg was a huge ox hoof, and its right foot was a slender phoenix claw. Its body was covered in scales, and its head was like a ghost. There was no hair on its head, and it had 8 eyes. On its back were 2 wings of wind and lightning. As expected of a stitched monster. Even in the primordial world's classic of mountains and seas, it was very difficult to find such a strange monster. In the scene that was analyzed by the sound wave, Zhongli's gaze was attracted by another thing. Under the deep well where the monster was originally staying, there were a total of 4 pieces. Zhongli had seen them once before, and there was an ancient stone monument in his hand. Zhang Li had once seen the stone monument engraved with ancient words in the inheritance illusion of the Mo clan's Thousand Mechanism city. He had seen it once in the tortoise shell of a deep-sea trench. What was recorded was the last struggle of the ancient immortals before the cultivationless age. Just like how Ba Xia's tortoise shell contained the remnant soul of Ba Xia, there should be some immortals sealed under each stone monument. When he saw these stone monuments, Zhang Li roughly guessed the origins of the ancient creature. After all, it was the Qin dynasty that ruled the cultivation world of the eastern region back then. Most of the ruins in the world had fallen into their hands. They must have discovered the remains of ancient immortals and gods under these stone monuments. Then, the arrogant and conceited them thought of stitching up the wreckage in an attempt to create an artificial god. At that time, spiritual qi had just recovered and the concentration was far greater than now. Even the ancient legacy was not as dangerous as the remnant soul of Ba Xia. After stitching up the immortal gods' corpses, there was nothing strange at first. However, as spiritual qi continued to recover, the stitched-up divine corpse actually began to regain its vitality. 697 Peerless 9 Li, 1. The previous Qin emperors had always been tortured by their predestined lifespan of less than 300 years. They, who had authority in everything, had only lived for 300 years. They were probably far from having lived enough. It was understandable to want to live longer. However, the problem was that they were the son of heaven. With a word, they could mobilize the entire cultivation world of the eastern region back then. Countless capable people advised them. Then, a plan that could theoretically achieve immortality in one go was chosen by a certain Qin emperor. That was to nurture a divine body and become immortal. It was really wishful thinking. When a weak soul entered a powerful divine body, the only outcome was to be completely swallowed. However, at that time, the cultivation world was still in the era of pioneering. The strongest might only be a few core formation cultivators. At that time, the knowledge grasped by the cultivation world was not enough for them to come to such a conclusion. They thought that without a soul in the body, they could directly move over and control everything. Creation was definitely difficult and slow. This process had just begun and took 1,000 years. During this period, although the plan was far from successful, the generations of Qin emperors who had reached the end of their lifespan could not wait to throw their souls into it. Moreover, there seemed to be a tradition later on. After every emperor succeeded the throne, they had to hold the soul of the old emperor and throw it into the deep well in hopes of protecting the dynasty. However, their souls were naturally far from reaching the standard and were swallowed by the power in the stitched creature's body. The investment of their souls made this creature even stranger. As generations of emperors passed on, their original goal might have long been forgotten. The descendants thought that this great creature that had hosted more than 100 ancestral spirits was the guardian of the dynasty. In the end, they did not hesitate to feed it with the dragon vein. This was the reason for the current Epang Palace. Under such a blessed environment, even if its intelligence was chaotic, this stitched monster had always been growing rapidly. It was the true ceiling of strength in the cultivation world of the eastern region. Clang! 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 The seal on the ground was completely torn apart by this stitched monster. The unknown bell sounded again. It was thick and heavy. The 8 eyes of the ancient stitched monster were blood red as it stared at the bell on the ground. It seemed to hate the sound of the bell. Not only did the bell wake it up, but it also made the monster extremely crazy. Before Zhang Li's ears could recover, the awakened ancient creature raised its hooves high. The ox hooves stepped down, and the world collapsed. The mirror space collapsed with the ox hooves as the center. Then, there was a chain reaction. From the breaking point, the shock wave spread out in a ring. Wherever it passed, the entire mirror space began to collapse. Zhang Li, who had just stood up, felt the air beneath his feet disappear. The force of the spatial shattering sent him flying again. The shattered space was as sharp as a mirror fragment, drawing wounds on his body. He fell into a passageway in the Epang Palace again, and the surrounding things turned left and right. There did not seem to be much difference. In fact, they had already returned to the true Epang Palace. Near him, many Divine Judgment Hall experts who had moved together fell to the ground. Everything in the mirror space was thrown out. This encounter made them spit out another mouthful of blood, their injuries worsening. Not long ago, everyone present had suffered the self-destruction of a heaven-rank artifact. They were not Zhongli. Although the Earth immortal body was powerful, it would be even more troublesome to recover after being damaged. The consecutive heavy injuries had already made their already tough state reach a very dangerous level. Their strength in all aspects had already been greatly reduced. If this continued, this group of pillars of the cultivation world of the eastern region would probably die again. Sigh. The current situation did not allow them to hold back. Space was shattered. Although it was only a relatively fragile mirror space, if such power landed on a person, who could withstand it? It's that bell. The bell made that monster go crazy. Leave quickly. Take the dragon vein and leave this place. The three divine pillars clearly had extremely brilliant probing methods. They had all seen what had happened to the monster. Fighting it head-on was clearly not a wise decision. Even the three of them thought so. Not far ahead was the location where the dragon vein was sealed. The mirror space was completely compatible with the real space. After shattering, it would not fall elsewhere. They rushed with all their might and followed the chains on the ground. Soon, they saw the alms bowl that had fallen to the ground. Previously, they had sealed the dragon vein under this earth-rank alms bowl. The dragon vein was related to the foundation of the cultivation world of the eastern region. It could not be lost. That monster ate the dragon vein all year round. If it completely destroyed the dragon vein in its crazy state, at that time, when the eastern region became a wasteland, they could consider the matter of everyone migrating. Clang! However, whatever they feared happened. The chain beside them was suddenly tightened by a force. The alms bowl was pulled by the chain and flew towards the ancient creature. The collapse of the mirror space just now made most of the people they left on the spot become rootless duckweed. How could they withstand such a pull? 698 Peerless 9 Li, 2. Oh no! Stop it! Everyone could not be bothered to escape. They separated and blocked the chains. They had mostly participated in the fusion of the netherworld fragments previously and were quite familiar with this. Streams of light turned into ropes and wrapped around the chain. However, the force coming from the chain was shocking. Hundreds of Earth immortals could not stand still. Together with the alms bowl, they were dragged back into the passageway that they had just escaped. Zhongli did not hesitate to flash over and grab the chain before firmly stabbing his feet into the ground. His terrifying strength poured into the chain. After a moment of stalemate, the ground beneath his feet could not withstand it. His feet suddenly shattered the ground below and were dragged forward, creating two deep ravines. Under the competition of the tug of war, that monster defeated Zhongli. Zhongli gritted his teeth. There were hundreds of Earth immortals behind him pulling the chains with him. However, this did not stop the chain from being pulled over. Cut the chains! Quick! One of the cultivators pulling the chain shouted. Actually, there was no need for him to say that. Two of the three divine pillars had long been brewing spiritual light in their hands. The spiritual lights, one blue and one red, finally turned into two sharp swords. The Sea Palace Master held the blue sword, Sea Moon Desolate Yin sword. The leader of the Flame Dynasty held a red sword, Blazing Sun Verdant Yang sword. One was water and the other was fire. One was yin and the other was yang. They should have been irreconcilable. However, at this moment, they were close to each other, complementing each other. The two of them held the divine art light swords and flashed to Zhongli's left and right. In their hands, the yin-yang water-fire light swords slashed out at the same time, and they pressed on a section of the chain. Verdant Yang! Desolate Yin. Oblivion / Two sword lights with completely opposite attributes pointed at the same place at the same time. Zhang Li gasped just thinking about that scene. How terrifying would the collision of these two forces be? It was so close. Was he going to lose another layer of skin? However, the imagined huge explosion did not happen. The two swords of fire and water had actually combined. Not a trace of power leaked out. The two energies annihilated each other in an extremely small area, erupting with 10 times the power. He did not expect that the Sea Palace and the Flame Dynasty, these two divine pillars, had secretly cultivated a joint attack technique at some point in time. What no one knew was that the fire and water imperial preceptors from 5,000 years ago actually came from the same sect. They entered the city as officials one after another and had always acted like enemies. It was so that the previous Qin emperors could hand over the authority to them in peace. Such a trick made many generations of emperors think that they had established a balance between the two imperial preceptors and felt at ease. However, in private, these two factions were really on the same side. Although the two sides were really divided into two forces later on, the connection between them was not severed. The power of this combined slash was even more shocking. In Zhang Li's senses, its might had definitely surpassed the palm of the city god's statue. It was only inferior to the core power of the self-destruction of a heaven-rank artifact. Did it succeed? Under the illumination of the dazzling white light, Zhang Li widened his eyes. He could only see some metal fragments shooting in the air. Only by cutting this chain could they retreat with the dragon vein. They would think of a way to deal with this monster in the future. However, the huge force that still did not stop made Zhang Li know that things were not as simple as he had imagined. After the white light dissipated, he looked at the place where it was struck by the power of water and fire. The chains there only became a little thinner. From the looks of it, it had been destroyed by water and fire. A layer of the outer shell had been broken, and the core was not really injured. It was no wonder that such a terrifying chain could trap the dragon vein ancestor for thousands of years and prevent him from escaping. Wait, that's the... Zhang Li's pupils constricted. Through the split shell, Zhang Li saw the very familiar black chain and the ancient words engraved on it. Wasn't that the earliest artifact he had obtained, the dragon imprisoning lock? If not for the fact that his dragon imprisoning lock was still wrapped around his waist, Zhang Li almost thought that someone had transmigrated and stolen his chain. This chain that trapped the dragon vein had the aura of an artifact. Although it was sufficiently sturdy, Zhang Li did not think in that direction at the beginning. He did not expect such a coincidence. Back then, the Qin dynasty had also obtained a dragon imprisoning lock. They could not refine and repair the dragon imprisoning lock either. However, they were smart to wrap another layer of iron skin around the chain and refine the outer layer into an artifact to carve runes. Although it could not recover the power of the dragon imprisoning lock, it was much more powerful than a solid chain. Zhang Li had never expected this to happen. Now, his dragon imprisoning lock began to recover under the nourishment of the power of virtuous merit, so it was useless. However, now was clearly not the time to think about this. The dragon imprisoning lock was indestructible. At the very least, Zhang Li had never seen the power that could break it. It seemed that he could not easily escape with the dragon vein today. Suddenly, the dragon imprisoning lock on his waist sent him a message. Now, he could only try everything he could. The dragon imprisoning lock on his waist automatically popped out. The buckle on one side buckled the area that was destroyed by the power of water and fire, breaking through the outer skin. Then, the runes on the dragon imprisoning lock emitted a faint fluorescent light. The chain binding the dragon vein was also affected. The runes wrapped in the iron skin also began to flicker. Everyone, we need to buy more time. The dragon imprisoning lock would still take some time. With the speed at which they were pulled back, they definitely could not last until then. Zhang Li made up his mind. It seemed that he had to let himself go. After closing his eyes, he opened them again, and there seemed to be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in his eyes. The extremely chaotic heart in his chest beat without any pattern. His skin turned red, and Zhongli let out a painful gasp. All his strength was starting to go berserk. Phew! The netherworld mountain robe swelled up from the airflow. Every pore in Zhongli's body suddenly emitted blood-colored steam. The spirit-surging technique that he had been using to divert top-grade spiritual qi and blood energy had already reached the maximum level. This caused a vast amount of dual-colored energy to quickly swell in his body, rushing through his limbs, bones, and meridians like a hurricane. However, the top-grade dual-colored energy gradually converged and was quickly absorbed back into his body. It was not for any other reason, but because the spiritual qi and blood energy were all absorbed by the dark red muscles on his body and swept away. At the same time, Zhongli's lifespan that had reached tens of thousands of years began to decrease. The dark red muscles swelled, and Zhongli's body began to grow. The skin on his body was stretched until it was thin and transparent. From time to time, it would be torn apart and grow back. Even a pair of horns grew out of his forehead. After fusing Qi Yu's muscles with his own, Zhongli could make it obedient. However, this did not mean that his muscles had lost the ability to go berserk. Zhongli, who was continuously absorbing life and spiritual Qi, erupted with his strength again. By the power of the peerless Nine Li race. Stop! Stop moving! He roared and straightened his body. Blood spurted out from his entire body. His skin cracked again because of the swelling muscles. The chain, which was under immense pressure, had a large number of cracks on the surface. The speed at which the Divine Judgment Hall was dragged forward finally slowed down and completely stopped. Finally, they temporarily resisted the pull of the ancient monster. Roar! On the other side of the chain, the stitched monster seemed to be puzzled. In the past, as long as it pulled this chain, it could pull food for itself. However, this time, it could not be pulled. This made the abnormally manic ancient stitched creature even angrier. It wrapped the chain around its strongest ox hoof, then attached itself to the ground and began to kick. That ox hoof came from the Kuei ox of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon. It had the power to stir the 4 seas. Even Zhongli, whose muscles had gone berserk, could not withstand that force. With a stomp, the foothold under his feet shattered again. He and the 100 earth immortals behind him fell forward and slid far away. He had no choice but to get up and continue pulling the chain to stall for time. 699 Spiritual Essence Purple Mansion, 1. In this kind of tug of war, it was actually not a pure competition of strength. A larger body and a stronger foothold were both decisive factors. However, in these aspects, Zhongli was at a disadvantage. All Zhongli could do was slow down as much as possible. Such a stalemate made the ancient creature become more and more crazy. However, while it was crazy, this monster could also display a certain amount of intelligence. Every time it kicked its legs and pulled the chain over, it would wrap the chain around its legs twice to prevent Zhongli from taking the opportunity to pull it back. The chain on the ox hoof became thicker and thicker. The other end of the chain was almost pulled closer. The 8 eyes on the monster's head passed through the very narrow passageway ahead and locked onto this group of worms that had woken it up and stopped it from eating. It immediately stopped pulling and pounced forward. It waved its tiger claws and 6 fingers in succession, and the wall buildings in front of it were easily destroyed like bubbles. They destroyed everything along the way and actually rushed towards the Divine Judgment faction at a rather fast speed. The continuously collapsing passageway and the terrifying aura that surged over from it. It made one's scalp go numb, and their 2 legs trembled as they wanted to leave first. Zhongli was also very nervous, but the future of the cultivation world of the eastern region was completely in their hands. At this moment, he could not take a step back. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Zhongli closed his eyes and gave it his all. At the critical moment, no one caused trouble or urged him. However, concubine Yun scattered clouds and enveloped everyone. Everyone was fully focused and prepared to retreat at any time. At this moment, a breath, or even a blink of an eye seemed especially long as the monster was getting closer and closer to them. The Epang Palace, which was second only to a heaven-rank artifact, was as fragile as a sand castle piled up by children. It was completely unable to stop the ancient creatures from losing control. The distance was quickly shrinking. 30,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 2,000 feet. At this moment, as long as the huge monster bent down and reached out, it could grab them. With a few more waves, everything blocking the way was completely destroyed. The people from the Divine Judgment Hall pulling the chains below appeared in front of the monster without any obstruction. 6 green-gray arms grabbed at them with a strange force. Right at this moment, Zhongli, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Retreat! He released the chain in his hand, and the alms bowl was pulled forward by the huge force. The other Earth Immortals also let go immediately. Those who were slightly slower were all pushed forward. The arm that seemed to want to crush everything did not stop at all and continued to envelop him. Concubine Yun immediately waved her sleeve, and the white cloud that had long covered everyone swept up and put everyone away. The 6-fingered green hand that covered the sky grabbed down and completely destroyed this passageway. However, the white cloud slipped through its fingers. The monster was stunned. That grab did not feel right. However, it had just woken up and only felt endless hunger in its stomach. It still wanted to eat the dragon vein first. It grabbed the miniature alms bowl. The thick finger pressed down with an extremely terrifying force. After persisting for a moment, this earth-rank alms bowl that could handle dozens of thousand-year-old snake demons was crushed into a piece of iron. Since some time ago, precious and powerful earth-rank artifacts that only existed in legends for many cultivators were already so easily damaged. Perhaps because Zhongli's social status had risen too quickly, his previous mindset had not completely changed. The alms bowl was crushed by the monster, but there was no sign of the dragon vein golden dragon that it had eaten for thousands of years. It turned out that Zhongli had used the dragon imprisoning lock that had already developed intelligence to successfully assimilate and seize control of the dragon imprisoning lock in the Epang Palace. After controlling the dragon imprisoning lock, he could directly remove the restraints on the dragon vein golden dragon. He let the Divine Judgment Hall escape and take out the dragon vein in the shortest time before leaving with the others. This method was suggested by the brave dragon imprisoning lock. After all, there was nothing in the cultivation world that could injure it. Every time Zhongli used the dragon imprisoning lock, he would face the difficulty head-on. This made the dragon imprisoning lock develop a very brave personality, daring to challenge monsters of this level head-on. After the ancient creature lost control and discovered that the alms bowl in its hand did not have a dragon vein, the monster's 8 eyes were about to spit fire. The 8 eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. After looking around, it directly looked at the cloud. Its round stomach bulged as if it was hungry, and thunder sounded from inside. Roar! From the looks of it, the monster had already discovered its food and was hiding in the clouds. This time, a white tiger claw grabbed over. The metal chi that had completely condensed was instantly cut into pieces. However, this cloud did not have a physical body. After being cut into pieces, it calmly gathered together again. It did not seem to have changed from before. The monster did not stop as another green arm and 6 fingers grabbed over. The 6 fingers seemed to have the power to seal the sky. It wanted to grab everything and crush it in its palm. 700 Spiritual Essence Purple Mansion, 2. However, it still could not grab the illusory clouds. Looking at the cloud that slipped away from its fingertips, the stitched monster was even more furious. The tiger claw and green arm chased crazily after the illusory clouds. Every time they missed, they did not stop. The attack of the ancient creature did not hit the people from the Divine Judgment Hall, but the 300-mile Epang Palace was turned into ruins under its rampage. Its strength was really shocking. Zhongli believed that he was far from being its opponent. However, this monster was facing the secret technique of the Cloud Manor, the Misty Cloud Immortal. This divine art did not have many direct attack methods. However, if it wanted to truly injure this cloud with a pure attack, the difficulty was absolutely not inferior to the fish crossing the river Zhongli had seen before. If one did not understand the key, they could only use immortal methods and great spell power to directly break the divine art. Otherwise, it was useless even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Hiding in the clouds, Zhongli, who had finally relaxed, blacked out and sat on the ground. Although Qi Yu's muscles were strong, he had already died in the Battle of Zhualu. It was sealed by Yellow Emperor Xianyuan for countless years and suffered the impact of the cultivationless age. The other ancient relics were taking advantage of the spiritual Qi recovery to recover as much as possible. However, Qi Yu's muscles were still greatly suppressed and could not recover. In this long period of time, the injuries to the muscles could no longer be healed by just providing spiritual Qi and vitality. To have his current strength was already the limit in a short period of time. He had unleashed his full strength for too long just now. Now that he relaxed, he actually felt a little exhausted. However, this was not the main point. The main point was the various energies in his body that had been messed up by his madness. Every organ, every meridian, and even his qi and spiritual root in Zhongli's body were enduring immense pain. The chaotic situation of the energy could no longer be described as qi deviation. It was more than 10 times worse. These forces were continuously harming his Dao foundation and qi from the inside, destroying everything that could be destroyed. If this continued, it would be a blessing if his lifespan was reduced by 10 to 20,000 years. His 7-colored Dao body would probably be destroyed and crippled. His realm would be unstable and fall, and even his qi would even explode. The consequences could be said to be quite serious. The Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder was permanently fixed on his body, and it was only a matter of time before he cultivated spiritual qi again. The other problems were all injuries that could be healed by Zhongli. However, that was definitely a terrible experience. Just as Zhongli moved his consciousness to the interface and pressed the minus button behind a berserk status, intending to directly end the berserk status with a cheat, he suddenly felt some changes in his body. The pain in his qi seemed to have weakened. Previously, the spirit essence of the heaven rank artifact that he had absorbed into his body with the spirit essence absorption technique had not been checked. Now, it spontaneously fluctuated. This thick spiritual qi transformed into a thin screen of light that quickly spread in his qi. The spiritual qi of a heaven rank artifact was naturally of extremely high quality. When the rampaging energy collided with the spreading spiritual qi, it would easily be repelled. This helped him share quite a bit of pressure, causing Zhongli to feel much better. He stopped what he was doing and did not remove the berserk statuses for the time being. Without discovering any danger, he let the spiritual qi spread. In next to no time, this ball of spiritual qi directly enveloped Zhongli's entire qi. Under the impact of the violent energy, the originally shapeless spiritual qi quickly transformed into a mansion that was extremely similar to the city god's hall. However, it was completely purple and sat in his qi. When the mansion was completed, Zhongli gained enlightenment and understood what change this ball of spiritual qi had caused to his qi. Purple Mansion? Could this be the legendary Daoist Purple Mansion? In some ancient cultivation books, there were records of the Purple Mansion. It was an extremely supplementary cultivation. However, because the cultivation conditions were too harsh, it was thought that it was not suitable to cultivate in the current cultivation world, so it was not sorted out. In his qi, as soon as the Purple Mansion door opened, the various energies that were wreaking havoc in Zhongli's entire body were swept away in a breath and gathered into his Purple Mansion. Staying in the Purple Mansion, no matter how this energy rampaged, it was unable to affect Zhongli at all. The top-grade spirit artifacts and blood energy that surged out every second were also absorbed by the Purple Mansion. Not only was it strong, but even the capacity was much stronger than his original qi. He did not know if his total spiritual chi would be able to compete with the Sea Palace Master after filling his purple mansion. A moment later, the door to the purple mansion opened again. The mixed energy rushed into his meridians like a surging river and spread deep into his body. His strength did not decrease, but the violent damage from before was gone. On the interface, the negative statuses that brought terrifying side effects spontaneously disappeared. Zhang Li was stunned. With this purple mansion formed from spirit essence, wouldn't his current explosive state become the normal state to use in battle? The only problem was that his current appearance was a little ugly. After all, the aesthetics of the Nine Li race had always been unorthodox. Apart from that, nothing else was negative. "Fellow Daoist Nine Nether, are you all right?" When she saw Zhang Li, who woke up from his meditation in a short moment, concubine Yun, who was controlling the misty cloud immortal, expressed her concern. No matter who it was, unleashing such power was a heavy burden. She used the cloud manners chi gazing technique. From what she had seen earlier, just the lifespan Zhang Li burned was enough for an ordinary earth immortal to die several times. Apart from that, the violent energy definitely made him pay a heavy price. Two colorful maids walked to the Fengde city lord's side and helped him up. They also delivered the precious medicinal pills unique to the cloud manor. Their expressions were respectful. The unprecedented merit on Zhang Li's body made them subconsciously want to get closer. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Li, who no longer felt much discomfort, casually opened the bottle cap and poured all the medicinal pills into his mouth without even looking at the types. Although the effect was far inferior to the Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder, they were still Earth-rank medicinal pills after all. If he accumulated a lot, they could provide considerable help to him. He controlled his body to shrink back to its original size. The netherworld mountain robe woven by the Nuko race's technique could be large or small without any damage. "I'm fine now. How is it outside?" The other Earth Immortals did not recover as quickly as him. In the surroundings, there were Earth Immortals from the Divine Judgment Hall who were meditating hard and adjusting their condition. Up until now, none of them had light injuries. Zhang Li passed through them and walked to the side of the three divine pillars. In front of them was a mystic light mirror that could observe the situation outside. The huge monster that was stitched together from at least 5 immortal beast divine bodies was still wantonly expending its strength as if it would never tire. Looking at the huge monster that continuously chased after them, Zhang Li felt extremely helpless. This monster was too powerful. Not to mention its invincible strength, indestructible immortal beast divine body, and the special ability brought to it by the ancient limbs. Just the spiritual chi on its body was enough to suppress all of them. The spiritual chi had already undergone a qualitative change and was already different from the spiritual chi in their bodies. If this monster could advance further, it might be able to convert spiritual chi into the power of immortals. From the looks of it, this monster was already half a step past the threshold. No matter what, he could not give it a chance to advance further. If the first god in this world was such a crazy and irrational guy, who knew what would happen? With our methods, it's almost impossible to kill or seal this monster. Does anyone have any other solution?